Let us pray. Almighty God, we willingly acknowledge you as the supreme being, most gracious and most merciful. Look down, we beseech you, on us who are members of this Senate, and deign to assist us in the duties that we have to perform on behalf of our beloved country of Trinidad and Tobago. Open our eyes to see the truth and help us to accept it with all its implications into our lives. Direct us, O Lord, in our deliberations, so that setting aside private interests, unwholesome prejudices, and personal affections, we may treat all matters set forth before us with honesty, courage, and conviction. Through all we say and do in this Senate, may we give glory and honor to your holy name, inspire confidence in our fellow citizens, and make a positive contribution to the peace and prosperity of our nation. Amen.
Announcements by the Vice President.
Honorable Senators, Senator Evans Welch has requested leave of absence for today's sitting. The leave the member seeks is granted.
Reports from committees.
Senator Vera.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. Mr. Vice President, I have the honor to present the following reports as listed on the order paper in my name. The first report of the Joint Select Committee on State Enterprises on an inquiry to understand the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic on the operations of National Schools Dietary Services Limited and the measures implemented to ensure the delivery of meals in the context of the COVID-19 safety requirements. First session 2020 to 2021, 12th Parliament. The second report of the Joint Select Committee on State Enterprises on an inquiry into the operations of the National Infrastructure Development Company Limited, NIDCO, including its compulsory land acquisition in relation to major projects. First session 2020 to 2021, 12th Parliament.
Minister of Trade and Industry.
Thank you very much, Mr. Vice President. I have the honor to present the following report as listed on the order paper in my name. The first report of the Joint Select Committee on Foreign Affairs on an examination of the foreign policy of Trinidad and Tobago, first session 2020-2021, 12th Parliament. Thank you.
Questions or notice? Questions for oral answer.
Leader of Government Business.
Mr. Vice President, there are 4 questions on the order paper. 110 was already referred, and the government would respond to the other 3 questions on the order paper. Thank you.
Senator Mark.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Vice President. Question number 135 to the Minister of Works and Transport.
Minister of Works and Transport.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. Mr. Vice President, the PTSC keeps defunct and derelict buses at its 10-acre compound located at the Tantic in Carsonfield. Subsequent to the fire at the site on Tuesday, 23 March 2021, an initial investigation was conducted. Based on a report received, the fire was as a result of unlawful elements gaining access to the facility and attempting to remove scrap metal. Subsequent to being interrupted by the on-site security personnel, the perpetrators started setting fire to the bus shells as an act of revenge. To prevent the recurrence of such an event, the PTSC has implemented a number of measures which include the repositioning of bus shells unit into a more confined and secured formation, the installation of solar-powered lights and cameras, installation of a new lift barrier at the main entrance to the compound, and the elevation of a guard booth to enhance overall surveillance and response. Mr. Vice President, the PTSC is of the view that these measures will mitigate any future attempts at breach in the security and have a beneficial impact on and protect the PTSC assets. Thank you.
Vice President. Mr. Vice President, through you to the Honorable Minister. Honorable Minister, can you advise this Parliament what plans are there in place by the PTSC to deal with all these shell buses that remain in that particular area identified by your good self in an effort to address the environmental hazard that would ultimately result from those buses, shell buses, being on that particular location?
Minister of Works and Transport.
Thank you. Mr. Vice President, Senator Mark should be aware that there's a process to follow when you are dealing with government assets, and the PTSC from time to time will engage that process. PTSC is an active corporation, and they will always have derelict vehicles, but they do engage the process to reduce that stock from time to time. Thank you.
Senator Ma.
Mr. Vice President, can the Minister indicate to us whether he can share with the Senate, I should ask, the value put to these shell buses by the PTSC? Has a value been attached to these buses, shell buses?
Minister of Works and
Thank
Transport.
you. Again, Mr. Vice President, these are derelict vehicles. However, there's a process in order to relieve yourself of state assets. So they will, from time to time, have an auction once the process is completed. So there's no real value that you can say is a book value, because these assets would have been written down at the end of the day. So once you put an auction, of course, following all the correct procedures, that is the actual value you get after the auction. Thank you.
Senator Ma.
Mr. Vice President, can the Minister indicate whether PTSC has a pricing of a schedule that would effect auctions of the shell buses over a period of time? Do you have that kind of information before you as the Honorable Minister from the PTSC?
Minister of Works and Transport.
Mr. Vice President, again, no, there's no schedule for that. It's a process, and once they have enough vehicles, then they initiate the process. It's a process that you'll work with the Board of Surveys to ensure that the government procedures are followed. But there's no scheduling for it. It is not only at the PTSC, it is followed by every other government institution. Thank you.
Senator Mark.
Mr. Vice President. Question number 136 to the Minister of Health.
Minister of Health.
Thank you very much, Mr. Vice President. Good morning to you and good morning to members of this honorable chamber. Trinidad and Tobago, like many other countries, does experience a migration of nurses and midwives. This is not new. To sustain the provision of healthcare services within our public health care system, the retention of our nursing staff is of high priority, and there are several strategies being implemented by the regional health authorities to retain their services. There are several opportunities for continuous career and professional development, including training that facilitates the upward mobility and allow nurses to specialize as registered nurses, HIV/AIDS nurses, trauma nurses, oncology nurses, mental health nurses, ICU nurses, midwives, and district health visitors. Further, Mr. Vice President, over the years, the regional health authorities continuously created a positive work environment to retain staff by granting incentives for workload management, twilight shifts, job sharing, autonomy, clinical and social support, work-life balances, and recognition and appreciation through awards for service and excellence. I wish to indicate that during the last year, a total of 106 nurses have resigned for various reasons or been reassigned, including pregnancy, asking to be reassigned to other RHAs so they are not lost, and migration. That is a loss. Notably, during the period October 2020 to May 2021, the number of registered nurses hired to fill vacancies and to provide increased nursing coverage for COVID-19 was 255. So there has been a net increase in nursing staff. Lastly, Mr. Vice President, I wish to express my sincere thanks to our dedicated and ever-committed healthcare workers who continue to go beyond the call of duty in offering an invaluable service to our population during and even before this COVID-19 pandemic. Thank you, Mr. Vice President.
Senator Mark.
Vice President, can the Honorable Minister indicate whether security of tenure constitutes a critical ingredient in the continued migration of nursing personnel out of the system? Can the Honorable Minister advise on this matter, Mr. Vice President?
So as I indicated, Mr. Vice President, the number of 109 does not represent a massive exodus of nurses. Some were reassigned, some resigned, they had reached their retirement age, and there were a few migrations. On the issue that Senator Mark has raised specifically, as Minister of Health, I have facilitated several meetings between the TTRNA and the RHAs who are the employers to meet with them and treat with that issue.
Senator Mark.
Can I follow up by asking the Honorable Minister whether he's aware that large segments of the nursing personnel are in fact subject to 3, 6, 1-year contracts rather than a permanent kind of arrangement so that there can be security for these nursing personnel? Is the Minister aware, Mr. Vice President, of this situation affecting the nurses of this country?
Minister of Health.
Yes, I am aware.
And can you tell this Honorable Senate, having regard to your awareness, what concrete measures have you taken to address this untenable situation involving our nursing personnel who are working literally like CPEP workers? Could you tell us what has been done by your good self?
Minister of Health.
I do not agree with the characterization working like CPEP workers. All workers, whether you're a CPEP worker or a nurse, that is honorable work. Honorable work. And I take great offense by the characterization of CPEP workers as somehow dishonorable. That is to be condemned. All workers who make an honest living, an honest day's work, are honorable. As I said, I have facilitated meetings between the RHAs and TTRNA. The wider issue, as a former trade unionist, you would know is a matter for the collective bargaining process between the bargaining unit and the chief personnel officer.
Senator Mark.
Dignity of workers requires permanency of engagement, of employment, and not to have workers as slaves on a contract. So, Mr. Vice President, I'm getting the question.
There's absolutely no need to be shouting across the floor when a member is trying to raise a question. Allow me to manage these proceedings. Senator Mark, again, if you have a question, please raise it. It's your final question.
Mr. Vice President, can the Minister indicate what concrete measures he and the government intends to take to make our nurses permanent and reduce and at least cease this contract arrangement with the vast majority of nurses that is causing demoralization among these workers?
So, Senator Mark, that was the third question you asked. You've repeated the question, so I won't allow that question.
Thank you very much.
Clerk.
Yeah, Mr. Vice President, I
That's the end of
have
your
a
four
fourth one
questions.
because 4 questions I'm entitled to.
You can move on to question number 1 to the, well,
No, I'm saying there are 4 supplementals.
that's right, and you had 4. On
I had
question,
4?
yes, you had question
You
number
sure?
1 to the 60. I'm very sure.
Well, I'm moving very fast, sir. Thank you very much. So I now go on to the next question, Mr. Vice President.
Question on the order paper, Senator Mark.
Okay, so we have relieved the minister so quickly. Mr. Vice President, through you, question number 137 to the Minister of National Security.
Leader of Government Business.
Vice President. Mr. Vice President, the Ministry of National Security has been working continuously with the Lifeguard Services Division to provide the lifeguards with the requisite capacity and capability to fulfill their mandate of keeping the nation's beaches safe for beachgoers and seabathers alike, and to do this in a modern and professional manner. To this end, the Ministry of National Security, in collaboration with the Lifeguard Services Division, has engaged in a number of initiatives geared towards enhancing the facilities, equipment, and manpower of the lifeguards so that they can execute their mandate more effectively and efficiently. Mr. Vice President, I'll identify 3 of those initiatives. The first is the implementation of continuous training to lifeguards and safety protocols and use of equipment for both the safety of the public and the lifeguards. Second, the procurement of additional safety equipment and the enactment of new safety protocols in light of the COVID-19 pandemic. And 3, the recent purchase and handover of 3 brand new jet skis to the Lifeguard Services Division on April 29, 2021 for use by lifeguards at Mayaro, Maracas, and Las Cuevas beaches. The lifeguards who are to use the jet skis were trained by a highly skilled and experienced lifeguard professional from Australia. They were trained in both rescue with the jet skis and the maintenance of the jet skis. I thank you very much.
Senator Mark.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. Can the Honorable Minister indicate what specific safety equipment has been procured?
Leader of Government Business.
Mr. Vice President, at this time I can only say that the one that I'm aware of is the one that I've just described, the new jet skis, and the rest is referred to as additional safety equipment.
Mark.
Mr. Vice President, can the Honorable Minister give an undertaking that he will provide to this House the rest of the safety equipment that the government has procured for lifeguards?
Leader of Government Business.
I'll give an undertaking, Mr. Vice President, to do so by the next sitting. Thank you.
Senator Mark.
Mr. Vice President, can the Honorable Minister indicate whether 3 jet skis, given the amount of beaches that we have in our country, whether 3 jet skis are adequate given the recent number of drownings that we have experienced, not only in Trinidad, but even in Tobago. So can the minister indicate whether the government intends to purchase more jet skis for our lifeguards to save people who may be drowning?
So is the question that the jet skis are adequate, or is the question that
No,
are they going to get more jet skis?
I am asking the Honorable Minister whether the government intends to purchase more jet skis.
Leader of Government Business.
That's all.
Mr. Vice President, I have indicated that the government has acquired 3, and as the Ministry of National Security continues to review and work with the Lifeguard Services Division, it is committed to ensure that they have the appropriate equipment that they need. I believe that these 3 areas, being the most used beaches, were identified for priority. Thank you.
Senator Mark.
Okay, sir.
Motions relating to the business or sittings of the Senate and moved by a minister.
Leader of Government Business.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. Mr. Vice President, in accordance with Standing Order 77.3, I beg to move that the following bills be restored to the order paper in the second session, 2021-22 of the 12th Parliament. The Shipping Bill 2020, the Fisheries Management No. 2 Bill 2020, the Livestock and Livestock Products Board Repeal Bill 2021, and the Foreign Labour Contracts Repeal Bill 2021. Thank you.
Honourable members, the question is that the following bills be restored to the order paper in the second session, 2021-2022 of the 12th Parliament. The Shipping Bill 2020, the Fisheries Management No. 2 Bill 2020, the Livestock and Livestock Products Board Repeal Bill 2021, and the Foreign Labour Contracts Repeal Bill 2021. Those in favour say aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it.
Public business, committee business, motion.
Leader of Government Business.
Thank you very much, Mr. Vice President.
Mr. Vice President, on a procedural point, and I'd like you to clear the air for me before my colleague takes the floor. Having regard to your good self being chairman of this privileges committee, I would like to ask you, as the Vice President, whether it is your view that you might be somewhat compromised having regard to your role as chairman of our committee. And in those circumstances where you sit at this time, you may, and I'm not accusing anyone of anything, including yourself, but I'm just saying perception, and the apparent perception is critical, whether you would not want to recuse yourself and let us vote for an independent senator to sit in, because we're doing the rights of members here, and whether you would want to recuse yourself and allow an independent senator to take the chair for this matter and this matter only, so that there could be the scales of justice could be balanced and fair in these proceedings. It is a suggestion, a proposal for your consideration. I cast no aspersions on you as our presiding officer. I'm just saying the perception as chairman of our privileges committee and now sitting to preside on a matter that you chaired could be misinterpreted. That is all I'm advising.
So, honourable members, having regard to the question just raised by Member Mark, Senator Mark is well aware, having fulfilled a role in a past tense, that the standing orders do provide that the chairman of the Privileges Committee is indeed the President of the Senate, who then is invited to preside over the matters of privileges once the report is laid in the Parliament. What is occurring here today, by way of my good self having chaired that Privileges Committee, once the President of the Senate recused herself, is not untoward and is actually in keeping with the procedure of Parliament, both in the lower house and in the upper house. Leader of Government Business.
Mr. Vice President, I thank you for the opportunity. I beg to move the following motion standing in my name. Be it resolved that this House adopt the report of the Committee of Privileges of the Senate, first session 2020-2021, 12th Parliament, on the matter of contempt of Parliament. Mr. Vice President, I'm happy to speak against the backdrop of Senator Mark's intervention, and in particular, his reference to perception, because what I'm about to go into is not perception. This is reality. And I would not allow anybody during the course of the debate to water down what is before us. I want you to Google the name Brittany Higgins, because the Parliament and Australia and parliaments across the world are consumed by an allegation made by Brittany Higgins, a member of staff of the Australian Parliament, against a minister relating to rape. And that has taken over even the Prime Minister in Australia. It has to do with not just the allegations, but something that is just as bad as an allegation, and that is failure to act. And not just failure to act, but failure to acknowledge. And Australia is grappling with it. Earlier this year, 2 days ago, Prime Minister Justin Trudeau in Canada announced the appointment of a new Governor General in Canada. She comes from the First Nations. But that is not as important as why she had to be appointed. And it had to do with allegations made against Julie Payette, an outstanding Canadian former astronaut, on the issue of creating a toxic culture in the workplace, the office of the Governor General of Canada. And these are the highest institutions in the country. The Parliament in Australia, the Governor General's office in Canada. And Julie Payette, after Prime Minister Justin Trudeau commissioned an investigation, upon the presentation of the report to the Prime Minister, Payette resigned. What we have before us today, and I make no apologies for saying this, is not just an issue of contempt. What I see here is the prospect of a toxic culture being created in this Parliament and outside this Parliament. This is not just about contempt. I see the prospect, unless we act today. This is a workplace, you know. Sometimes we forget that. A full-time workplace for all who are in the chamber right now. And I spoke to my wife early this morning and I asked her permission to take credit. Because years ago, when I embarked professionally on occupational safety and health as part of my profession, very early on, it stuck in my head what we were taught. And it's one principle. No one should leave home to go to work and end up dead. And in occupational safety and health, we had to be committed to preserving lives. And it is a workplace experience that my wife faced that led her to develop not just a career, but an international advocacy on the issue of workplace bullying and harassment. Because a lot of you don't know, and I forgive you for not knowing, that people who are intimidated, harassed, and bullied have committed suicide. Top bankers and top persons in corporate life and politicians, because they are working in a toxic workplace. And it is not just the bullying and harassment, as my wife faced, but the lack of acknowledgement and action. And if I ask my friends on the opposition to do one thing today, I ask them to acknowledge that the conduct of the member is a precursor to a toxic culture in this House, in this Parliament, if it does not already exist. I want you to keep that in mind throughout. I want you to also keep some things in mind. That what perpetuates, you see, sexual harassment, bullying, and those things, I make no apologies for saying it here. A lot of the times it is perpetuated by boys' club who seek to lock out or minimize the participation of women in the workplace, in leadership positions, and in politics. And we have 14 female senators in this House, 13 of whom can be heard today. And I say to the 3 on the opposition benches, I look forward to hearing from you. And the girls and women in this country and this region and in parliaments across the country, including Brittany Higgins, look forward to hearing from you. Because if I don't convince you today, no one will ever convince you. And you would be unable to recognize. And I will sit and wait. I know my colleague Senator John is a no-nonsense woman in the workplace. I will sit and wait to hear one of you appear in court on a matter relating to bullying, harassment, and the toxic work culture. And you will say what I said today, but did not support it today. I want to tell you this. I want to say 10 things very quickly before I get to the report. I have been around long enough to tell you that this conduct I'm going to talk about is unprecedented, not just in this Senate or in this Parliament, but in any parliament anywhere in the world. I would tell you it is without parallel. I would tell you it exposes our standing orders to the point that we may need to take action in relation to the standing orders. I will tell you that this cannot be condoned, that it must be stopped, that the evidence is there, that the minority report is misleading, that the motion must be supported, that the dignity of this Senate must be preserved. And the 10th thing I will say to you is this. It could happen to any one of us speaking on this report today. It could happen. Because I am convinced, based on what I saw and read in that transcript, that this is about intimidation, and this is about shutting people up, and this is about keeping people out of public life. Those are the 10 things I will address today. This, Madam Mr. Vice President, was a committee of 5. I was appointed to the committee for the purpose of this matter, having regard to the recusal of the President of the Senate. And the committee comprised your good self as chairman, Member Mitchell, Member Mark, Member Deonarain, and myself. The terms of reference related to a matter raised by the former leader of government business, Senator Khan, on March 2nd, 2021. And the matter raised and referred deals with his contention of the leader of government business, that Senator Anil Roberts committed contempt of the Senate on February 23rd and 26th, 2021. Pay careful note of what I said. Contempt of the Senate. Not of a person, not of an individual, but an institution in this country. In the same way the office of the Governor General in Canada and the Parliament in Australia are institutions, this is an institution in this country. The committee, Mr. Vice President, had the support of the Secretariat, and we are thankful for the Secretariat led by Mr. Caesar. We had Mr. Greenidge, Mr. Lucio, Ms. LaRoche, Kaleem Hussain, and Katrina Gokul. There were 7 meetings of the committee, Mr. Vice President. And at the first meeting, held on March 12, 2021, the committee adopted a particular process. And 3 things happened at that first meeting. The first, the committee was provided with certain reading material, 3 in particular. The committee was provided with transcripts, and at this point I will tell you that the matter referred to the committee in relation to February 23rd and 26th dealt with 2 videos. And I cannot recall in this Parliament a privileges matter involving videos. And I'll make a comment on that later on. So this fact-finding mission of the committee was in relation to 2 videos. And to support us, transcripts were provided. And I take the opportunity at this point to tell you this. 1 video was very short and the transcript was very short, a page. The other video was 90 minutes long. 90 minutes long, and the transcript is over 50 pages. And I'll tell you why I point that out later on. The third thing the committee did on that first meeting was to decide on writing the member in relation to the matter that was referred to the committee, among other things. At the second meeting, the committee discussed the written material that had been provided at the first meeting, and then went into viewing the video, the 2 videos, the recordings. And upon completion of that, there was a discussion on the recordings. At the third meeting, members had the opportunity. Let me correct myself. At the second meeting, the committee looked at the February 23rd, 2021 video, the shorter one. And at the third meeting, the committee viewed the longer video, which is the one of February 26, 2021. And everything I say today now has significance to what I'll say later on. And at that third meeting, the committee discussed what was viewed and made comments on the video, both videos which had been viewed by that time. And at that meeting, the committee took the decision to formally invite Senator Roberts to appear before it. At the fourth meeting, April 23rd, the committee was advised that on April 20th, correspondence was received from an attorney at law purporting to represent Senator Roberts. And I am sure we'll hear arguments on the legality and the constitutionality of having an attorney not only write on behalf of a member, but also appear with the member for the purpose of providing professional advice. I'm sure we're going to hear that. But as it is now, and as the committee unanimously agreed, the attorney at law could not write on behalf of or appear with the member who is before the Privileges Committee. Unanimously. And that was at the 4th meeting. At the 5th meeting, May 4, 2021, the committee considered an email from Mr. Anil Roberts dated April 30, 2020. And in that email, the member indicated that he was adopting the concerns of his attorney in relation to the committee's adherence to COVID-19 public health regulations. And it was from this point, the 5th meeting, that the member took the position that he was not satisfied, to the extent that he took the position that the Privileges Committee was in breach of the law in meeting, breach of the COVID public health regulations by meeting, and he indicated that he was not prepared to breach the regulations by appearing before the committee. And from the 6th and 7th meeting, the committee took the position. Because I'll just reflect on something. From the first meeting, the committee discussed the use of virtual meetings and decided that meetings of the committee, unless they were merely procedural or administrative meetings, the meetings of the committee would be held in person. The committee. I felt, not because I'm lazy, I felt that we should meet from time to time virtually. It was my friend, he is free to dispute that, Senator Mark, who made the case for meeting in person, meeting in person, that we could talk and we could interact. Wanted the meetings in person. And we adopted that position. And up until the 5th meeting, the COVID issue came up. And the members, the committee, and anybody could contradict me. You record the minutes form part of your report. The minutes, the confirmed minutes of the first 6 meetings form part of your report. And the unconfirmed meeting of the 7th meeting, because the 7th meeting was the last meeting and we did not meet to confirm it, the unconfirmed minutes of the 7th meeting form part of your report. And the committee agreed. At every stage we came to the building and we waited until the expected time of arrival of the member. Once he did not appear, calls were made. And we waited, in one case, more than an hour. And he did not arrive. And the committee decided that the opportunity will be given to the member and to all members, because at that time we were in one room, socially distanced and masked. And the facility was offered for any member wanting to be in a separate room, to be there, in the Parliament building. And also, the member who was requested to appear before the committee was also given the opportunity to attend in a room at the Parliament in accordance with all the COVID protocols to participate in the work of the committee. And he consistently declined. And you go through the minutes of meetings 1 to 6, and you will see at no point there was a minority view expressed. You would only find in the minutes of the 7th meeting, which I'll tell you are unconfirmed minutes, that my friend Senator Mark took exception on 1 point and 1 point only. You would see that he did not take exception to the deliberations and findings of the committee. You would see that. And you would see that the only point in which he took exception was on the issue of the sanction. On the issue of the sanction. And I could tell you for my part, I offered one view on the sanction. And that view was I would support whatever the committee goes with, because these standing orders do not provide the sanction that is appropriate for this conduct. It does not. And for half an hour, I was given the opportunity by the committee on that 7th meeting to express my views. And I told them before I said it, I say, what I'm about to say will surprise you. I recently turned 50, and I said to them, I have followed the Parliament of Trinidad and Tobago for 40 years of my life. 40. And not just this Parliament in later years. Parliaments across the world. And part of my career relates to the work of Parliament. I had the opportunity to be in the first Youth Parliament in 1987 in this country. And many of you don't know, I had the opportunity to be in the first model parliament in Canada. The first one. And that was preceded by a university program to prepare for the model parliament. I am not the brightest or the best, but I know enough. I know enough to know that what this committee was dealing with was unprecedented conduct. And I went through, as I will now go through and defend the 10 points that I made at the start. Because this must not be viewed as what my friend Senator Mark said to us in the committee, an emotional reaction. The members should be given time to show remorse, to apologize. This was not emotional. This was not a knee-jerk. This is not getting upset. This is not a Facebook post or an Instagram or a tweet. This is constructed, deliberate, well-constructed, well-orchestrated, well-planned, and I dare say, well-executed. And I'll tell you why. There are two intentions before. Two intentions form part of the conduct, now found by this committee to be contemptuous. And I'll tell you that. Let me talk about those 10 points I've raised with you. This is unprecedented. And it is unprecedented because of this. I listened to the committee in its deliberations, and I read what Senator Mark has put in as a minority report. And it's disingenuous, disrespectful, and degrading.
And it does not represent the work. Senator Mark is like an institution, you know. I have said that on the record, 30 years, part of which was as a presiding officer in the other place. And to bring this down, having seen 90 minutes of disregard and disrespect for this Senate, to bring this down almost as a preschooler to the level that paragraph 30 of the minority report, which you can find at page 121 to 129 of the report. Senator Mark brings it down to at 29. The undersigned does not support that part of the recommendations of the report, which provides that Senator Anil Roberts prefer an apology. And he goes on. Note very carefully, you know. These are the recommendations which support what I said. There's no dispute with the findings, you know. And what was seen and what was heard, and what was discussed. It comes down to a disagreement on the sanction. And what he proposes, Senator Mark proposes to replace it with, is at para 30. The undersigned recommends that the President issue guidance based on existing rules of the Senate and possibly new rules to all members on the appropriate use of social media by members of the Senate, wherever reporting on parliamentary proceedings, as well as a program of training for all members on the practice and procedures of Parliament. And he closes on the issue of social media. I tell you, this is not a social media matter. And I'll tell you why. As I said to the committee, and I say to you now, social media started off exactly as that. Just as email started off as an internal mechanism for communication that has become the global media of communication in social life, in personal life, in criminal life, and corporate life. Social media started off just so, as a fun thing. Facebook, where you could post. Twitter, as a social thing. WhatsApp, personal communication. And they have evolved. Facebook now rivals BBC, NBC, TTT, everybody else as a broadcasting corporation. Facebook is not social. You pay for ads. You pay to boost. As we saw in the US, you pay to remove governments. You pay Facebook to help you remove governments. Look at what is happening with Twitter now in India. And what the Indian government is asking them to sign on to. The Indian government being prepared to lose Twitter. And I made the point to the committee that when you look at Facebook now and the ability to broadcast live, this is not three friends communicating to each other and posting dog and cat, or like me, food and chatine. Social media is big broadcast media. And what the member has done, the member has created a brand, inviting people to come and hear and participate in his brand. If you go to the other fun ones that I like to watch, I like to watch Wetman Kenrick. Wetman Kenrick has about 10 advertisers. The other fellow from South started off a lot of advertisers. So this thing is not just about social entertainment. This is about money, viewership, and building a brand. And in the politics of Trinidad and Tobago, Facebook, WhatsApp, Twitter, they're being used to build political brands. But they're also being used as elements of intimidation. So I distinguish between a 90-minute broadcast to the world and a Facebook post with a photo of a dog, a cat, or a shutter. And this is not social media. This is organized, orchestrated, competing with TTT, CNC, and I watch it, you know. I watch Douglas politics, you know. And I know sometimes even my own party has a parallel broadcast, a constituency doing something. And I've seen 85 persons viewing. And I'm on Douglas politics and I see 9,000 persons viewing. So this is well organized. And let me tell you the extent of the organization. So that is the first point. It is unprecedented in the sense that the complaint alleges conduct in relation to 2 videos. We've not had a privileges committee matter like that. And do not be distracted by any discussion that it is social media. It's very unsocial, dangerous, deceptive, destructive, and it must be stopped. I say it is without parallel. And it is without parallel because of the reach of this conduct. And that's what I said, it is orchestrated. It has 2 motives. One is to build a political brand and build a political mischief-making corporation and to intimidate. But the other side of it is to reach far and wide as possible. And you might think that this is just for UNC people to watch. This is for everybody. And let me tell you where it reached. I was following the Attorney General, and I do not wish to get into the politics of Guyana, except to say that I have had a relationship with the current Attorney General of Guyana, Anil Nanlal, a professional relationship. And I have no problems with him personally or professionally. I have no problems. I want to put that on the record. But I want to say this. On June 22nd, 2021, I was viewing Mr. Nanlal's broadcast because he has a program that is broadcast via social media, where he does a wrap-up of the week in politics. And the June 22nd, 2021 program dealt with a number of things. But when you go to that video and you get to the 16-minute mark, he's talking about the vaccines. And at a certain point, this is what A.G. Nanlal says, and I quote, "I recommend that you listen to that video that is so widely circulated on Facebook. Listen carefully how Anil Roberts, how he slaughtered Prime Minister Rowley. I don't need to say anything." In other words, this supports what I said, that the viewership and the following of these broadcasts go beyond the UNC and Vancouver, and it is available internationally. And other parliamentarians make use of it, as Mr. Nanlal has done. And the same way they have seen for Mr. Nanlal, A.G. Nanlal, to recommend watching Anil Roberts means that he is familiar with the program. And he would have seen, or he could have seen, he may have seen and the world may have seen and heard what was said on February 23rd and February 26, 2021, in relation to the matter before us. The fourth point I addressed was the issue, and I agree with Senator Mark on that point, that the standing orders we need to have a look, not only at the standing orders, but at the Parliament as an institution and as a place of work, using the parallel in Australia and in the Governor-General's office to ensure that we recognize the potential and the destructiveness of a toxic culture in a place where not only those in this house work, but all the employees work. Because this is not about the president, This is about the Senate. The contempt is for the Senate. The complaint says that. And we must address the issue of the potential for an Australian or Canadian situation to take over our institution. We must act. The fifth point I raise is that it cannot be condoned. And I'll tell you why. The European Commission commissioned a report on the parameters on the relationship between the parliamentary majority and the opposition in a democracy. And it's not strange in Europe, because with the dawn of the Green Party in Europe came the dawn of minority governments in Europe. I once wrote in the Newsday then that the prospect loomed for this region and elsewhere for the Green Party and for other third parties to force many long-standing two-party battles to turn into third-party battles just by capturing a few seats. And if you check, over a period of time, Europe became dominated by minority governments who were forced to work with other parties, particularly the Green Party, until the Green Party started to take hold of governments. It spread to Canada, not at the federal level, but at the provincial level, it spread even to Canada. And in this report, dated 24 June 2019, opinion number 845, this is what the report says in relation to the shared responsibility of the majority and opposition towards society. And I quote, "The fourth principle is that of shared responsibility of the majority and opposition towards society, or the principle of political solidarity. Which should transcend party divisions. Both the majority and the opposition have to act on the same joint and responsible commitment to the public interest of the citizens, who are the legitimate source of democratic power. This commitment has to come first, surpassing the stakes of any political confrontation, although such confrontations are normal and essential in a democracy." End of quote. In other words, when we confront a matter like this, it is not for discussion on the basis of majority and opposition. It is for an elevated discussion on what the society expects of us as an institution and a lawmaking institution, and how we should govern ourselves. And I ask you again to pay careful note to what the report says and to deal in a dispassionate way with the recommendations and the findings before you get there. I want to know, I've said the conduct must be stopped. seventh thing I raised was the video itself. And I've used the word orchestrated. And I've used it very deliberately. And I got there because Senator Mark was saying in the committee.
Minister, you have 5 more minutes.
Thank you. That this was emotional and the sort of thing that somebody could show some remorse on. I disagree. Because when you get to the transcript of the first recording, 23rd February 2021, you would see the stage is set. We have somebody described as, a place described as Planet Senator. And the leader of that place is Headmistress Kangaroo. And you would see in the report where the committee says, when the images of the president appear, the image of the kangaroo appear. And in the mind of the listener, of the viewer, and the listener, the headmistress kangaroo and the matters being discussed is clearly the president of the House. And it is in the second video, the 90-minute video, that you see the discussions taking place and the use of parliamentary material, the use of satire, all of which are covered by our standing orders and all of which have been breached. And you would see why I say that this is deliberate and orchestrated. You would see on page 2 of the transcript of that meeting, you would see where the member says on page 2, it is part 2 of Planet Senator with Headmistress Kangaroo and booming voice. It is part 2. This is not an emotional response. Part 2 means that the member came there on the 26th to continue what he started. This is deliberate, orchestrated, and this is the use of what I describe as a broadcasting entity reaching the ears of the AG of Guyana and God alone knows who else. And it does not stop there. I did not use orchestrated loosely. I did not use it loosely. On page 3, he hasn't got to the 90 minutes yet, you know. He's on page 3, the member. And he says, Chapter 3, next week, Planet Senator. Chapter 3, next week, Planet Senator. He then says, good evening, Sherry Live. Because let me tell you something, this thing is no joke, all right, this thing getting serious. Look what take place in Senate on Tuesday. Archie showed the people run it. And up comes one of many clips of the Senate. When you take Planet Senator and Headmistress Kangaroo, booming voice, part 2 this week, part 2 promised next week, share the link, share the live. This is not an emotional reaction. This is not somebody upset with something that transpired in the course of the debate. This is not what every piece of material says, that there must be confrontation between opposition and the majority. There must be strong positions. You cannot be thin-skinned in politics. You cannot be thin-skinned in public life. But you cannot and must not be exposed to a deliberate, orchestrated, and one-sided attack for conducting yourself in the way that is standing orders. And you know what is in this transcript, 50-something pages? It is a lie. It is fooling the people. About on page 7.
On parliamentary language, may I ask you to do that?
Continue, Minister. You're almost done because you have a couple seconds left.
Right. Thank you very much, Mr. Vice President. What you see is a flow of misinformation in this transcript regarding the way in which the President presided over the proceedings of this House and conducted the meeting in accordance with the standing order. And as I said at the start, I repeat it, there are 13 females in this House. If you do not agree with me, I will still say it, that this forms part of the development of a toxic workplace in this house. This is about intimidation, and this reeks of the boys' club wanting to continue keeping women quiet and excluding them from participation. That is what this is about. That is what this is about. And I call upon every member of this House to give support to this motion to adopt this report. Mr. Vice President, I beg to move.
Honourable members, I shall now propose the question for debate. Be it resolved that this House adopt the report of the Committee of Privileges of the Senate, first session, 2020-2021, 12th Parliament, on the matter of contempt of Parliament. Senator Mark.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. Mr. Vice President, we are dealing with a matter of privilege amounting to contempt and recommendations for the consideration of this Honorable Senate as to how this matter ought to be addressed. Mr. Vice President, I think it was Lord Atkin in Amber versus the Attorney General of Trinidad and Tobago who said, and I quote, "No wrong is committed by any member of the public who exercises the ordinary right of criticizing in good faith, in private or public, the public act done in the seat of justice. The path of criticism is a public way. The wrong-headed are permitted to err therein, provided that members of the public abstain from imputing improper motives to those taking part in the administration of justice and are genuinely exercising a right of criticism, are not acting in malice or attempting to impair the administration of justice. They are immune. Justice is not a cloistered virtue. She must be allowed to suffer the scrutiny and respectful, even though outspoken, comments of ordinary men." Mr. Vice President, we are dealing with a matter that touches on the rights of members of this House. And in doing so, I would have expected my colleague to at least address the learnings in this matter in order to justify his recommendation and the committee's majority recommendation. But instead, what we were treated to was sheer, naked, unadulterated politics. So this is political, this is a political report. That is how the minister brought it out today, that they have taken a decision, that is the majority on the PNM bench, to execute their plan. And when you listen to the the vitriol dripping from the lips of the members, of the member, he has not persuaded the Senate because he has not brought forward arguments that can convince the Senate of the rightness of the cause of the majority report. Mr. Vice President, I want to say that when we are dealing with members, any member, government, opposition, or independent, we must ensure procedural fairness. We must ensure natural justice. This is not a kangaroo court. This is a real court of the people. So we need to be clear in what we are doing. Otherwise, Mr. Vice President, what the honorable members spoke about earlier is what will transpire and what will result at the end of the process. So I want to emphasize that point very early. And Mr. Vice President, when I listened to the honorable member who presented, my good friend, Senator Rambarat, he talked about bullying and intimidating and trying to prevent women from upward mobility and literally trying to keep them in their place. Mr. Vice President, I don't want to go that road, but I have to respond. Who is the biggest bully we have in the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago? Who is the biggest bully? Who is the biggest bully we have in this country? Who intimidates women? Who insults women? Who? But you come here and you're talking about bullying.
Members, please, that will not be tolerated here today.
But he must stop.
Stop. There is an established procedure which will be followed strictly. When a point of order is raised, allow the point of order to happen and then allow me to rule on said point of order. That is the only established procedure that will be allowed here. Minister of Trade and Industry, what is your point of order?
Mr. Vice President, 46.6.
Senator Mark, you have indicated that you're responding to what the Leader of Government Business has said in the moving of his motion. It is in that context that I would allow you to respond. But remember, it is a response to what he has said. It does not need to go further than that. Continue.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. So, Mr. Vice President, I was just making the point that, without calling names, because we will have a chance for this outside of this chamber. But I just wanted to let you know that the member must look in the mirror. He must look in the mirror, look in his party when he's talking about bullies, and not attribute that to the opposition. That is what he was trying to do by using Anne Roberts. I thought we would have had a very nice debate today. But how he started off, that is the honorable member. I am convinced that this committee of privileges, the majority of members of the PNM, came to this committee with a premeditated, preconceived, pre-calculated plan. And it is manifested today by his presence and his contribution.
I am on my legs. So the comment that you've just made in relation to the committee and its work, you are well aware of how that committee operates more than any other member in this chamber. You are going down a line in relation to what you've just said, where you are imputing improper motives. You are so guided.
Mr. Vice President, let's deal with what I consider to be procedural flaws in this report. If you go to my report on page 124, you will see where I sought to develop what I call issues that can be properly prosecuted. Even though my colleagues may disagree, that is their right. And I will fight and defend them at any time. But I have the right also to disagree with the majority, Mr. Vice President. Now, Mr. Vice President, the reality is that when we talk about procedural flaws, at no point in time did my honorable friend, and even in the report, he criticized my report, remember that. I am criticizing the majority report. Mr. Vice President, at no point in time did the member inform you and this honorable House why Anil Roberts failed to come. Never at one time. In the report, they use the word, the word is used rather. He didn't make himself available. He refused to come. He chose not to come. But why he didn't come? Mr. Vice President, it is in the appendices of this report. He wanted to come. He was dying to come. But you know what? He said he had a medical problem. He said he had a medical problem. Madam, Mr. Vice President, not a single member of our committee is a medical doctor. None. But you know what, Mr. Vice President? It seems to me, and I have it in my report, that the clock was ticking away and we were heading towards prorogation. And today is the last day before we go into recess. And the committee, the majority committee report, did not have time to deal with what is called natural justice. And therefore, procedural flaws cropped up. Mr. Vice President, at no point in time can I recall that our committee indicated, let us write to Anil Roberts, asking Anil Roberts to provide this committee with a medical certificate on his asthmatic condition. The member said, Mr. Vice President, in his notes to us, to the committee, that he has a medical condition called asthma. That is what he said. And he said that his doctor advised him that if he's exposed in this COVID-19 pandemic, it could be disastrous. Mr. Vice President, whether we want to believe it, we don't want to believe it, we are not medical experts. But you know what? The committee rushed into its decision because time is ticking away. Parliament is proroguing. Recess is starting from midnight today. So you know what, Mr. Vice President? At no point did it occur to this committee that, Mr. Vice President, we should request, Mr. Vice President, a medical report from Anil Roberts. So that is what is going on. So the government has come with a plan, and you hear how they're behaving and so on in your presence? You hear the conduct? You hear the conduct? They wouldn't listen because you have a plan, Mr. Vice President. So, Mr. Vice President, I am saying procedurally, we ought to have looked into this matter. Mr. Vice President. So we never wrote the gentleman to ask him for a medical report so that we could be satisfied that the member is mamagaying us, is fooling us. Nobody asked for that report. Nobody took a decision to do it. But you know what, Mr. Vice President? We come with we have put a recommendation for the consideration. And in fact, if you listen to my good friend, Senator Rambarat, he said this sanction, this recommendation does not fit the crime, in inverted commas, that the members committed. I want to say it here today that both Senator Randall Mitchell, a member of the committee.
Senator Mark, could we just use the proper titles? Minister of Tourism.
Oh, the Minister of
Yes,
Tourism.
yes,
Thank you very much, Mr. Vice President. The Minister of Tourism, along with my good friend, Minister of Agriculture. They are on record as saying that their position is suspending. They want to suspend Anil Roberts. They came with a plan. It was premeditated. And it was, if it was not...
Remember I cautioned you before about going down that particular line which would impute improper motives.
Mr. Vice President, if it was not for the expertise of the secretary of our committee, who had to intervene and guide these members, we would have had a different recommendation here today. Because what they wanted the back of Anil Roberts. That is what they wanted. They wanted to see him out of this chamber for the next year, if they could have. But good sense prevailed, and the system worked with the intervention of the experts we had on our committee. So, Mr. Vice President, I am saying, firstly, we need to address that issue that I've mentioned. Why did the committee not write to Mr. Anil Roberts asking for a medical certificate to justify his non-appearance? So that's the first procedural flaw that we committed in this particular report that is before us today. The other report, the other area, Mr. Vice President, whether we like it or we don't like it, the member requested that the President of the Senate appear before our committee. Of course, we said no. The committee said no. But Mr. Vice President, nowhere in this report did our committee write to Anil Roberts, who wrote to us, saying that he would like the president to appear before our committee so he could cross-examine her. We did not respond to the member in writing. So here we have correspondence in the appendices by Mr. Anil Roberts, Senator Anil Roberts, requesting that the president of the Senate appear before this committee so he could cross-examine her. And Mr. Vice President, today as we speak, Mr. Anil Roberts has not been given the courtesy of a reply from this committee saying your proposal, recommendation, suggestion, proposal, whatever, has been rejected by the committee. Mr. Vice President, may I advise you and remind you, in his submission, he said that he had further written submissions to make. Had he been successful in getting the president to appear before our committee. So we denied Anil Roberts two things. We denied him, one, the opportunity to know the thinking of the committee as it relates to his proposal to cross-examine the president. He never got any correspondence whatsoever from our committee. And secondly, buried in his submission was a statement that he's prepared to submit further written submissions to the committee. Mr. Vice President, we were denied those written submissions because the committee fell down on the job, because we were hustling towards prorogation. and they wanted to punish. The majority wanted to punish Anil Roberts. So they committed flaw after flaw after flaw. Mr. Vice President, I am saying that when you are dealing with critical matters like the rights of the workers, the right of a member, you need to give the member an opportunity, every opportunity. You can't just be whimsical and arbitrary in your recommendations. You have to do it properly. Otherwise, Mr. Vice President, it will be seen that this committee was not very serious in its work. So I made this point about procedural fairness. Mr. Vice President, the test to establish a breach of privilege I sought to outline on page 125. Trying to determine what was the intention of the gentleman. Mr. Vice President, we must never forget, whether we recognize it or not, this decision or this action taken by Anil Roberts did not happen in a vacuum. And you cannot disconnect what happened to Anil Roberts when he was put out of this parliament and the statement that he ended up making on the 23rd and the 26th. So his mental state, his state of mind at the material time cannot be dismissed. So, Mr. Vice President, whether we like it or not, you have to connect the dots. And you can't just dismiss it and say, the only thing that we are looking at is what he said in the video. What did he say in the video? All right, he said what he had to say. But every time he said what he had to say, he said, listen, I'm leaving it up to the members of the audience to make a decision. I'm leaving it up to the members of the audience to make a decision. And Mr. Vice President, I'm convinced that had Mr. Anil Roberts been given the opportunity to appear before our committee, we would have been able to clear the air on a number of issues that were disturbing to us, that we wanted to clarify, rather than to create a boogeyman in our mind and come to conclusions based on opinions. Most of these statements made by my honorable friend today is opinions. Opinions, not facts. You want to convict someone on the basis of opinions? You can't do that. You must have facts to support what you are saying. So, Mr. Vice President, my submission indicated that if you look at the events that took place, was there a deliberate and willful intention on the part of this particular senator to reflect negatively on the partiality, character, and conduct of our president, and thereby bringing our Senate into disrepute? That was the view of these persons who had already made up their minds. And they are now echoing it again. Yes. And because, Mr. Vice President, if you have a preconceived notion in your mind about anything, no matter what evidence is brought before you, no matter what facts are brought before you, you have already made up your mind what you want to do, and nobody can convince you. That is why they are echoing yes, yes, yes. Because they made up their minds. So, Mr. Vice President, I am saying that we must ensure that there is justice, there is fairness, and there is no procedural space for flaws and or deficiencies in whatever decision this Honorable Senate decides to take at the end of the process in terms of our deliberations. Mr. Vice President, I have read the transcripts, and I am submitting that an objective reading of the transcripts and all the circumstances leading up to those two broadcasts would reveal that Senator Anil Roberts did not set out intentionally, deliberately, maliciously to reflect negatively on the character and conduct of our president. That is my submission in my report. I do not believe it was done maliciously, deliberately, or intentionally. The government is of a different view. That is the majority of the committee is of a different view. And Mr. Vice President, I would say that we lost out.
May I ask a question, Mr. Vice President? I'm just wondering, I'm looking at the proceedings of the committee, and I'm just wondering if any of the issues that are raised now, as Mr. Mark was a member of the committee, I was just wondering if perhaps it's left out of the report, or whether these deficiencies, procedural irregularities, were raised during the course of the hearing.
All the points that I'm raising are in my report in terms of procedural flaws. What I just read, Mr. Vice President, can be found on page 126. So if my honorable friend is following the proceedings, I want to refer to page 126 so she will know exactly what I'm saying. Those are points that I raised, and it is written in black and white for everyone to see. So I'm not inventing anything today. It is here on page 126. Mr. Vice President, I want to say that, again, on page 126, I drew to this Honorable Senate's attention the need for us to look at what I call the whole issue of weaknesses that was not considered, that was thrown out of the window, and that was the end of the matter. Mr. Vice President, what about where we are in terms of the recommendation that has been put forward? Mr. Vice President, if my submission is one of the member not setting out deliberately and or intentionally to bring the President of the Senate into disrepute and to in any way impugn her good name and character. On page 127, I referred to the need for us to explore other alternative sanctions. And as I'm on this point, let me rather remind my good friends, Minister of Agriculture, as a former member of several committee of privileges, there have been videos that have come before our committee. It may not have been of the nature that we dealt with in terms of this particular matter, but I can assure him that several videos came before our committee in the past on members who were brought before our committees to deal with similar complaints of breaches of privileges and contempt of Parliament flowing therefrom. Mr. Vice President, because of how this exercise was conducted, because of what I call clear procedural flaws, because of the lack of natural justice given to Senator Anil Roberts by this committee, by not allowing him the opportunity to submit further written or to make further written submissions, we were denied the opportunity of hearing from this senator as to whether he may have wanted to revisit his position. I don't know. He may have wanted to, but he wasn't given the opportunity to do so, Mr. Vice President. So, Mr. Vice President, on page 127, paragraph 26, I made a submission where we should explore alternative sanctions as it relates to the matter before us. And I looked at what has happened in the House of Commons in Canada, where the House of Commons, Canadian House of Commons, was very, very slow or reluctant in invoking the House's authority to reprimand and admonish anyone found to have trampled upon its dignity or authority. In this regard, I quoted two cases, the 1996 Jacob case, in order to demonstrate that the actions of the member at the material time, the Committee of Privileges, called the Standing Committee on Procedure and Home Affairs or House Affairs in Canada, said, and I quote, that the actions of the member that was before them on a matter of contempt was ill-advised, and they determined that his action did not amount to a contempt or a breach of parliamentary privilege. Because sometimes people can get hot they can get steamy, they can become emotional. I myself could easily become Anil Roberts in terms of my outbursts, but I could control myself somewhat. I'm saying he could control himself too, but sometimes, Mr. Vice President, emotions can overtake your thinking. And as a body, we have to be conscious of all the factors that must be considered when we are examining these issues that are now before us. But I, as a member of the committee, never got the opportunity, because I was debarred, as you know, from discussing anything before this committee with anybody. I could not speak to nobody on this matter. So I, as a member, was denied the opportunity to really interrogate Anil Roberts, had he been given the opportunity to come before the committee to ask him, Mr. Vice President, at the material point in time when he had these two programs videoed and the transcript that would there before me, what was his thinking at that time? What would have driven him to go the route that he had gone? And the committee would have had the benefit, Mr. Vice President, of what may have driven him to that particular point. And maybe when, Mr. Vice President, he would have told us what would have driven him to that point, we could have asked him the follow-up question: do you regret? Do you regret saying what you said at the material time? And would you be willing to proffer some way of mitigating this matter? But we didn't get that chance because the committee was racing towards the clock. So they decided to breach simple procedural and natural justice principles, Mr. Vice President. Mr. Vice President, on page 127, I also made a reference to social media, and my friend, who seems to be quite knowledgeable because he's more knowledgeable than myself in this particular field, but based on my readings, and reflections on matters before different jurisdictions, this matter of social media, Mr. Vice President, has come up time and time again. And sometimes you need to advise our members. You cannot go down that route. And if they make errors or they make blunders or there are certain mistakes that are committed by members, what is being advanced on page 127 is that we should look at ways and means of trying to correct our members who may go astray and advising them not to use social media platforms in the way that it would have been used to bring about, as the report said, odium, ridicule, and contempt of both the House and the presiding officer. And that is why, Mr. Vice President, I submitted for the consideration of this Honorable Senate that we should look at issuing or reissuing.
Senator, you have 5 more minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. Guidance on the existing rules of our House to all members, right, on the use of social media whenever they are reporting on parliamentary proceedings. And in that context, my submission on page 128 is that in the absence, Mr. Vice President, from my perspective, of any findings of a willful, intentional, and deliberate intent on the part of Senator Anil Roberts, I also indicated that when or if I had the opportunity of inquiring into his conduct, I would have been able to understand the state of play at the material time, as well as the state of mind of the individual at that time. And Mr. Vice President, you would know also from our experience, ignorance is no excuse for the law. We all agree. But Mr. Vice President, sometimes we have to recognize that some of our colleagues may not be fully au courant with all the rules and proceedings of our Honorable House and Senate. In those circumstances, I am giving the benefit of doubt to the member in this instance, and I'm saying, Mr. Vice President, that we should try to do what is necessary to train our members and to expose them not only a little more to our standing orders, but on the do's and don'ts as it relates to the use of the social media platforms. And it's in that context, Mr. Vice President, my report as the minority on the committee recommended the following. I do not support that part of the recommendations of the report which provides that Senator Anil Roberts proffer an apology. And I indicated clearly my reasons for so recommending. And I asked that the report be amended to so reflect that approach. I also recommended for the consideration of this Honorable Senate that the President be asked to issue guidance based on existing rules of our Senate and possibly the introduction of new rules to all members on the appropriate use of the social media whenever they are reporting on parliamentary proceedings. And I also indicated, Mr. Vice President, that there is also a need for a program of training for all our members on the practice and procedures involving our Parliament, Mr. Vice President. And in this context, Mr. Vice President, I believe that in tightening up and coming to an end, bringing my contribution to a close, I would like to say that, one, this committee that I served on committed certain egregious, they committed certain serious, let's say, or let me put it another way, there were certain serious deficiencies flowing from this report. And I indicated, Mr. Vice President, procedural weaknesses, natural justice not being offered, and I believe that if these were offered, Senator Anil Roberts would have been in a better place today as it relates to the majority recommendation. I thank you very much, Mr. Vice President.
Senator Dionne.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President, for the opportunity to contribute to this debate on a motion to adopt the report of the Committee of Privileges of the Senate. I am pleased to have the opportunity to give an account of what really took place during this committee. The Senate gave the committee the mandate to look at this matter on whether Mr. Roberts, Senator Roberts, statements using satirical context on his show Douglas Politics had brought the Senate into ridicule and odium. So the subject in question, Mr. Vice President, really was to examine whether or not his statements were disrespectful to the presiding officer who represents the institution. So while the Privileges Committee is not a court of law, the committee sought to follow the procedures of natural justice through established guidelines provided either by the standing orders or determined within the committee, as the committee does have the luxury to do. What I want to say at the outset, Mr. Vice President, is that once members are part of a body or an institution, one must subscribe itself to the rules of that body. The Senate has standing orders to guide a member's conduct. And so if the ruling of a presiding officer are not agreed with, there are avenues in the standing orders to deal with issues via substantive motions. There are several facts that I must put on the record, Mr. Vice President. So the committee invited the member So we would have heard a lot so far. But the committee indeed did invite the member on 3 occasions to present himself before the committee. All these invitations, the member did not turn up. After the second invitation was extended and the member did not show up, what actually happened was that some members of the committee actually wanted to proceed with the proceedings at that point. And at that point, I indicated to the committee that, let us invite the member one more time. And at that point in time, when I made that suggestion, the entire committee agreed with that suggestion, and they also indicated that, yes, let's go ahead with that suggestion, but let us make it clear to the member that when this invitation, this is going to be the 3rd and final invitation for him to present himself. So, on the first 2 occasions, Mr. Vice President, the member, through his legal counsel, who was communicating to us at that point in time, even though he was advised that the legal counsel should not be communicating on his behalf, pointed to actually threatening the committee, indicating that the committee was violating COVID-19 regulations, even though the Parliament is clearly listed under the regulations, the COVID-19 regulations, as an exempted institution. But, Mr. Vice President, the committee chose to focus on the mandate of the committee rather than get into the peripherals. As a matter of fact, Mr. Vice President, the reference was made about Senator Roberts' medical condition only after we communicated to Senator Roberts that this is the 3rd and final invitation for him to present himself. It was only at that point in time that Member Roberts indicated his desire to, and he was actually dying, according to Senator Mark, to come and present himself before the committee. But the committee did agree for a virtual meeting because that a lot of back and forth went on with that. Member Roberts wanted to attend the meeting virtually from his home. However, we did not agree for that. That is for him to attend to the meeting from his home. So it states clearly that what the committee sought to say was that the secrecy and the integrity of the proceedings would not be preserved if we allow the member to attend from his home virtually. So what the committee sought to do was to explain to Member Roberts that we will abide by COVID-19 regulations, ensure that his health is being protected, and offer a virtual medium via the Parliament, where we would put him in a separate room with his legal advisor or whoever he chooses his advisor to be, to attend to the meeting virtually. Now, I want to say something that in the very first meeting that the committee had, Senator Mark alluded in that meeting with his very well-versed experience in being in the shoes of a presiding officer before. He reminded all of us and insisted on the secrecy of the proceedings and that all of us agreed to having these meetings in person. If we agreed to a virtual meeting from the member's home, the committee would have really set precedents for future matters that come before the Privileges Committee. And that is something that the committee was strongly taking into consideration. Via virtual medium from home, it was uncertain who he would be engaging, who is engaging the member, whether the proceedings are being recorded, streamed live on some platform, on some social media platform. There was no way we could have guaranteed the integrity of the proceeding. With respect to the argument about Member Roberts was not able to present a medical report indicating his condition, Mr. Vice President, I honestly believe that the burden was on Member Roberts to submit a medical certificate of such. Anyone who says that they are sick should provide proof. Even if you are in primary school, that is so. Here, we are in the Parliament of Trinidad and Tobago, and one is facing accusations of bringing the Senate into disrepute and odium. He had legal representation. Is it really possible that this just slipped past both Member Roberts and his legal representative? So, what was the committee to do? What happens in such circumstances? Do we lose control over the integrity of the process? So that is why the committee decided that we will give him another chance and allow him to present himself in the Parliament and make exceptional provisions to protect his health given his concerns. In such circumstances, the Parliament Secretariat would have been in a position to have control or to protect the Wi-Fi access, the stability of the internet access, to prevent any disruptions. In terms of Senator Mark's statement about we are not sure what emotion, what state of mind Senator Roberts was in after the ruling on that day that led him to make the video and so on. If that was the case, Mr. Vice President, when the third invitation to this committee, when this third invitation for Member Roberts to present himself in the committee took place, he was invited to submit written submissions, which he did. And if he was not in a proper state of mind, Mr. Vice President, then he would have had the opportunity to state that in the written submission. And every member of the House here today has a copy of that report, of that written submission, and nowhere in that written submission it indicates that he was not in a proper state of mind. So, Mr. Vice President, just like a court of law, the committee went ahead to set out its guidelines. We agreed for a virtual hearing, but within the parameters to preserve the integrity of the committee's proceedings, to be conducted within the Parliament in a separate room with his advisor, as he so chooses, and nobody else. He was given a number of opportunities to avail himself or put in a written submission, which he did. What exactly else we were supposed to do? Do we disregard the mandate that was given to us by the Senate and fold up our books and go home? Or do we proceed with the committee's work and make a decision considering that we had the evidence before us, the transcript, his written submission, which all was shared with the member, and he had an opportunity to review it, rebut it via written submission, and also present himself on 3 occasions, which he failed to do. So it was under these circumstances, Mr. Vice President, we decided to go forward with the committee's work. And it was found that the evidence pointed towards him implying that the presiding officer, is biased, which called into question her ability to apply rules and regulate proceedings of the Senate. These statements brought the Senate in, and it was found that these statements brought the Senate into odium and disrepute. Every member must, Mr. Vice President, as I begin to wrap up, because I am being brief today, every member must respect an institution. even if we don't agree with the decision, we ought not to treat the Senate with disdain and disrespect. The institution should not be ridiculed because it is a space where we are all contested, where we all contest ideas, put forward our views, speak on behalf of our expertise, our area of expertise. We give our viewpoint. We may disagree on ideas, on these viewpoints, or on our opinions, but the institution is meant to be respected. People make mistakes, and sometimes we just need to take responsibility and move forward. As such, Mr. Vice President, I support the recommendations of the report for the member to present an unreserved apology. Mr. Vice President, I also want to say here that some members of the committee at the outset resorted to recommending an immediate suspension, and I did put on the record that no way that was the first recommendation that I will be putting forward. So, Mr. Vice President, as part of the institution that will be inherited for years to come, and if we leave this institution broken, then that is what it will be held to in years to come. I thank you, Mr. Vice President.
Senator Vera.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. Let me start off with the following observations and declarations. First, between not wanting to get embroiled in what might be seen as a battle between two political tribes and the fact that I only got to see the committee's report over 121 pages yesterday evening, my initial position was to stay out of this debate. What changed my mind is the belief that it might be useful to hear from a neutral and independent person who was not a member of the Privileges Committee. Someone who has no loyalty, no connection, no affinity to either political party, whose only loyalty is to the Parliament as an institution, and in turn, to the citizenry of Trinidad and Tobago. Secondly, I regard Senator Roberts as one of our most colorful, clever, and eloquent speakers in this Parliament, which also means I have high expectations of him as an influencer to be setting a good example where values like integrity, respect, truth, and justice are concerned. And these expectations are magnified when one considers that both his parents and his siblings are reputable members of the bar. And he's not a newbie in Parliament, having served as a member of Parliament for some 5 years previously. So it cannot be said that he's not fully au courant as to the rules of the House. Thirdly, and notwithstanding how much one may admire, like, or be entertained by Senator Roberts, the principles and values at stake in these proceedings are bigger than him. They're bigger than his blogs and his talk shows. I deeply believe that for Trinidad and Tobago to remain stable, its institutions must be strong, viable, and enduring. Parliament is a key institution which we as senators are duty-bound to protect, to sustain and develop, as well as the environment that surrounds the institution. Because this concerns Parliament, the institution, The principles at stake in these proceedings are bigger and they transcend any political party. Now, as members of Parliament, we are afforded many privileges and immunities which allow us to perform our duties without interference from outside the House, including freedom of speech and the right of both houses to regulate their own affairs. The corollary of these privileges and immunities is that those matters subject to parliamentary privilege fall to be regulated by Parliament alone. Parliament enjoys sole jurisdiction over all matters subject to parliamentary privilege. Now, in treating with the motion against Senator Roberts, and as was famously noted by Sir William Blackstone in his commentaries on the laws of England, the maxim underlying the law and custom of Parliament is that, and I quote, whatever matter arises concerning either House of Parliament ought to be examined, discussed, and adjudged in that House to which it relates, and not elsewhere, end of quote. Now, this is a cardinal point which needs to be emphasized, as based on the communications annexed to the report, Senator Roberts and his attorneys seem not to fully appreciate. For example, it needed to be pointed out to them that by the committee, that while lawyers may accompany their clients when appearing before parliamentary committees, the lawyer's role is limited to that of an advisor, not as a representative, not as an advocate. That under the separation of powers principle, the Parliament's absolute privilege attaches to those matters which are subject to Parliament's sole jurisdiction or exclusive cognizance. And that while Parliament is a court, its practices, rules, and procedures are not the same as the courts run by the judiciary. Thus, demands for further and better particulars of the complaint and submissions to the effect that the complaint is unsophisticated, it is vague, unspecific, and unfair, completely misses the mark. In the book, Contempt of Parliament by Kieran Wood, which I found in the library yesterday evening, and I commend for everyone to read, there is an interesting discussion at Chapter 3 on how parliamentarians define contempt. The author, having recognized that the definition of contempt of Parliament is vague in the extreme. Yet many legal experts are concerned that the definition of contempt should not be too rigid. Instead, they point out that contempts can vary in gravity, ranging from minor breaches in decorum to serious attacks against the authority of Parliament. Contempt can include any act or omission which has a tendency, directly or indirectly, to obstruct or impede the House in the performance of its functions, or members or officers of the House in the discharge of their duties. Indeed, most of the cases of contempt in the Canadian Parliament relate to challenges to the perceived authority and dignity of Parliament and its members. For example, when Bridget DePape held up a sign reading, "Stop Harper," in front of the Governor General, David Johnston, it constituted a contempt of Parliament, leading to her dismissal. Charges made by one member about another, media allegations about members, or the premature disclosure of committee reports and proceedings have also led to findings of contempt. The term contempt of Parliament is much wider than breach of privilege because it includes any offense against the dignity of the House or interference with its process where no established privilege has previously existed. Thus, an action may be treated as contempt even though there is no precedent for the offense. Contempts are, by their very nature, difficult to codify in an exhaustive fashion. What constitutes a contempt can often be appreciated only in light of the circumstances of the moment. The bottom line here is that it is Parliament itself that decides what constitutes contempt. Now, turning now to the allegations against Senator Roberts, which I paraphrase as making satirical and off-color remarks against the President of the Senate, suggesting that she was biased, not independent in her decision-making, and generally reflecting negatively on her character and conduct. As you have heard, Senator Roberts was informed of the allegations against him, and he was repeatedly invited to appear before the committee. And while he opted not to do so, he did provide written submissions. In the event, the committee was constrained to deliberate without the benefit of being able to interact directly with Senator Roberts. And it's apparent from the committee's report and from what Senator Amrita Deonarine has stated just now that that pains were taken to ensure that the principles of natural justice and procedural fairness were observed. There were no disputed questions of fact. And here, it may be useful to consider the approach to trial in the absence of a defendant, as summarized by Lord Justice Rose in R.V. Hayward, a decision which was approved by the Privy Council in Tate and against the Royal College of Veterinary Surgeons. In summary, a defendant has in general a right to be present at his trial. That right can be waived, wholly or in part, by the defendant himself. That right may be wholly waived if knowing or having the means of knowledge as to when and where his trial is to take place, he deliberately and voluntarily absents himself. That right may be waived, wholly or in part, if during the course of the trial, the defendant behaves in such a way as to obstruct the proper course of the proceedings. The trial judge has a discretion as to whether a trial should take place or continue in the absence of the defendant. The discretion must be exercised with great care, and it is only in rare and exceptional circumstances that it should be exercised in favor of a trial taking place or continuing. But in exercising the discretion, fairness to the defense, yes, is of prime importance, but fairness to the prosecution must also be taken into account. The judge must have regard to all the circumstances of the case, including the nature and circumstances of the defendant's behavior in absenting himself, whether his behavior was deliberate, voluntary, and as such plainly waived his right to appear, the extent of the disadvantage to the defendant in not being able to give his account of the events, having regard to the nature of the evidence against him, the seriousness of the offense, and the general public interest. Now, for me, this last point has particular relevance as it requires us to consider whether it would run counter to the public interest if a person could frustrate the parliamentary or any other legal process by deliberately failing to engage. If that was allowed to happen, well, nobody would ever appear before a court. They just absent themselves and it'll go away. To be frank, when I read this report last night, I wondered if a tactic to delay was being used, a tactic to delay until Parliament prorogued, and at which point the matter would die? And if so, that would be an abusive process. Reflection against the character of the President or any other presiding officer is a matter taken very seriously, and rightly so. There is precedent that where this occurs, it can be treated and punished as a contempt. The committee, having scrutinized the evidence by video and having considered Senator Roberts' written submissions, agreed that a breach of privilege and a contempt of Parliament had occurred, and that his statements and utterances had brought the Senate into ridicule and odium. I agree with the findings of the Privileges Committee. This is not a situation where the opposition senator is being silenced for uncovering corruption or whistleblowing on an issue affecting national interests. This is about Senator Roberts busting a mamagai on the President of the Senate in retaliation of rebuke. He wanted to cast shade on the President of the Senate because he didn't like how she was moving. But you can't do that. When you are part of an institution with rules you have sworn to uphold, you're bound by those rules. They cannot be ignored, and you just can't cast shade on the President for doing her job, whether you agree with her rulings or not. This is not the place for schoolboy heckling. When you cast shade on the President, you attack the dignity of the House. The office of the President of the Senate is not an appropriate subject for picong. The committee then deliberated on what sanction was appropriate. And while it's not stated in the report, under parliamentary law and practice, in most countries, several types of sanctions are available to the House when disciplining members for contempt. They include requiring the member to apologize to the House in person, censure, fines, non-participation. So in a non-participation situation, the member gets to sit in the chamber, but he's not recognized. Suspension of the member from the House for a period, expulsion, and even imprisonment. Notwithstanding the fact that Senator Roberts is an experienced parliamentarian who ought to have known better, who had been warned previously, and that even though the reason given for his failing to attend meetings of the Privileges Committee, because he suffered from asthma and was fearful of contracting COVID, the record will show that during the period between the occurrence of the offending incident and the committee's final deliberations, Senator Roberts attended a number of Senate sit-ins. And he participated virtually in a number of Joint Select Committee meetings. I agree with Senator Rambarat that this is about bullying, harassment, and intimidation. I agree that if left unchecked, this can lead to a toxic work culture in Parliament and outside. This is a clear example of what they are now legislating in England for, what they call online harms. And yet, notwithstanding all of this, it is instructive to note that the committee recommends the softest of all the available options. Specifically, that Senator Roberts issue an apology to the President personally and to the Senate as a whole. Senator Marcos, what sanction? What sanction? He's not being admonished. He's not being reprimanded. He's not being suspended. Senator Mark said, well, he would have liked to have had the opportunity for Senator Roberts to come and to, did you regret what was said at that time? Well, here's his chance. Come and say, I regret what I said at the time. Look, there are those who may criticize the committee's recommendations as amounting to just a slap on the wrist. But I am comfortable with the recommendation, and I hope that Senator Roberts will avail himself of the opportunity being presented, because you know what? It could have been a lot worse. He could have been suspended. He could have been censured. An order for non-participation could have been made. He is being treated very gently. I look forward to my friend's return to this chamber, and I hope he will take the olive branch being extended. I hope the takeaway message coming out of this unfortunate episode is that this is not a free-for-all. The Senate is not a marketplace. And those who sit in this honorable chamber are expected to display a level of dignity, decorum, and respect, both on and off the field. One can't expect to engage in self-defeating behavior without consequence. I agree with Senator Mark. This is not a kangaroo court. This is the upper house. Now, I know that Senator Roberts, like me, loves to read history. So through you, Mr. Vice President, I would like to share some reflections on what befell ancient Rome's greatest orator, also a senator. And of course, I speak of Cicero. Cicero's opposition to Mark Antony after the assassination of Julius Caesar was vitriolic and condemnatory, leading ultimately to his own death on Mark Antony's instructions. Mark Antony's wife, Fulvia, took Cicero's head, pulled out his tongue, and jabbed it repeatedly with her hairpin in final revenge against his power of speech. While historians admit Cicero's abilities as an orator, some, like Michael Parenti, find him a vain, pompous, and hypocritical personality who, when it suited him, could show public support for popular causes that he privately despised. I hope nothing like that ever happens to Senator Roberts. I hope nothing like that can or will ever be said against my good friend. But he must bear in mind that there can be a downside, and as in the case of Cicero, sometimes even a terrible price to pay for those who have the gift of the gab. As has been said, words have power. One must use them wisely. Words have power. They can destroy and create. Words have power. They have the ability to help, to hinder, to heal, to hurt, to harm, to humiliate, and to humble. There is a difference between speaking out and speaking inappropriately. Mr. Vice President, I thank you.
Senator Richards.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President, for recognizing me and allowing me to join this debate on a motion to adopt the report of the Joint Select Committee of Privileges. I have to admit, I had not intended to speak, but it is said that sometimes silence is consent. And if you don't speak, people don't get a sense of what your thoughts are on what, in many instances, are very serious situations. I want to start by going through one of my favorite books because I think it's so applicable. It's by William Golding, Lord of the Flies. And I'll read a passage because I think it's appropriate. And I quote, "The central concern of Lord of the Flies is the conflict between two competing impulses that exist within all human beings. The instinct to live by rules, act peacefully, follow moral commands, and value the good of the group, against the instinct to gratify one's immediate desires, act violently to obtain supremacy over others, and enforce one's will. The conflict may be expressed in a number of ways: civilization versus savagery, order versus chaos, reason versus impulse, law versus anarchy, and the broader heading of, in some people's estimations, of good versus evil." Throughout the novel, Golding associates the instinct of civilization with good and the instinct of savagery and evil. The conflict between two instincts is the driving force of the novel. Mr. Vice President, we have the honor to serve in this honorable House, either on the government bench, the opposition bench, or on the independent bench. Our presence in this honorable chamber is a privilege, hence the name, the Committee of Privileges, because we are afforded several privileges to speak out on behalf of several different groups and constituencies throughout Trinidad and Tobago, and in some instances for the wider region. Minister Rambarat spoke earlier about the two broadcasts which became the center of this committee's inquiry and the impact those social media broadcasts can have in their first iteration, but also because it's social media and presently the most pervasive form of media accessed by the global population, their ability to live on in perpetuity. Arnold Roberts is a friend of mine. I'll go on record as saying that. I've known him for over 20 years, and I've worked with him in different iterations, two different media houses, and now he's a colleague of mine and ours in the Senate. So I'll declare that interest from the start. I have a lot of respect for Senator Roberts and Arnold Roberts the person, Arnold Roberts the intellect, Arnold Roberts the orator, Arnold Roberts, one of the best coaches in the Western Hemisphere. He's extremely intelligent, extremely articulate, and insightful. Arnold Roberts is no fool. Arnold Roberts understands where he is in any particular realm or sector of his life. And the Arnold Roberts I know, the Senator Roberts that we all know, is someone who has the ability to articulate himself in the most intellectual of manners. So when Senator Mark indicates that, well, he may have been emotional because of the occurrences in the Senate at the time, I could possibly accept that for one broadcast. When it happens more than once, it's not a knee-jerk emotional reaction. It is then entered the realm of a sustained activity. So I disagree with any suggestion that it wasn't planned in that regard. Because someone may feel a particular emotional response to an activity and jump on social media, and even that, we have to caution against accepting in the realm of someone who sits in this honorable House. You know, in any of the benches, the three benches in this honorable House, we are subject to the most intense, vitriolic, poisonous commentary from agents and members of the public. But you know what? We signed up for that in some respect. I don't condone it because I think it's an element of incivility that has entered the public domain. But you know what? Inside of here and to each other as colleagues, a different behavioral standard is expected of us. And those standards are regulated by the standing orders. The Honorable Chair has the remit and responsibility to regulate the activities of this chamber. In fact, the integrity and reputation of the chair can be considered to go even further than that, because without bringing the chair into the debate in any substantive way, the chair actually acts as the head of state in some instances. So there are implications for imputations about the integrity and reputation of the chair, even in a wider context. The protections and defense of this institution is one that we must all uphold vigorously. Mr. Vice President, any member of this Honorable House and the other place are subject, as I said before, to all kinds of attacks. But while we're in here, and as we conduct our affairs outside of these hallowed halls, we must also protect each other's integrity. Because if we descend into that realm of seeming or being perceived to attack each other, and even more so, being allowed to attack each other in an unchecked manner, then it's going to turn into a free-for-all, because very often members of the public take their cues from us. And that's a very important consideration in this matter. We can all be accused from time to time. We're not perfect. We're finite creatures of falling short in our behavior and our administrations of our affairs in many different aspects. But you know what? We can and must own those mistakes and seek to offer remedy in some form or fashion. I myself had the honor to sit on the Committee of Privileges in the 11th Parliament, so I'm very au courant with how the proceedings go in those in the Committee of Privileges. In that instance, there was one sitting with a former member who presented himself, and the committee contemplated. Eventually, an offer was made for the member to apologize sincerely, and he did so, and the committee left it at that. Even more recently, I raised a motion in protection of one of the members on the independent bench, because I thought that the member's reputation may have been impacted negatively by utterances. And again, an opportunity was presented, and the person who made the utterances simply apologized, commendably so, and that was the end of that at that point. And I think sometimes we misunderstand or we underestimate the power of an apology, and a sincere apology and contrition when we are falling short of expected behaviors. If we don't address situations like this with a level of decisiveness and allow them to continue, what will happen is that we'll be abdicating our collective responsibility and what I consider our sacred duty to protect this honorable institution of the Parliament, and by extension, the democracy of Trinidad and Tobago. And I think that is extremely important. You know, as a child, like many of us, I never aspired to or expected to be blessed by God's grace to be able to serve in this honorable house in the 11th and now this the 12th Parliament. And I would look at the proceedings from our first Prime Minister, Dr. Eric Williams, through Prime Minister then Basdio Pandey, Mr. Manning, Mr. Chambers as a child, a teenager growing up. And although there was strong disagreement on issues, there was always a level of civility maintained. And the public could look up to, and in particular children, look up to the Parliament and parliamentarians with a level of respect, and in many instances, emulate their behaviors. We need to realize that children are looking on and getting their modeling behaviors and getting their behavioral cues from their perceived leaders in society. What we allow to happen in this Parliament and the other place, quite frankly, because sometimes I myself look on with disdain at some of the exchanges. We cannot then seek to chastise generations coming for their behaviors, because all they're doing is modeling us. In the same vein, if we do not stand up for what is right, what is correct, even when members fall short, go through a process, due process, a just engagement, and seek to correct the behaviors and allow for contrition, then what we are saying to the public, and in particular children, is that behavior is acceptable. You can go then to your classmate and treat him or her in similar manner. And then we descend into chaos and anarchy in society. And that cannot be allowed to continue. To me, this is not a political debate. It is a debate on principle. Principle. And principle is irrefutable. We may have different opinions and approaches as to how to go about getting to the point, but right is right and wrong is wrong. And we have to come to that sort of agreement, because the sanctity of this place, the sanctity of the chair, must be protected. If it is not, then we set a precedent from which we cannot return. Future events like that will happen. They will descend and get worse and worse. And then there will be no respect for the office and the institution of the Parliament itself. In conclusion, Mr. Vice President, and looking at the recommendations, I, like Senator Vera, have found that the recommendations contained in Clause 49, including one that Mr. Anna Roberts issue an unequivocal and unreserved apology to the President of the Senate and the Senate as a whole at his next appearance in the Senate during this Parliament, which, well, I don't know if that's possible, but in the next session possibly. B, that such an apology is issued by way of a personal explanation subsequent to the adopting of the report. And C, that a reminder of the procedural bulletin on the use of electronic devices and social media outlining guidelines for the conduct of members whilst in the Senate chamber be circulated to all members. I see nothing offensive about that. As a matter of fact, I think it's extremely gracious and reasonable under the circumstances of the videos that I saw. I also agree with Senator Marks' additional recommendations that possibly a second perusal be done of the present standing orders. And because we've evolved so quickly into the age of the internet and social media, possible additions or amendments be made in the interest of capturing a new paradigm that may not have been contemplated 5 years ago, or even 10 years ago, because the technology is going to continue to evolve. And we don't want to be always playing catch-up, because we know what can happen. In conclusion, Mr. Vice President, I also think that Senator Mark's suggestion of training for parliamentarians and what is expected of them is a commendable recommendation. And I, like my colleague Senator Vera, also approve and confirm that I agree with the recommendations of the report. I thank you.
Minister in the Office of the Attorney General.
Mr. Vice President, I thank you for the opportunity to contribute to this debate. I rise today, Mr. Vice President, not as a member of the People's National Movement. I rise today, Mr. Vice President, not even as a member of the government, but I rise as a 38-year-old, hard-working Trinbagonian woman. I stand to contribute to this debate, Mr. Vice President, as it is my pledge and my promise to the young girls and women of this country that I will pepper any man or any woman that facilitates, promotes, and engages in workplace bullying and harassment. Mr. Vice President, no woman, whether a PNM woman, whether a UNC woman, no woman should have to work in fear of intimidation. As a young woman in politics, Mr. Vice President, 38 years old, I'm not spring chicken, but it's relatively young. I expect, as a young woman in this chamber, that you, my brothers of this Senate, that you, my brothers of this honorable Senate, will protect me from personal attacks and intimidation. And I'm not talking about peacock in politics. Now, entering into politics, I'm very much aware that I can't pelt lash if I can't take lash. So I'm not talking about peacock in politics, but I'm talking about personal attacks and personal intimidation. That is another story altogether. And I ask you, my brothers of this Senate, even those opposite, today you have a responsibility. We've spoken about protecting women in this Senate against sexual harassment. We have spoken about protecting the vulnerable in society. Today, my brothers and sisters of this Senate, you have an opportunity to stand in the defense of protecting the honorable President of this Senate from against such attacks. Mr. Vice President, I agree totally that if this matter is left unchecked, we will create a toxic workplace for all of us, especially the women in this honorable Senate. Now, I know all too well, and I will speak from personal experiences, what a toxic workplace is. You would appreciate, as a young female attorney at the criminal bar, the kind of lashing I would have experienced entering into the courtroom, which is perceived as a male territory, especially at the criminal bar. Thank God I had a head of chamber known as Pamela Elder. Senior used to always tell me, put on your lipstick more red and go through and lash them. And because of that advice, I was never intimidated. But I know there were younger lawyers like me at that time who did not have that guidance and who did not have the benefit of that kind of senior to guide them. And I know of the repercussions of being intimidated in a workplace. Mr. Vice President, when I entered into politics, it was no different. 2020, on the campaign trail, running for St. Augustine taught me so many things. And I will give some examples. I remember speaking about it on a platform. I was called a disgrace to Indian people because I supported the PNM. Recently, I've seen, and I have my media, the people who help me with my social media, they're always constantly cleaning up my comments that I made. Because I've chosen to stand with the People's National Movement, and because I'm an Indian woman, the amount of times comments are made, she wants a black man. It's only black man she like. Those are the comments that I will say. These are the comments that have been made. What does that have to do with my decision? What does that have to do with my decision for choosing to align myself with the People's National Movement? Not too long ago, a derogatory comment was made about I came out of a cupboard and the Honorable Prime Minister Jockey Shorts was on my head. That was a comment that was made on social media against me. Immediately we removed the comment, and then I realized I had to sift the comments that were made against me on social media. So why I'm very emotional about a topic like this is because in my very short stint into politics, I have already experienced what that social media bullying and intimidation can do to a young woman entering into politics. Thank God, probably because of the God that I serve, the more the comments come, I put on my battle dress every day and I show up for work ready to serve the people of this country. But we have to recognize that there are many women out there who are not in a position to do that and who will not be in a position to do that. So the stand that we take today, as Senator Richard said, it is also a stand to show the public and the younger children looking on at us as role models that a right is right and wrong is wrong. Mr. Vice President, if I may now respectfully turn to the law. As a lawyer, we are guided by certain rules and codes of conduct. For example, in the Legal Profession Act. There is a conduct, and one of the rules in the legal profession acts as an attorney at law appearing before the court. We shall at all times be attired in such a manner prescribed to the authorities as the benefits and dignity of the court befit. Now, similarly, Mr. Vice President, when I was sworn in as a member of this honorable chamber, I took an oath which is entrenched in the Constitution, and it states at section 12, which speaks to any persons who hold an office to which this section applies, as from the appointed day by virtue, by having the holder of any office before that day, shall be deemed to have complied with the requirements of the Constitution or any other law enforced in Trinidad and Tobago relating to the taking of the oath with respect to that office. That oath, Mr. Vice President, which I took as a parliamentarian, is a declaration to our country to be loyal and fair and to act in the public interest. That is an oath that every single senator who sits in this honorable house took. And I'm reminding respectfully the honorable senators of this chamber, I'm reminding you of the oath that we all took pursuant to the Constitution the day we accepted our appointment letter to sit in this honorable place. And our oath is to be loyal and fair and to act in the public interest. And to that end, I'm respectfully asking the members of this honorable Senate to adopt the report made by the Privileges Committee. Mr. Vice President, before my presentation certainly will not be long today, but I had the benefit of reading an article this morning, and it's a meeting of the Parliament dated the 12th of November 2019 by the Scottish Parliament. And if I may respectfully, through you, Mr. Vice President, read what an excerpt of this article said. It says, "No one would disagree that intimidation experienced by parliamentary candidates and others in public life has become a threat to the diversity, integrity, and vibrancy of representative democracy in the UK. We know that women and ethnic minority candidates face the worst abuse ever." And why this has resonated with me? Because I have experienced it from the campaign trail to now. Mr. Vice President, this report goes on to say, indeed, we are seeing individuals being put off from entering into public life, evidence of which the Committee on Standards in Public Life found during this review. We are also seeing a flux of female MPs leaving politics, announcing that they will not be standing in the forthcoming general election and citing the daily abuse that they face in their jobs. The committee went on to say, we know that we cannot sit back. We know that we cannot sit back. Tackling intimidation is one way in which the Scottish Parliament and other elected bodies in the UK can empower more women to stand for election and help to achieve equal gender representation and diversity. So what we must do today as a Parliament, and I'm even calling upon the opposition who can change their position this morning, especially my female sisters of the opposition bench. This is a matter that we must stand together as one and say no is no. So I'm calling upon my female sisters of the opposition bench, join with us in one united voice and let those men know they cannot use the mere fact that they're a man to intimidate us. Let us make the point that we will not be silenced. Mr. Vice President, in this very said article, in an answer to the question on social media abuse, this is the final statement I will read from this particular article. It was stated, and it was about social media abuse. We have to start with our own behavior. Call out those within our own parties and lead by example in the standards that we set. This has also resonated with me because, and I stand without fear of contradiction, Since I have entered into this most honorable house, you will never find a media post. You will never find a tweet or a comment coming from Senator Renuka Sagram Singh Suklal degrading another woman. You will, and it's not because I'm fearful of the opposition. It is not that I'm fearful of the repercussions that I may face if I make said comment, but it's because I recognize and I'm true to the saying, be your sister's keeper. And what I don't like for myself, I shouldn't like for somebody else. So to this end, Mr. Vice President, as I said, it's a very, very short contribution. I want to sincerely call upon the members of this honorable
Senator, before you end, just do me a favor and for the Hansard records, identify the article, put some more identifiers, either title, date.
Yes, Mr. Vice President. The article was Intimidation in Public Life. Meeting of the Parliament is dated the 12th of November. It was for the Scottish Parliament, a Scottish Parliament article from the Scottish Parliament. So to this end, Mr. Vice President, I want to call upon the honourable members of this Senate to support the Privileges Committee report. I certainly want to also say, as an attorney at law, I do agree with Senator Vieira and I do agree with Senator Richards that what Mr. Roberts, the repercussions that Mr. Roberts and the Honourable Senator Roberts will be facing is at the lowest end of the scale. So to this end, I thank you.
Senator Ramajan.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. You know, standing today to speak, and at the time when I'm standing to speak, the first female opposition senator, after all that emotion in this house, I have to admit I'm feeling the heat a little bit. Because you see, honorable members of this house, the volume of persons' presentations today alone indicates the emotion we feel it. But we cannot be distracted from what we are debating. And there may have been extreme generalizations and social commentary, but they have absolutely nothing to do with the debate. Because the debate is whether this honorable house should adopt the conclusions and recommendations of the Privileges Committee as stated in the report provided, which has a minority report for your consideration and numbers 132 pages. A quick word search of the 132 pages will show that the word bully does not appear. The word woman or woman does not appear. Harassment, sexual or otherwise, does not appear. Workplace does not appear. But those terms have inundated our debate. Why? Why are we shifting attention from what is our purpose? Our purpose is not to stand as judge, jury, and executioner for the man who sits in the seat I sit in today. Our purpose is to look at the report with eyes untroubled by prejudice, personal or otherwise. Whether we like or dislike Senator Roberts, whether we agree or we disagree, whether we find him offensive, whether we like his style and see it as humor, that is not the discussion. The discussion is whether or not the committee's report is evidentially sound, procedurally correct, and the conclusion and recommendations reached are based in sound practice and evidence principles. And I'm saying to you respectfully, members of this House, yes, it is highly emotive. My sister senator on the other side, Senator Sagram Singh Suklal, stood here and gave personal account of the tribulation she has faced as a woman in politics. And I could stand and do the same and turn this house into a confession. But I won't. The same way I will not ask this honorable house to change its role and function from the defender of the Constitution to the jailer of somebody who exercises a constitutional right. Because we have to remember that even though we may not like what was said, how it was said, the cartoon, the graphics, whatever it may be, the constitutional right is not to be abridged because it is offensive. In as much as we may hear things we do not want to hear, the right to say it exists. And there is no other place in the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago where the right to freedom of expression, it's not even freedom of speech, honorable members. It is freedom of expression, therefore it covers any graphic representation that may be used when a person is giving a message. So yes, there was reference to a kangaroo, and yes, there was reference to certain things, but guess what? All of that is part of the constitutional right of freedom of expression. So when we are debating today respectfully, honorable members, it is not whether or not Senator Roberts was right or wrong. Whether or not it is he has offended the House. It is whether or not we agree with the recommendation and conclusion that his conduct brought the House into disrepute. So you are not to make an assessment yourself. You are to determine whether or not you agree with the assessment that is before you. And to determine whether or not you agree with the assessment that is before you, you have to study the report. And you have to judge in your mind whether you are comfortable with what are, in our respectful view, procedural defects. When I started, I said that I didn't know the tone and tenor I would be taking, but I realized somehow, somewhere, while listening to my colleagues, that I was doing a closing address to a jury. It almost seems that way. Because we are hearing a great deal of his conduct, but not the contents of the report and the processes that should or ought to have been exercised to ensure fairness. So with the greatest of respect, I would ask the honorable members of this House not to be distracted. Respectfully, the view of this debate, the purpose of this debate, is whether we accept the conclusion, not whether he did it. In other words, to put it simply, you are sitting as judges of an appeal court. A finding has been made by the committee, and every single one of us, by virtue of our conscience, will determine whether or not we accept the decision that was handed by the committee. And that is an individual decision to make. But I would want you to consider the following factors. One, when we consider this report, we must consider it in the circumstances that existed at the time. We cannot just brush aside and say Senator Roberts did not want to attend. There was a declaration of a worldwide COVID-19 pandemic. It resulted in specific regulations passed by the Honorable Parliament for the citizens to follow. There were media conferences where the Prime Minister stood up and said, if you don't have to go to work, don't go. If you could find an alternative, find an alternative. And I know I will get plenty roll eye and say that a splitting hairs. But that is the purpose of debate. If it was just for we to accept the conclusion, my last day here today would have been real short. So the arguments must be fair and fearless. And we must hear things we may not be willing to hear. Like, while we may not agree with it, his right to say it is sacrosanct. Now, I know that the declaration of the pandemic, and the Honorable Attorney General has referred to it throughout the debates I have been present in, that we have had to find ways to find process and machinery, plant and equipment, process and machinery to operate in a pandemic. So if it is, we have to find plant and machinery to operate in a pandemic. And the senator says, I cannot come because I have a serious asthma condition. My attorney of record has a serious heart condition. And the Honorable Attorney General is laughing. Wait to see if you laugh when I finish my sentence. When it is the Honorable Committee sent the letter to Senator Roberts and said, we have 2 rooms set up with audio equipment. You can come into the parliament and sit in one room and the other person would sit in the other. I asked this question. Where was the plant, machinery, and process for the AV conference to take place from Senator Roberts' house? Why was that not considered? And to add to that question, I asked this. Why it not in the report? Why is it that the only time we got confirmation that the committee refused to accommodate a virtual hearing is when the Honorable Senator Dave Narine spoke this morning? Because I went through it. I do not see reference to any consideration by the committee specific to Senator Roberts' request to attend virtually. So we have to go to the history, because everybody focusing on the exclamation point, nobody focusing on the sentence. Because when we look at what happened, we have to look at the history. Senator Roberts was referred to the committee on the 2nd of March 2021 by the then leader of government business. A letter was sent to Senator Roberts then. Yes, 3 invitations were issued for him to appear, and he did not appear. But it is not that he refused. He did not categorically say, I am not attending any hearing. And all of the appendices of the report, none of them shows a flat refusal. What you see is him suggesting an alternative, which is, I have these issues, may I please conduct this virtually? And the parliamentary process and those in power of the parliamentary process and the committee took the opinion that they would not acquiesce to a virtual hearing from his home, but that arrangements were made in the parliament that he could avail himself of. To which he responded, that does not obviate my concern, because his concern remained consistent. I cannot come to Parliament because I suffer from this particular medical condition. And I am concerned, given the numbers and the increase in numbers, that I am at risk. So don't say he refused, because he did not. In fact, the report uses the word refuse, which in my respectful view is incorrect, at page 8. It says, in view of the foregoing and Mr. Roberts' refusal to appear before the committee agreed to continue with its deliberations in his absence, utilizing the evidence referred, Mr. Roberts' submission, and all of the relevant learnings. And that is what the committee did. They made a preliminary assessment that Senator Roberts refused to attend, and that is the first incorrect statement in this report. And it carries meaning. Because if in your mind you are of the view that a person refuses rather than a person is suggesting an alternative, you are negatively enticed against that person because they are not doing what you want them to do. So we are saying there was no refusal. In fact, at the appendices, when you look at page 114, you would see a one-line email from the senator where he says, I stand ready to participate fully through a Zoom meeting. And he actually capitalized the words virtually. Where is the refusal? I stand ready. He submitted a written response. How did he refuse? Because you are saying, the committee is saying, we assessed what was said in his written submission. So then he did not refuse. And Senator Vieira, in his presentation, spoke about particulars not being required because this is not a court of law and we must be careful where we put our standards of natural justice. With the greatest of respect to Senator Vieira, who is senior to me at the bar, but I must say this, the concept of natural justice is not limited to where you stand. It permeates your very being. It is a principle of law that is natural to you. That's why you call it natural justice. So whether it is in Parliament or the court, the right to be heard must be protected. The right to proper representation must be protected. And in this report, a preliminary finding was made by the committee that there is a practice in this House that the legal representative is not to address the committee. So the committee, you will see in the appendices, several emails from the attorney to the committee's secretary. And every email starts with, though my previous email was not acknowledged. So there was no acknowledgement of Senator Roberts' attorney, so much so that Senator Roberts had to send an email to the Secretariat saying, I confirm and adopt the email of my attorney as my words. That is the extent to which Senator Roberts went to try and assist the committee without prejudicing his health. When we look at the argument that particulars are not needed, perhaps if particulars were given, we would not be straying into sexual harassment, toxic workplace, women's rights. We wouldn't be going there. Because if the particulars were clear, it would read that a contempt has taken place. And the terms of the contempt would be specified. What were the words? Was it the entire program that was offensive? Was it the 2 episodes that were appended to as transcripts? Because if that's the case, I want to go to the transcript. And I would like my friends to follow along, because this is a full closing address. Senator Roberts, in the transcript at page 56 of the report, 55 into 56, Mr. Anil Roberts. Now let us be clear. In politics, on the hustlings for elections on social media, banter, meetings, virtual reports, there is a place for picong, for jokes, for serious things, to keep you entertained and get the message out. But when you enter the hallowed halls of Parliament, when I dress up, bathe, put on deodorant, put on suit and tie, prepare for hours on end, research, get facts, read bills, and come to the Senate, I come there with a very serious purpose. That is in the same transcript that is being used to vilify Senator Roberts. You hear what he says? When he comes here, he is ready to do the people's work. And I want to tell you what contempt is. Contempt is any action taken either by a member of Parliament who obstructs or impedes either Parliament in the performance of its functions or its members of staff in the performance of their duties. Has Senator Roberts stopped the House from continuing his action? Because, and I hear Senator Mitchell, this is the difference. The breach of privilege is the act, the effect is the contempt. So the question is, having found that there was a breach in the committee's report, did it reach the standard or threshold to qualify as a contempt? So it is not about Senator Roberts. It is about the evidence that the committee had before it. It is about the conclusions that it drew. And it is about the procedures it adopted. Let's go back to the procedure. In the report as well, I forget to read the most important part of the transcript that Senator Roberts spoke of. Page 57, the very first line. I cannot and will not bring anybody in the Senate into disrepute or in any discussion. Same transcript, same show, same 90 minutes. But we see this part. And like I said at the start of my presentation, while we may disagree with the how, when, or why, we cannot disagree with the fact that he has that right. There was also in the consideration of the report what in legal terminology is called bad character, which is if a person has done the act before, can you consider that person's actions as a course of conduct? And where it is you are considering previous conduct, the assessor or the tribunal must direct himself as to what weight he's going to attach to that previous conduct. There is no evidence that the committee did that respectfully. In fact, what is the bad character I speak of? At paragraph 47 of the report, there is reference that in December 2020, Senator Roberts was warned about a social media post. So it means that the committee was considering his conduct in December of 2020. That is previous bad character. How did the committee deal with that? I went through the minutes. It's not there. Just like the minutes not there where it is a vote was taken on whether to allow Senator Roberts to attend the hearing from his home. When we look further, Senator Khan, as he then was leader of government business, who was the person to pilot this motion, when he piloted this motion and you go through the Hansard, he said that the satirical subtext were used to show that the president is biased towards him. This was the complaint. 2, and this is very important, because this is the complaint. This is what started the report that we are debating today. There is a dangerous pattern of conduct on the part of this member that threatens this institution of democracy. So in the complaint, reference is made to a pattern of conduct. In the report, previous conduct is considered. But Senator Roberts was not granted the benefit of putting that information contextually before the committee. And that obviously, think about it, we are all human beings. If you hear somebody did something that they're on trial for now, that they did it in the past or something similar to it, our potential for believing that the person is guilty immediately increases. And that may or may not have happened with the committee. Can we trust the assessment and the conclusion reached by the committee because we trust the procedures that they adopted? Respectfully, I think not. When we look at another procedural defect, and that is, we spout this argument that justice must not only be done, but it must be seen to be done. We say it all the time. Lawyers love to say it. But have we ever really considered what it means? Think about it. Why would justice have to be seen to be done if it is done? If justice is done, we don't have to prove it was done, it was done. And this is what Professor Gallagher, an author from the University of Oxford, on a book called Due Processes and Fair Procedures, a study of the administrative procedures. This is what he said about that maxim. The maxim only applies when the outcome is just. But why do appearances matter if the reality is that justice has been done? The answer is to be found in the practical nature of procedure and in the idea that we must have confidence in them. So at the very base level of law being done and being seen to be done is that procedurally we must have confidence in what is being done. As the earlier discussion shows, having confidence in procedures depends not on our being sure that they lead us to each case to the right outcomes. Confidence depends instead on the procedures being of a kind which we have good reason to believe will produce the right results. We know what many of you feel is the right result here. Many have been very vocal about it. The question is the result of the committee procedurally sound so that you can rely upon it and adopt what has been said in the report? Now, the funny thing is this. There's even inconsistency in the report of the committee. Because when Senator Roberts raised his asthma condition, and he raised it in an email on the 22nd of June, as late as that, this idea that he has asthma did not carry...
Senator, you have 5 more minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. The email that said he had a previous asthma condition did not carry as much weight as the fact that he had been warned on December 10, 2020. So what that says is that you are picking and choosing what you are putting weight on in your deliberation of the evidence. And there was much said about the fact that Senator Roberts absented himself. He did not absent himself again. He offered an alternative that was not agreed to. But when we look at this idea that he absented himself, it creates an impression that is hard to shake. And there was discussion this morning that the courts have the ability to proceed in the absence of someone. They do. But they have certain things they have to satisfy before, which Senator Vieira spoke about. And one of them is that the person is deliberately absenting himself. If he's deliberately absenting himself, why raise his asthma condition? Just don't respond. Why send a written submission? Don't respond. Why get an attorney to write Parliament 3 or 4 times? Just don't respond. And in fact, Senator Dale Narine, in response to Senator Dale Narine, when she says that Senator Roberts, the onus was on him to provide the medical, he who alleges must prove. So if the other side put forward a motion saying that he acted contemptuously, then it is upon them to prove the contemptuous conduct. Or at least let us know what is the consideration of the committee. There was no request to Senator Roberts for the medical. Should that have been done? Should Senator Roberts have been written to unequivocally, where it is he was informed that having the virtual hearing in his house was deemed not to be in accordance with the secrecy required of the process? He never got that option, because the committee never wrote him and said, this is our finding on your request for a virtual hearing. So again, can we rely upon the conclusion that was drawn? And I want to deal with some of the comments that Minister Rambarat said. And that is, when the debate started and Senator Rambarat got up to speak, the fire and brimstone he was hailing down upon us told me this debate going to be emotive. This debate going to be about distraction. I see a lot of men in the chamber, so I'll take the liberty of using this example. You ever go home after you do something you're not supposed to do and your wife waiting on you? What's the first thing you do? Babes, good night, how you going? Good night, this is the time you come home? And what do you say? Men and women, we all do it. We'll go on, you know if the car shut down, you know if I get a flat tire, you know if I get robbed. What you doing? Are you not distracting her from the main question, which is why you come home late? That is what is happening. We are being distracted about women's issues. We're being distracted about sexual harassment in the workplace. Sexual harassment, and that we must stand in the protection of women. Well, I know that nobody on this side signed any NDA. So, when we in glass houses, I will leave that there. With respect, you see Senator Mitchell watching me and laughing. The point I am making is this. Yes, all of these are valid statements and valid issues, important issues that women will stand up on. But we don't stand in isolation. This is the problem. This is the problem. We cannot pick and choose what standard of value we accept. It is either you accept a specific value system or you don't. And in this case, the value system is whether or not you can accept the conclusion of the report based on what is there. I thank you, Mr. Vice President.
Senator Lachmidial.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. Mr. Vice President, I really had to wonder today whether, what we were here to debate. Whether we were here to debate a report of the Committee on Privileges or whether we're here to have a whole debate about women's rights. I find it curious, almost hilarious, that and I will pick up where my colleague left off, that those in glass houses come here to pelt so much a big stone here today. I didn't see no fire, I didn't see no brimstone, I didn't see no red lipstick, which I would have liked to see. When members of the government said that a yellow sari being ripped off a woman is a little bit of good fun, I didn't see nobody with the red lipstick and the fire and the heat and the pepper. They didn't bring all of that. When you have members of your party referring in the other place to websites and Facebook pages and the same social media that is out there to denigrate and insult and characterize women in our party. So I'm glad that somebody raised the issue about Cicero, because you know what Cicero was known for, apart from being a very great orator, was how he used to vacillate. He used to be politically convenient. And today we have come here to be politically convenient and jump up on the issue of gender rights. Well, I'll tell you all one thing, everybody calling out on women and the opposition, I don't hide behind my skirt. I don't hide behind my skirt and make women's rights issues where they don't exist. And let us focus this debate on what it is about. this debate is about two things. Do we have confidence in the conclusions arrived at in this report based on what were the considerations of the committee and whether the procedure followed by the committee was the right procedure? Because we could stand here from now till Thy Kingdom Come and talk about women in politics and who. I know I could commiserate with my friend about entering into politics as a little bit younger woman, and people telling you want anybody to come and tell you about choosing your man wisely and quality engaging in geometry and things like that. That's what I was told when I was asked to serve in the Senate. Everybody asked me, you sure you want to go and deal with them people? So, as I said, glass houses, let us remember that here today. Mr. Vice President, there is a clear bias that comes out when you read this report. And as my learned friend just indicated, we have taken into account so much of the conduct of Senator Roberts, his past, what people perceive to be an infraction based on a social media report and him being warned. When I read this report and I looked at the conclusions and the findings, it reminded me of two things. Two quotations that we hear from time to time that, I'll paraphrase them. But one is that liberty is the right to tell people even things that they don't want to hear. And the other one is that I don't have to like what you say, but I will defend your right to say it. So we all have freedom of speech and freedom of expression. That is the starting point here. And if it is, we want to say that in exercising his rights to freedom of speech and freedom of expression, Senator Roberts has committed a contempt. We must arrive at that conclusion via a fair procedure. What is a fair procedure? What is natural justice? There is no definition in the world of natural justice because you just know what it is. You know it because you feel it. It is intrinsic. It is something you just know whether it is fair or not. But there are certain principles that we all accept. One is the right to be heard, the right to confront your accuser, the right to be represented. These are things that exist in all aspects of our lives, but particularly in our courts of law. So I am shocked when I hear so many lawyers standing here today saying things like Senator Roberts refused to appear before the committee. He never refused, and anyone reading this report could see that he never refused. He proposed an alternative. Now, what is required if you want to be procedurally fair when you are dealing with a report or you are dealing with a hearing? If it is that the committee felt, as we have heard members today who sat in the committee to proffer explanations and so on, that they didn't think that Senator Roberts' request could be accommodated, there was an obligation on the committee to communicate to Senator Roberts why his request could not be accommodated. What were the concerns? I stood here and I heard Senator Narayan explain that they didn't think that you didn't know if he would broadcast it on social media, whether the proceedings would remain private and so on. Were all of these concerns adequately communicated to Senator Roberts, or was there just a blatant refusal? Where in this report do we see the reasons being given to Senator Roberts why his request for cross-examination could not be accommodated? I am not saying that I agree that he should be allowed to cross-examine the president, but all I see in the minutes of these meetings is a decision by a committee saying that they did not think it was relevant. Why did they not think so? Was that decision communicated to Senator Roberts as to why they did not think so? All of these things matter when we consider whether or not we have confidence in the findings of this report and whether it should be adopted. Because you see, people are entitled to reasons that affect when a decision affects them. It is there in every public official in this country can be asked to provide reasons in relation to a decision that they make. So, and I do not think that a committee of privileges of the parliament should be exempted from that. In fact, a committee of privileges of this parliament, members of this parliament, should be held to the absolute highest standards to justify their decisions when they make them, especially when it affects the sanctions that could be imposed upon another member. So, was he given adequate reasons? It is not reflected in this report. He also, when you look at the history of the communication passing between the Secretariat and Senator Roberts, and you look at the minutes, it was decided at the first meeting, a decision at the first meeting, that in-person hearings would take place for evidence. That decision was taken without any input from Senator Roberts. And the fact that the opposition member is sitting in the committee is of no relevance whatsoever, because Senator Mark's role there is not to represent Senator Roberts. Senator Roberts should have been able to make representations on his own accord as to the procedure to be adopted with the committee. We are functioning in a time where a person accused of a criminal offense can sit and give evidence from his attorney's office. We are in a time right now where the rules made to deal with criminal trials allow a witness whose evidence can convict a man of a criminal offense can sit in a room without that person, without the court, and log on to any cell phone and give evidence in a matter. But you are telling me that the Parliament cannot accommodate a request by a senator to give evidence via Zoom from his home? That in itself, and again, it goes to say, can anybody look at this report and feel that the committee was fair to Senator Roberts in the way that they dealt with his request? Apart from the absence of proper reasons being given to him, is it really a reasonable refusal? If he says, and he's not just refusing for absolutely no reason, he gave a reason, and I respectfully do not think that the absence of him producing a medical is enough to say that the reason wasn't good enough. Did the committee ask him to produce a medical to substantiate his claim? Wouldn't that be expected from a committee that has respect for procedure and wants to appear fair and unbiased and just in its deliberations? If you had doubts in your mind, and I've heard it here today, I've heard so many assumptions here today, people saying that, well, it seemed that he was just trying to delay. If that was the view of the committee, that Senator Roberts was not being honest and truthful, or that his medical concern for presenting himself to the Parliament building and coming out of his home was not a legitimate reason, well, then they should have asked for the medical. They should not now come and say, well, there was no medical presented and therefore they just did not accept it. The responsibility is on the committee. You bring him there. I have heard that so many times, when we go to court sometimes, and the prosecution is, for saying things about the defendant, and the defendant said something, and the prosecutor, well, he didn't really prove it, and magistrates and judges and everybody, they said, listen, he didn't come here, you bring him here. And therefore, you must bring your evidence. You must ask your questions. You must follow the fair procedure. There's absolutely no burden on a defendant in a criminal matter in any court to discharge any burden. It is on the persons who allege, and it is on the people who have brought him there. The only rights and responsibility that Senator Roberts had before this committee was to proffer an explanation and to face his accusers. And he also has, and I say it again, there's no definition of natural justice. You know what it is because you feel it. And you cannot say that based on some practice that people aren't allowed to have a legal advisor speak for them, that is justice in these circumstances. If Senator Roberts wanted to have an advisor, and that was a request that could not be entertained, again, there was a responsibility on the committee to give adequate reasons as to why that request could not be accommodated. And it cannot be based simply on practice, that is the practice here today. There may have been some special reason, we don't know, but the responsibility is on the committee to inquire as to why it is Senator Roberts felt the need to have a legal advisor maybe communicate on his behalf. I I looked at this report and I saw the correspondence coming from, my colleague, another attorney representing Senator Roberts, and it was almost complete. I mean, it's like, well, the committee decided we are not listening to any lawyer, so we're not even going to respond. I find that so, just unprofessional. I find it very, it absolutely goes against the grain of fairness. It doesn't engender any type of confidence in the fairness of this entire process and procedure. So, Mr. Vice President, let us look at what we are here to really debate. We are not here to decide and to debate on whether or not we like Arnold Roberts, whether or not we like what he had to say, whether we like his behavior now or in December. Did this committee fairly deliberate upon the matters? Well, we know that they took into account some irrelevant considerations, such as his previous social media post. We know for a fact that the committee might have, I've heard it here today being said by some of the same people who sat on the committee. We're talking about the reach of Senator Roberts' social media posts. You're vexed that Anil Nanlal, the Attorney General of Guyana, does watch Dola politics? Is that a consideration in this committee's conclusion and finding? That Anil has a audience of 6,000 people? I don't know. But is that relevant? Is that relevant? Growing. Right? And growing? Because only can't get 300 people to watch the PNM Facebook page when all they have things, that's all they vex. I mean, come on, that is the borderline ridiculous that because you think that because some, in the region criticize the Prime Minister of the country by referring to what Senator Roberts had to say on his show, that is a consideration that members of this committee has come here to talk about today. So, can you feel that this committee sat and fairly deliberated on the matters? Senator Ramajan did a very good job at going through the transcript of these proceedings and all of the things that Senator Roberts had to say on the show. And yes, there was satire and there was skits and images or whatever. To be quite frank, I don't watch Doga politics. I'm the first one, I will admit that. I don't watch it. It's not really my thing. And as I said, I don't have to like your style and I don't have to like what you have to say, but I still believe that people have the right to say things and that, you cannot be constrained unfairly to say it. But I read the transcript and I see that, Senator Roberts went through great lengths to go through the standing orders and why he felt that that his ejection from the House here, from the Senate, was not fair. Which standing order did I breach? So and so and so. He talked about it. He went through all of it. Were all of those things and all of those components of this transcript taken into account, or are we just looking at the skit and the image and the kangaroo and things like that? Now, you can be offended, You could be properly and rightly offended by the methods used by Senator Roberts, but that doesn't make it contempt. That doesn't mean, because you could be more, I am very much offended by many things that I hear coming from the other side, in here and in the other place. Very offended. Up to yesterday, I was offended when my colleague sat here trying to make a contribution on a very serious bill. And what was coming from the other side. I'm very offended all the time. Is it contempt? No. No, it's not. It does not reach that standard. So the conclusion that Senator Roberts doing something that you don't like because you find it offensive, because you find people in Guyana watching it and talking about it, because you find he too popular, because you find he too loud. I have seen, we talk about, there has been many, many worse things said and done in the political arena than what Senator Roberts did. And I make no apologies for saying that. I'm not saying what he did was right. I'm not saying that it was, that it is in my taste or that I would do it myself. But I do not think that persons who simply do not like what someone has to say should be allowed to say that it rises to the level of contempt. The first thing that is written here in the chapter in contempt in the Erskine and May, our Bible here, really says that it must obstruct or impede the House of Parliament in the performance of its functions. I do not believe that the conclusion that what Senator Roberts did rises to the level of contempt can be sustained by anything in this report. It is not a sound conclusion for two reasons. It is not supported by the evidence, and the procedure adopted was flawed in many respects. And I am yet to see in this report or to hear from anyone here how Senator Roberts' conduct, as distasteful as you might find it, how it has impeded this House from doing its work. How it has impeded this House from discharging its functions. You're talking about bullying, and you're bullying women and discouraging women from coming into politics and all of that. That is so far-fetched. It is far-fetched, and it is, again, I dare say, hypocritical for anybody on that side. Hypocritical for anybody on that side who supports the misogynist in chief to come here and say that everybody... What? I withdraw, Mr. Vice President.
Okay. All right, so point of order is, member withdrew. Continue.
But it's hypocritical for them to come and stand here and make this debate about gender issues and bullying and talk about what? Trying to distracting from the point that this report is not sound and ought not to be accepted. That is what they're trying to create here. Because somebody needs a headline tomorrow in the newspaper to say, Anil Roberts is a, thing, and women in politics, and where it is. Where are the women's voices when we victim blame people who are victims of domestic violence and say, choose your man wisely? Yes. Where the red lipstick and the fire and the pepper then? Yes. I don't hear them. I don't hear them when they tell a journalist, come, let me go and have some drinks. I don't hear them. I don't hear nothing from them then, but you come here today to turn a cartoon and a commentary and Senator Roberts' rights to freedom of speech into a gender issue. As I said, I do not support bringing the House into disrepute. I do not support any person being in contempt of this parliament. But you know what I do not support? I do not support when you trivialize real issues, real gender issues of sexual harassment, like the woman who had to sign the NDA on the basis of your government's decision. You trivialize those kinds of issues
On a point of order, 46(1).
Senator Mark, please allow. Minister of Tourism, point of order.
46(1), please. And NDA is irrelevant to this. We are debating the report.
Okay, I have it. Okay, so let me rule. Member, as you're contributing, you've made that point repeatedly, so I'll invite you now to move on.
Mr. Vice President, this debate opened with the fact that this is a gender issue about bullying, and I am simply saying you cannot trivialize gender issues by making everything about gender. You cannot trivialize legitimate issues of sexual harassment in the workplace. Right? Yes, using conveniently talking about sexual harassment in our workplace to hide and to duck and to distract from the fact that this report is not procedurally sound and the evidence upon which the findings are made were not, it contains several irrelevant considerations, assumptions, and conclusions drawn without a proper evidential basis and without a proper inquiry. That is, those are all my contributions, please, Mr. Vice President.
Minister of Tourism.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. Mr. Vice President, I have to start off by expressing how very disappointed I am in Senator Luchmedial and in Senator Rambajan's contribution and in their support of the behavior of their colleague. And to the unlearned observer, Mr. Vice President, what Senator Luchmedial and Senator Rambajan did was to conflate a number of issues to the confusion of everybody else. Conflating the principles of natural justice with the principles of administrative justice. Conflating the principles of procedural fairness and procedures that are adopted in a criminal court. And there is just one section in the Constitution that would eliminate and destroy their 30 and 20 minutes together. One. And it's in the Constitution of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago, the Constitution that we all swore to uphold. The Constitution, Mr. Vice President, that was created in this very place that we now stand here today to defend. Senator Luchmedial conflated, as well as Senator Rambajan, the freedom of expression as an enshrined right under Section 4 of the Constitution. They didn't say that that freedom of expression was unfettered, because of course you do not have the freedom under our laws of defamation for slander and libel. But Senator Rambajan went on to say that the freedom of expression is sacrosanct. He should have the right to freely express himself in any which way. But of course, Mr. Vice President, we all go to Section 55 of the Constitution, which provides for the privileges and immunities of the Parliament. And I should read, subject to the provisions of this Constitution and to the rules and standing orders regulating the procedure of the Senate and House of Representatives, there shall be freedom of speech in the Senate and House of Representatives. Subject to the rules and standing orders regulating the procedure of the Senate and the House of Representatives, there shall be freedom of speech. But in Section 56 goes on to grant a further privilege to this Parliament. Subject to the provisions of this Constitution, each House may regulate its own procedures. I would forgive Senator Rambajan. Senator Rambajan is new. Perhaps she had not yet entered into a course of study in terms of the rights, the powers, and the immunities of this Parliament and the way that the Constitution interacts with the standing orders that govern and guide our affairs in this place. I would also forgive Senator Luchmedial, even though Senator Luchmedial has been in a number of constitutional motions and constitutional matters. But she is new to this place, so we forgive her. But that and that alone, Mr. Vice President, eliminates any argument that they've just made. Mr. Vice President, you know, my first awareness of this place happened around Standard 1, when I was in Standard 1. You know, in primary school, Mr. Vice President, your teacher would usually give you a little cutout of the Parliament, and you have to go home and color it in red, or you have to cut out in the newspaper, a picture of the parliament and put it in your book, and then they tell you about this Red House. And the Red House is the seat of democracy. And as little children, you didn't really understand what that meant, the seat of democracy. But one thing we understood at that time, Mr. Vice President, was, you see, that Red House, that red building, that was a place to revere and to respect. And of course, later on in life, you came to understand what the seat of the democracy really meant. And we came to understand the importance of this place. And I attach myself to members on the independent bench who contributed, and as well as members of my bench who contributed, in terms of the incredible importance of this institution as an arm of state to the citizens of Trinidad and Tobago. This is the legislature. People here are elected, or people here are appointed to serve and to do the business of the people. I mean, Senator Vera, I don't belong to a political tribe. I wouldn't describe it in that way. I belong to a proud political party of 65 years. A proud political party that is responsible for building this country. And we have a lot of important debates in this place. We debate the appropriation bill, and members on both sides, members are allowed to scrutinize policies of the government, scrutinize the budgetary arrangements. In this House, we also approve the appointment of a police commissioner. Just Monday, we were discussing the process of approving the police commissioner, the person who is in charge of protecting and serving citizens of this country. We create in this place far-reaching laws that affect their people's rights to liberty and people's rights to property. We create criminal offenses. We create criminal sanctions. This is a very, very, very serious place. And as somebody who is learned and understanding the privileges, rights, and immunities of this parliament, listening to Senator Rambajan and Senator Lachmedial defending the indefensible is almost funny. But it really isn't funny, Mr. Vice President. It's tragic. It isn't funny. You see, Mr. Vice President, people must have confidence in this institution for the social contract to work. We are here to do the business of the people, and the people must have confidence in this institution. We must be unfettered in our right here to do that work. And I just spoke about Section 55 that creates the rights and immunities. And we are treated in this place, we are granted rights above what is guaranteed to the ordinary citizen in the street. We are given additional rights and immunities and privileges in this place. And one of them is the freedom of speech. Inside this place, not in a studio somewhere, inside this place, you are encouraged through the freedom of speech to speak frankly and attack your points and your policy positions robustly without fear. And for that, you are given that privilege and that immunity from arrest and from prosecution, etc., for words uttered. The House itself is also given certain privileges and powers. And one of the most important privileges is the right to regulate its own affairs. And within that right is the right to discipline members where their conduct falls below the standard required of this place. Mr. Vice President, so you've heard a number of the independent members speak, and you've heard members on this side speak. And one thing we have in common, and one thing we are clear about, is that we must hold this place in very high esteem, and we must uphold the dignity of this Senate. And Senator Sagram Singh Suklal spoke about the oath of allegiance, and implied in that oath is that we must uphold the dignity, because an attack on this very institution is an attack on the very democracy that we have sworn to uphold. This ain't no joke. You see, Mr. Vice President, there has been a very dangerous trend occurring. And there are members in society, high-ranking members, leaders of political parties, who feel, as short-sighted as they are, and that is putting it mildly. If we're not to put it mildly, we would say they are unpatriotic and evil. But they are leaders who believe in attacking and undermining institutions, because to do so would further their own aims and ambitions. We have seen it recently with the NIB, where they attacked that very important institution, in our state. We've seen it recently. And every single time the United National Congress loses an election, they attack the elections and boundaries.
For standing order, Commission. Mr. Vice President, 46-1. How is this relevant to the debate?
Okay, so, Minister, as you are making a point in relation to the sanctity of the institution, I would ask you to bring it in tightly and make sure you get to the report as quickly as possible.
Mr. Vice President, and I'm guided. But every time there is an attack on the Elections and Boundaries Commission, a very, very important institution in this country that springs from the Constitution in the same way that this Parliament springs from our foundational law. There is a sanctity. And, Mr. Vice President, the Elections and Boundaries Commission is one of our most outstanding institutions. But I would tie it back for Senator Leiter to say that in the Constitution, we have the right and the power to regulate our own affairs, unlike the EBC, and to hold members whose conduct falls below the dignity of this Parliament, to hold them accountable for that. Section 55 gives us that power, and that is what we have done. This matter about procedural fairness. Of course, I told you, they try to conflate natural justice and right to face accuser and what goes on in the court and the burden of balance of probabilities versus the criminal. I mean, they've tried to confuse everybody. And in particular, Senator Mark has 30 years experience. Senator Mark has been the chairman of several privileges committees, and Senator Mark knows better. So what they're speaking about, Mr. Vice President, in terms of these administrative justice and procedural fairness, is the procedures that are used by a decision-making body when arriving at a decision. And where that decision impacts someone negatively, those procedures must be fair. And we understand that. We understand that as members of the committee. The Secretariat understood that. And elements of procedural fairness are all over the report. So this thing about procedural fairness, it involves 3 rules: the hearings rule, the bias rule, and the evidence rule. In terms of the hearings rule, it means that you must have the right to be heard. You must be given notice of all the matters complained about. You must be given all the relevant evidence referred to the committee for investigation and report. You must be given all those things, and you must be given an opportunity to respond to the allegations. Mr. Vice President, on March the 18th, first letter to Mr. Anil Roberts, a question of privilege was raised against you. He was told in the letter. It was referred to the committee at caption for investigation and report. The allegations state that in 2 episodes, and it went on to say what happened in those 2 episodes and what was referred to the committee on March the 2nd. It attached both transcripts of the broadcast done by Mr. Anil Roberts, Douglas Politics, on February the 23rd and February the 26th. It went on to say, the committee has commenced its investigations. During the course of the investigation, the committee will invite you to appear. That when invited to appear, consistent with the practice and Standing Order 10216, you may make a written submission in addition to appearing, and you may be accompanied by an advisor who may be an attorney at law, and may consult with that advisor. That's in our standing orders. The Constitution says in Section 55 that we may regulate our own procedure by standing orders. And in Standing Order 102, it speaks. And it tells you about members of parliament as witnesses, advisors to witnesses, etc. So he was made aware. As members said, he was invited not once, not twice, but on 3 occasions. And Senator Vera said something that is extremely important. He refused to attend on the first occasion. On the first occasion, he said he's not attending, COVID, all of that. But the date for his appearance on the first occasion was on the 23rd of April. He said, COVID-19, public health regulations, he is not attending. He's going to break the law, he's not attending. But Mr. Vice President, on Tuesday, 27th of April, 2021, days after, he failed to appear, citing the COVID-19 regulations. On the 27th, do you know, Mr. Vice President, that he attended to a sitting of the Parliament? He could not appear with a few people in a room, with all the COVID-19 protocols in place, he refused to appear there, but he attended days later in the Parliament, participating fully in the proceedings of the Senate. Later on, Mr. Vice President, Tuesday, 15th of June, his first reason for refusing to attend, his reason was broadly COVID-19 regulations, even though the regulations allowed for the meetings of Parliament, sittings, and committees, etc. Failed. It was only on Tuesday, the 15th of June, 2021, that he started to make the excuse of illness. And he submitted in writing that he has asthma. And his doctor tell him that if he comes, he may get COVID and it may exacerbate. But Mr. Vice President, out of deference for the committee, I would hope that if that was a fact that he intended to assert or that he asserted, he would condescend to prove that fact. If your doctor says that you have a precondition that is asthma, well, okay. Get a doctor to write making that excuse that he has a precondition with asthma and that precondition makes it very dangerous for him to attend. He never did that. And Mr. Vice President, I respectfully submit that he knew he had to do that. But what I really believe happened, and this is a matter of opinion, what I really believe happened is no doctor was willing to participate in any fraud. No doctor would do that. And Mr. Vice President, even worse, while the member is absent and away from this Senate, using the excuse of illness, and while he absented himself away from the committee, using the excuse of illness, the member is almost every day in a studio in San Fernando with some man named Archie and Jughead and whoever else doing Douglas politics every single day. Every single day. No, but I know it's above a bar. I know your headquarters is above a bar. But Mr. I get back to you.
Please, just Senator Leiter, Minister of Tourism. There's a debate taking place, and it's not just between the two of you. So, Minister of Tourism, continue your contribution. Senator Leiter, allow the member to make his contribution.
Mr. How much more time do I have?
2:19.
2:19. I have to hurry. I'll have to hurry. So, Mr. Vice President, let me quickly go to the bias. Okay, so with respect to let me deal with the evidence rule. We had 2 transcripts, 2 recordings before us, and those were submitted. The evidence was real, the evidence was reliable, and indisputed. So, Mr. Vice President, that was satisfied. With respect to bias, and I want to quickly go to bias. Senator Rambajan spoke about bias and the appearance of, Mr. Vice President, I know they were coming to lawyer down the thing, The thing very, very simple, I sat in another debate, and Mr. Vice President, there's a constitutional book by a man called Hilaire Barnett. And in that debate, it's almost as though they held the whole constitutional book on you, I know they are coming to lawyer down the thing talking about all sorts of strange, abstract concepts. So, but Mr. Vice President, in terms of bias, it's very interesting. An allegation of bias was made against me by Senator Mark, and he asked me to recuse myself, and I refused. It is recorded in the minutes of the first meeting at 4.7, 4.8, and 4.9. I refused. He alleged bias because he felt as though I was very robust in my contributions in the Senate, and I raised the matter of life sport too many times. But I made up an allegation of bias because, you see, Senator Mark stands there, holier than thou, and accuses persons of prejudging and being biased in the whole proceedings. I accused Senator Mark of being biased, and I asked him to recuse himself, and he refused. I was asked to submit written submissions making the case of bias against Senator Mark, and I did not, because I knew I would have the opportunity here to make that case of bias. Senator Mark was accused in that committee of being in a conflict of interest and in prejudging the deliberations and the recommendations of the committee, and therefore of being biased. Mr. Vice President, I have to report to you. The matter was referred to the committee on March the 2nd. The committee sat at its first meeting and deliberated. And Mr. Vice President, do you know, or I may have to remind you, that during the currency of the proceedings of the Committee of Privileges, Senator Mark, in his own name, filed a motion of no confidence in the President of the Senate, alleging in his recitals partisanship on the part of the Senate President. During the currency, and it was the alertness of Senator Rambarat who picked up on it. And dangerously, if that motion was allowed to go forward, it would have conflicted everybody on that committee and everybody in this Senate. Sleight of hand or not, thankfully, to Senator Mark's credit, he gave an undertaking not to debate that motion. So Senator Mark stands here and talks about bias, but he is the one who was biased. Mr. Vice President, I have to hurry, but I will say that the test for contempt of Parliament is very clear. We, as a committee, we determined whether the thing was in fact said. And in fact, the thing was said that is not in dispute. We had to then determine what was said, whether it reflected on the President of the Senate and on the President of the House. We determined, having regard to the things said, that it did in fact reflect on the President of the Senate and on the House in a way that would lower the esteem of the President of the Senate and the President of the House when considered by ordinary members. And I didn't have time to go through everything, but I will certainly try to go through a little. Nobody went through the transcript to say exactly what was said. So, let me go through it. Here's what he said on the 23rd of February. On Planet Senator, a leader was displaced, then replaced, and at the last minute returned to be leader of the Senator. Senator is the Senate. The leader's name is Headmistress Kangaroo. Kangaroo refers to the President of the Senate, Kangaroo. And to help us along, they put a kangaroo, and then they put the picture of the President of the Senate. So we're very clear. Senator had rules called sitting orders. Well, those are the standing orders. Headmistress Kangaroo oversaw weekly meetings of a kangaroo court. The kangaroo court. These sittings are kangaroo court. She would pick on him, interrupt him, and shout at him like a deranged school teacher. That is what he did. And Mr. Vice President, I see that you're on your feet, but I support this motion fully. I would say that I was one of the persons who recommended harsher penalties. I believe there should be harsher penalties, but I accept what the report said.
Thank you, Senator. Thank you, Minister of Tourism. Time is up. Senator Leiter.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. And Mr. Vice President, in listening to Senator Sagram Suklal open up the debate to speak about women and the fact that they should not be bullied and intimidated, I want to say that I completely agree with her. They really should not. And it reminds me, Mr. Vice President, when I hear the goodly senator say that, it reminds me of the type of bullying and intimidation that I see going on in another place, Mr. Vice President. And not just inside that other place, but also on platforms, on podiums, on YouTube. When you hear comments like, she could bark at my dog, but I go ignore she cat. How does one interpret that? Is that not bullying? Bullying your colleague that you may sit opposite from? And there's so many other stories, but I won't go into that. I won't waste my time with that. But I want to say that I agree with the senator. I would agree totally with the senator. And that the senator should also look on her side and see if that is being perpetrated on her side. And have the courage as a young professional lady to stand up and speak up against those who may be a bit senior to her. But I'll move on. I was going to speak a bit about the Honorable, or respond to the Honorable Minister of Tourism. But, I wouldn't worry to do it. You know why, Mr. Vice President? Because he ended by speaking about bias. And how can I respond to that? When the Honorable Minister who sat on the committee is now become judge, jury, and prosecutor here. So I won't even worry to respond to that. Let me keep my language clear. I will not speak to someone who clearly appears to be biased and who clearly has a position to make a decision here today, having sat on that committee. Mr. Vice President, the report of this committee of privileges constitutes a unique concoction of procedural flaws, of injustice, and unfairness. It is symbolic of injustice, Mr. Vice President. And as the saying goes, injustice anywhere is a threat to injustice everywhere. Mr. Vice President, there can be no dispute that this report has been produced with the absence of natural justice, Mr. Vice President. Senator Roberts was very clear through his communications, June 22nd, and other communications, even if initially he spoke through his lawyer, and that was not acceptable by the committee. He was clear in communications to the committee that he was willing to attend and participate in these hearings via the virtue of an online platform in the safety of his home. Mr. Vice President, the High Court, the Court of Appeal, the Privy Council, all of these institutions that take part in determining very complex matters, murder, they are conducting trials online. I think the Honorable Attorney General is here with us. I see him sitting there. He speaks a lot about it, about how many trials are now coming online. You know, and then we have these joint select committees, Mr. Vice President. Every one of our joint select committees now, almost all, are being done on an online platform. And many of the discussions that happen in these committees, I would consider to be sensitive. Sensitive issues being discussed that dictate how we build our nation, decisions that may conflict with citizens in this country who may not agree. And I respectfully submit to my colleague on the independent senator bench with her concern about could it possibly be put, who could be in the room, or could it possibly be put on Douglas politics and so on. But Senator Roberts sits on joint select committees. Many of us sit on joint select committees. Could we not put these things on social media? Who's in the room with us? So, Mr. Vice President, Senator Roberts should have been given the opportunity to appear on these proceedings in the safety of his home on a virtual platform. That is clear. And if the committee made a decision not to allow this, then at least they should have taken the time to have written to him, to let him know what the decision was. Mr. Vice President, because Senator Roberts has a concern for safety, all of this is happening right now, Mr. Vice President, during a time when, during months, some of the deadliest months in our country, in our history, when we've recorded hundreds of persons dead from COVID-19, thousands of persons becoming infected, the Brazilian variant running rampant in this country, the Indian variant and the Delta variant on our doorsteps, a parallel health system that was on the verge of collapse, ICUs full. And the government came and declared a state of emergency. That is how bad it was, Mr. Vice President. The entire country was gripped with fear and focusing on their self-preservation. Us in the Senate, Mr. Vice President, we were full of fear as well. We saw in another place a prime minister who contracted COVID, who could have been sitting down there. Of course, that created concern to us in the parliament. We stayed out of the parliament once because of our concerns about our health. We did that. The parliament in another place and here took a decision to curtail their time because of our concern for our health. Mr. Vice President, we lost a colleague in that time. An honorable colleague, let me say. We lost him, and we did not know the circumstance. But we were so full with fear. Come on, we so full, we didn't know. It is reasonable to think that it could be that any one of us could contract COVID inside here. Today even, Mr. Vice President, the messages was very clear from the government, and the health regulations mandated that people should work from home when they can, even if you belong to a business or in an industry that is considered to be essential, as we are here today. So, Mr. Vice President, Senator Roberts would have been concerned with his health. He has a serious case of asthma, and his doctor told him to stay away until you're vaccinated. His doctor recommended, I spoke to him, his doctor recommended that he take the Pfizer, the Moderna, or the Johnson & Johnson. All three of which we don't have here today. In fact, at the time, I don't think we had many vaccines floating around. Mr. Vice President, Senator Roberts feared for his life. He has a young daughter. So do I. And I have a concern every single time I go home to my house. So what we are saying here today, I'm asking the question. I'm just asking the question. I'm not imputing improper motives. But is it because of political bias and spite that we would risk a colleague's life?
As much as you've indicated yourself that you're not imputing improper motives, it could be misconstrued as such. So,
Vice President. The question, therefore, is why then would the committee deny a reasonable request for a virtual hearing in the safety of Senator Roberts' house? It was stated that rooms were set up in the Parliament. He could sit in a separate room by himself and come on virtual. But Senator Roberts still has to park his car. He still has to pass his security, the police on the outside. He still has to go through security, interact with people. He still has to walk around the Parliament, touch the doorknobs. And when he goes in that room, he doesn't know who's in that room. Who is in the room setting it up? Could there be COVID there? But what he does know is that his home, where he lives on his own, is safe. So that is why he asked for it. So I have to ask myself the question if this, the way I interpreted when I read the report, is the committee, was it assembled with a majority with the sole purpose of condemning Senator Roberts? I don't know. I don't know. Was it? I don't know. I asking the question. Because to me it feels like that they acted in a biased manner, the majority. That's what it feels like to me. Was there a predetermined conclusion? I don't know. But Mr. Vice President, Senator Roberts not only offered to appear online as a demonstration of his willingness to participate in the proceedings, he also submitted full written submissions to the committee to request to cross-examine the President of the Senate. That's a fair request. But again, there was never any communication to him that this would not be allowed. But it was a reasonable request. He was ready, willing, and able to defend his name, his conduct, and his reputation. A person is entitled to be heard. A person is entitled to face his accuser. A person is entitled to know the basis of the complaint against him. These are self-evident rights that any person enjoys when faced with proceedings against them. This committee simply ignored all of these due process requirements and proceeded to condemn a man and his reputation without affording him an opportunity to be heard or without even responding to him, Mr. Vice President. I mean, come on. I'm sorry, but this is the kinds of things we see in communist North Korea and Venezuela. Mr. Vice President, that's the kind of things we see there, I have to say.
Two things. So I'm listening intently. You're about 12 minutes into your contribution. But as you're making your contribution, the same point is coming up again in relation to how the committee is constructed and something that I've ruled on earlier in relation to sounding like it's imputing improper motives. Parliament has a very strict procedure in the way these things are set up. Nobody really has a say, it's just the way they are set up in that sense. What I'm asking you to do at this point, because you are the 10th speaker coming into this debate, several of the points you're making as well, some of them which you have expanded upon a little further, which is quite fine. But the one that you're on now has been repeated by Senator Lachmidial, Senator Rambajan, and obviously moved by Senator Mark when he responded to the Leader of Government Business. So at this point, it's breaching the standing order in relation to tedious repetition. So what I want you to do moving forward is focus on new points if you have them, and any points that you are raising, expand a little further if you can. But once it's repeating what has been said before, it's going to be in the realm of tedious repetition, which is not allowed.
Paragraphs in the document which will take us, even if I'm still touching on a point, I'll refer to some paragraphs. I'm guided by you. You see, Mr. Vice President, what's worst here is that when one reads this report, it is devoid of rationale or reasons for any of these decisions. I'm merely going to recite now some events and concludes with an unsupported recommendation. So that's what I'm going to do now, with your advice. So when we look, for instance, at paragraph 32 of the report, the committee said, and I'm going to quote it now, Mr. Vice President, generally, your committee has been flexible in its operations. Due consideration was given to Mr. Roberts' request for a virtual meeting due to his health concerns, and the committee went well beyond the established meeting format for procedural and investigative processes. Close quote. So you see, this paragraph is replete with evasion. They are moving away. They're not giving an answer. They're just clouding it that we've given him options. We've given him options. But here it doesn't state that we wrote to Senator Roberts and told him, no, can't do it from your home. Right here. Mr. Vice President, it demonstrates the mind of persons who simply have no answer to a reasonable request from the senator when he sent his request. Senator Roberts to appear online and treat with the allegations against him. No comments from them. The committee admits to being flexible here. Claims it gives due consideration but fails to say anything about why virtual hearings could not have been afforded to Senator Roberts. So I ask myself the question again, why not simply have let him come online in his home? I move on. When I look at how this oddity continues, Mr. Vice President, I look at paragraph 38 of the majority report. This is what the committee says. Accordingly, your committee considered the effect of the words uttered by Mr. Roberts. Your committee considered the question of what the words used would convey about the President of the Senate to persons hearing them. Your committee determined that it was clear that the satirical subtext used by Mr. Roberts about the President of the Senate would be reasonably understood by persons hearing them as a reflection of the President of the Senate. Your committee also took into consideration the use of a kangaroo graphic being placed above the image of the President of the Senate in the video recorded on February 26, 2021, to make the reference to the President of the Senate as Mistress Kangaroo more obvious to persons viewing the recording. Mr. Vice President, unfortunately, this is the crux and pinnacle of the committee's report. It's what they're using to condemn a man. They looked at a kangaroo graphic and linked it to the Honorable Senate President. They linked it to the Honorable President of the Senate and determined that Senator Roberts was speaking about her. They look at a cartoon and make that determination. You can say, oh my God, all you want. I listened to my colleague, the Honorable Minister of Agriculture, when he referred to Brittany Higgins in Australia. And the first thing that came to me when I heard Australia was the kangaroo. Could I not interpret it differently? Senator Roberts is a avid sports fan. He was a minister of sports. Loves every sport, coached. Olympic teams, all sorts of things. Loves cricket. Loves the West Indies. Hates Australia in cricket. At that very time, there was a tournament going on with Australia against New Zealand. Could I not interpret it as the kangaroo is him taking a lash against Australia? He always starts his programs Mr. Vice President, with sports. He always starts his programs with sports. I see it. Speaks about football, cricket. He always starts. Yeah, I just wonder. Should the citizens of Australia now send a lawsuit against him for defaming their animal on their coat of arms? I mean, I don't mean to be facetious, Mr. Vice President, here. The point is that in our culture, the comparison of persons to fictional characters through metaphor or allegory is so commonplace that to condemn a man for this is ridiculous and oppressive. You just simply interpret that he linked the kangaroo to the Senate president without giving him a chance to actually tell you that, to give him a hearing to say that. No, I want to believe it's cricket, Australia. That's what I interpret it. Okay? How about that? There was another character I saw in a cartoon, some Oracle Oreo, looked like Mr. Clean, the cleaning agent. I wonder if Procter & Gamble might send a legal notice to Senator Roberts. You can't just simply interpret something without giving a man a fair hearing. Mr. Vice President, the committee stated in that paragraph that it considered what the words used would convey about the president. Let me quote it. What the words used would convey about the president of the Senate to persons hearing them. But has failed both in the report and in any letters to Senator Roberts to actually identify the words that they complain about. They came in the Senate here today and laid it out on the floor. But that is after a decision has already been taken in a committee. So they can say words and interpret it here now, but this was never communicated to Senator Roberts. So simply put, Senator Roberts is being condemned on the basis of exercising his speech, but is yet to be informed, up to now not informed, of the words which he used that he's being condemned for. It's obvious that a person must not only be given the right to be heard, but must be given the particulars of what is being alleged against him. And to date, despite the requests, several requests from Senator Roberts and his attorney at law, whether you want to recognize him or not, he does not know what the precise speech that is the subject of this complaint here today. How can that be fair? How can that be just? All we have is, so far, is a committee that looked at a video, saw a cartoon image, and decided to write a report and condemn the man. An interpretation, Mr. Vice President, from a majority in the committee who sit in the government. We challenge each other every day. It gets heated at times. Some people get emotional. So how can that be fair? Mr. Vice President, I looked at an example of this when recently the Supreme Court of India, the largest democracy in the world, they had a cause to comment on the legality of the disqualification application of a member of parliament. And I will read in the case of Kisham Singh versus the Honorable Speaker, Manipur Legislative Assembly, and OR's Civil Appeal number 547 of 2020. And let me just read this for you, Mr. Vice President, so you understand. It is time that the Parliament have a rethink on whether disqualification petitions ought to be entrusted to a Speaker as a quasi-judicial authority when such Speaker continues to belong to a particular political party, either de jure or de facto. Parliament may seriously consider amending the Constitution to substitute the Speaker of the Lok Sabha and Legislative Assemblies arbiter of disputes concerning disqualification which arise under the 10th schedule with a permanent tribunal headed by a retired Supreme Court judge or retired Chief Justice of a High Court or some other outside independent mechanism to ensure that such disputes are decided both swiftly and impartially, the word meaning impartially, thus giving real teeth to the provisions contained in the 10th schedule, which are so vital in the proper functioning of our democracy. Mr. Vice President, the point the Supreme Court of India was making is that the disqualification of a member of parliament is a very serious thing. Making decisions to punish any member,
Senator, you have 5 more minutes.
thank you, Mr. Vice President, is a very serious thing. To me, this report is an attempt to maybe even muzzle freedom of speech by simple interpretations on the next side. I can tell you no one is above public criticism and no one is above scrutiny. It cannot be that a committee with an inbuilt political bias sit and decide that a member of the Senate must face consequences to the rights of his freedom of speech without providing natural justice in the case and hearing his side of the case. Here we have two members who presented in this debate with venom. They have now become judge, jury, and prosecutor here today. That's what I heard. I heard the Honorable Minister of Tourism talk about the Red House. When he learned it in school, the Red House is the seat of democracy. He's correct. It is not the Red House of the PNM. It is the seat of democracy. But we stand up and witness judge, jury, and prosecutor here today. How can that be fair? How can that be just? Mr. Vice President, you know what? Let me wrap this up and let me continue to look at the most biased proceeding I've ever seen. Thank you.
Senator John.
President, for the opportunity to join this debate. Honorable Vice President, Senator Sagram Singh Sukla, I really wish the debate was about misogyny or the issues faced by women in the workplace, because at 38, as you are now, I was the general manager of the Public Transport Service Corporation, so I understand. And at this stage in my life, my daughter is 38 years old and also an attorney at law. So I understand, and I wish we could have really had a robust debate about the issues that, I have now transcended this time, but you have to face. one would have heard the passion. And these are not good things to face, these challenges as young professionals coming up. But unfortunately, as Senator Rambachan would have pointed out, the debate is not about that. And on the way I have the date, I'm hoping I have it right, but it is 2021.0302. So that could be the 2nd of March, 2021. Our Honorable President of the Senate, in making some remarks when the motion was introduced to the House, she said, the President of the Senate delivered a sit-in held on Thursday, December 10th. That was in reflection. On that occasion, Madam President cautioned all members, and Senator Roberts in particular, on a similar matter by stating definitively, and I quote him, "Honorable Senators, when these matters arise, it rarely one may think it is about me, but it is not." So she set the parameters that it is not about her. You know, she went on to say what she felt it was about, right? But she was very clear that it was not about her. So it was the sitting of the Privileges Committee, and they said it was about Mr. Roberts committed contempt of the Senate on February 23rd and 26th by making statements using satirical subtext, etc. 1 and 2, I don't want to be accused of tedious repetition. But Mr. Vice President, just as my colleague on the opposition bench said just now, in terms of, yes, the committee did offer or sent out requests on 3 separate occasions asking that Honorable Senator Roberts will come in to sit in with the committee. I have, since we have had the regulations, the public health regulations, and there's a decision on how many people may sit in the chamber, I spent time in the conference room, the opposition, the conference room used by the opposition. And I've seen, we have practicing attorneys who practice in the courts of Trinidad and Tobago, and you will just see them pick up their laptops and run into an adjoining room because they're attending court. Right there, they attend to their matter, they complete, and they move on. So, I don't know. Sorry? Well, I know Mr. Vice President, I've also sat on a particular committee with the Honorable Attorney General, and there are times he'll say, I'm attending to 3 or 4 matters at the same time. So there you have it. You understand that now this is an accepted practice. So I cannot understand why the committee did not invite, although they have said in the report that that was contemplated, the use of a virtual hearing. That was contemplated, but it was not acted upon. So all that we are saying here today, and some of it is really imputing improper motives against the Honorable Senator, which is so unfortunate. We really don't know. It's all hypothetical, because one did not hear his voice. He could not have been cross-examined or questioned or any of those things. So when Honorable Senator Vera spoke about he read the report last night, and I'm paraphrasing away here because I couldn't write as quickly. And he wondered whether Senator Roberts had deliberately absented himself in order to run down the clock, so the matter will die at midnight tonight. I think that was very unfortunate, because we can't know, because he did not speak. And we could even say he was not given an opportunity to speak, because it is very obvious in this situation of the pandemic that there are people who are very concerned. We don't know. We have not walked a mile in issue. You know, we can't say, well, okay, yes, he's down in some studio somewhere having a good time, but he did not seek to come here. What also was referenced by Senator Vera is that he saw that he attended meetings virtually, committee meetings of the Parliament virtually. So that showed that there was a willingness on Senator Roberts' part to participate. And I think there's a missed opportunity. I mean, people could have said all of these things and said them with some degree of certainty if indeed Senator Roberts had been given an opportunity to speak. And Senator Mitchell spoke about, of course, he refused to attend. and that it was somewhere in the proceedings that he indicated, Senator Roberts, that is indicated that he had asthma. You know, some people are different people. Some people like to share, some don't like to share. I don't know, we don't know. And to me, I don't like to impugn improper motives or to deal with hypothetical situation. Maybe I've lived too long a life, you know, so now I'm not into what if and scenario analysis, you know. So if this gentleman says, I have asthma, then we have to take him at his word because we don't know, you know. But to go further and to state that he could not have presented a certificate to support any ill health because the doctor will not, no doctor would have been willing to engage in fraud. I think that is very unfortunate because we don't know, because the committee, it appears, never asked him if he could substantiate the claims of ill health. Because, Mr. Vice President, when the meeting was supposed, he was invited to appear on Friday, April 23rd at 10:30 a.m. or thereabouts. On that date, you had, I think it was 104 new cases and 3 deaths. On the other day, May 6th, you had 191 deaths. And at the time you had an amalgamation of 191 deaths. And on the last day, June 23rd, we had gotten to 768. So someone with what would have been a pre-existing condition, or I don't know if it's a comorbidity, whatever it is, maybe one also, the same way I think people are willing to say there was some level of dishonesty. Why could it not also be there was truthfulness? But we don't, the point is, Mr. Vice President, we just don't know. And I think in a circumstance such as that, we really missed an opportunity to find out. Because I could understand the committee's frustration to say we have invited once, we have twice, we have said, okay, there are 2 rooms, etc. But if someone is saying, I am uncertain, you know, and what is obvious in this period of pandemic is making access of the technology, and one did not make use of it. I think, Mr. Vice President, we can only come to the conclusion that the committee's work would have been incomplete because Senator Roberts' voice was not heard. And therefore, I will have to join myself with the findings or the suggestions of the minority report that Senator Roberts be advised that in the absence of any willful or deliberate intent on the part of Senator Roberts, because I'm not sure that we can come to any conclusions here, any definitive conclusions. So basically, that as Senator Mark recommended in clause 30 of his report, the undersigned recommends that the President issue guidance based on existing rules of the Senate and possibly new rules to all members in the appropriate use of social media by members of the Senate whenever reporting, etc., etc. So, Mr. Vice President, with those very few words, I want to thank you very much for the opportunity.
Senator Bettelme.
Mr. Vice President, I thank you for the opportunity to rise and contribute to this especially important debate. As the youngest female senator, I want to thank my leader of government business for giving me another opportunity to use my voice in this honorable chamber. You see, Mr. Vice President, this is not a chamber of silence. This is a chamber of high esteem where we come to raise our voices and act in the best interests of the citizens of Trinidad and Tobago, regardless of what side of the bench you sit. Once you walk through those doors, you are now representing all citizens. And today I will raise my voice to give support to this motion for all females, both in politics, out of politics, and persons experiencing bullying. If we do not stand for rules and principles, we risk this honorable chamber becoming savage and dark. I heard senators say this morning that this is not an issue of bullying. Yes, it is.
allow me to share the definition of bullying, or a definition of bullying, which is an unbridled attack against someone who at that moment cannot defend themselves. Do you know what a bully looks like? It is someone who, after committing such acts of intimidation, uses excuses about having asthma, crying, hiding behind illogical rambling while asking others to defend them. Senator Mark claimed in his presentation that our leader of government business failed to persuade the Senate as to why the recommendations in this report should not be adopted. What is there to persuade again? This is coming from a senator or senators who continue to wrongfully accuse this government of not doing everything we can to protect our women. You now have the opportunity to speak up and protect a colleague who was attacked on a live show by another colleague, and you failed to hold him to accountability. And that is what our leader of government business made mention to of a boys' club. Senator Mark even went on to say that this was not done intentionally, but Mr. Vice President, this is a well-known show with a substantial fan base, as Senator Lakshmi Dayal so proudly boasted, that has fans in Guyana. This attack was planned from the meeting of his team to the cutting and editing of the clips from the Senate. It was well orchestrated. During that entire process, Senator Roberts then had the opportunity to stop and think and let good sense prevail. And if that was not enough, he had another opportunity while saying, join the live, and at that time, he still did not take the opportunity to stop himself. Senator Mark went on to say that he was hoping that this would be a nice debate. A nice debate? A member of this esteemed house was attacked by another colleague publicly for doing her job. Mr. Vice President, nice went out the window when that occurred. There's nothing nice about this anymore. As a young woman in politics, I expect to be protected, not just in this honorable chamber, but in every aspect of my life. And I was so ashamed. And I felt like I had to extend my apologies as a woman to watch not one, not two, but 3 female senators on the opposite side being forced to join and stand in this illogical dance to defend an offender. Imagine Senator Lyda just stood in this honorable chamber and defended a man that has absolutely no respect for our presiding officer, who is a woman. Mr. Vice President, the attacks on our presiding officer should have never occurred to her or any colleague in this chamber, whether it be man or woman. Mr. Vice President, I have spoken to and witnessed colleagues and other women in politics being bullied and having to deal with sexism and hatred on social media, all for doing their jobs. Our job here is not easy, but our roles are very clear. We are here to represent the interests of the people of Trinidad and Tobago, and it does not matter which side of the chamber you sit on. We are here for our people, not for ourselves or not to attack each other. We are held to the high standards, and the people of Trinidad and Tobago expect us to use our voice in a respectful manner and in a manner that makes them proud. Mr. Vice President, I am a new politician. I am not as experienced as some of the honorable members in this house, but I am guided by our standing orders. And if after 10 months of being in this chamber, I do not know how to act, then what it is you're really doing here? And he has had more than 10 months. He's an experienced politician, so if by now you don't know how to act, then it's not making sense. Senator Mark is trying to convince this honorable chamber to teach experienced adults who served as ministers previously on how to act. After all these years, you still don't know how to act? Is training on the use of social media and on the use of social media by politicians needed? Yes, it is needed. Mr. Vice President, when you listen to the speakers before me, Senator Roberts was given numerous opportunities to defend himself and he did not take it. Mr. Vice President, why should I or any other female have to live and work in fear? And that is exactly what it is. Living and working in fear, because there are men who cannot deal with our strength and the fact that we walk in our purpose. We think of bullying as a childhood issue, and while it is, the brutal reality is that one of our greatest oppressors today is adult bullying. What does adult bullying look like? It looks like Senator Roberts' online show Douglas Politics. It's the telling of untruths about a colleague to promote fear and intimidation. In the report, under the considerations of the details and nature of the breach, the committee's research demonstrated, among other findings, Section 35E, as with the intimidation of a member or witness, the intimidation or attempted intimidation of the speaker or any other chair occupant is viewed as serious by the House. So you are in breach. This is not a witch hunt. He even went on to say on his Douglas Politics show that something must have happened to head Mistress Kangaroo that turned her into a wicked witch. What? And you want me to sit down here and say, yes, okay, no problem. No, he didn't do anything wrong. Let's take it. No, I'm not accepting that. Mr. Vice President, social media is a tool to be used as a platform for positivity. In these times, we have seen social media used for some people to stay connected, to start businesses, and to voice our opinions. And do not get me wrong, I understand that we have the right to view our opinions and that we enjoy certain privileges, but it should not be abused. Mr. Vice President, the way in which we deal with this matter goes beyond simple guidelines of how to use social media. It has to do with our culture change overall and understanding why some men are so intimidated by women and our power and our ability to walk in our purpose. It involves us acknowledging and identifying workplace bullying. It involves us specifically dealing with workplace bullying on and off social media by implementing a policy of consequences and enforcing them. It includes to foster a culture of teamwork and respect. Respect is extremely important within this chamber and within your daily life. I don't know anyone who could just function like that. Mr. Vice President, the ugly truths hiding behind bullying, especially concerning who is most often affected, according to the Workplace Bullying Institute, says that 69% of bullies are males, and their targets are 57% females. And 31% females are usually bullies, and 68% are females. Females are always the target for some strange reason. Why is that? Do you think we are weak? Do you think you can just stand and attack us and attack us whenever you feel like it? Workplace bullying is unfortunate. It is an unfortunate fact, and it isn't something that we should just accept. Work to identify and eradicate bullying with transparent policies and enforcement, and work to continue building our institution's culture around teamwork and respect. Imagine the opposition leader has 6 picks of senators to place in this honorable house, and today we have to stand and debate the misconduct of one of them. You know how much bills we could pass in right now that actually affects, we have 2 bills to pass now. Right now we have to waste time to defend or to talk about the misconduct of another colleague. Why is that? We are wasting the people's time. We are wasting our citizens' money. Every time we have to stand here and talk and waste time. Mr. Vice President, as you see, a lot of us may have become very emotional about the topic, but I would just like to conclude by saying this is a very unfortunate event. And as a young person, it is something that I believe needs to be addressed. And the relevant persons need to be held accountable. We are not just defending the individual sitting in the chair We are defending whoever sits in that chair, whether it be male or female. We are defending the office. We are defending this esteemed chamber. And I know I want to call on the opposition leader to stop just talking and to actually put her words into action. It is very easy to host a candle night vigil, but when the opportunity arises for you to defend or to support the findings of this report against another, for the attack against another colleague, you seriously trying to protect the offender? And then you want to stand in this chamber constantly and accuse us of not doing everything we can to protect the women of Trinidad and Tobago? That is the heights of hypocrisy. With those few words, I thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Naked.
In the name of God, most gracious, most merciful. Mr. Vice President, surprisingly, I find myself in this debate feeling very dispassionate. When I notice the passion and the fury and the self-righteous indignation exhibited by that side. But nothing to do with the issue at hand. This debate has as much to do with bullying, gender abuse, as the PNM has to do with good governance. In other words, nothing. This debate comes down to a few essential issues, if we look at things dispassionately. And they are whether there was malicious intent on the part of the Honorable Senator Anna Roberts to bring this Parliament, the Senate, into a contemptuous position. No one on that side, or no one on that side, has convinced anybody that this is so. And why we can say that with such comfort and ease, and why I feel comfortable with what has transpired, is that the lead, the Honorable Minister of Agriculture, completely went apart from what was the first issue I saw in reading the report. There was the admission that this was a satirical context. His emissions were satirical. But everybody glossed over that. Someone even tried to put it in the context. I think it is the Honorable Minister of Tourism. He brought, in my opinion, this Parliament into the dispute that he spoke about. And I'll tell you why. Anna Roberts never mentioned the Senate President by name. Not once. For someone to come here and connect kangaroo with kangaroo, that's their business. That has nothing to do with Senator Anna Roberts at all. You are imputing that. You have to leave that up to the public to decide. That is the concept or the idea of satire. And if you want to quote and go back into history, I heard Senator Vera speak about Cicero. Ego boronatello, or ego borona milau, sto Hellenica. I don't even know, I know about Greek literature. Because I can speak the language and I lived in Greece for years. So you can't bring Cicero and quote Cicero to suit your agenda of painting Senator Anna Roberts in a certain way by saying that his tongue was this because he had the gift of the gab, but the context was that Cicero was accurately depicting the abuse of power by Mark Antony, facilitated by the riches of his wife, Fulvia. That was the context that he left out quite conveniently. Because Cicero believes, and he believed, that a society should be a means to an end, that it should be facilitated by good men. So I wish to advise, in his looking at Greek literature, maybe he might want to read about Sophistes that gave birth to sophistry. So, this whole debate reminds me of the many sayings I used to hear in my house, my father and mother. They would always have a saying when something happened in the house. You know, and I'm sure here it's Trinidad and Tobago, it's a common thing from our parents. You know, there's a storm in a teacup, for example. I would hear, you know, what a tangled web we weave. I think everybody's familiar with these things. What a tangled web we weave when we endeavor to deceive. Things like that. We would hear those kind. And it reminds me of this debate. So when I hear this whole song and dance, gender abuse, bullying, this and that, ascribing improper motives to the senator that has never been proved, and I let it flow. I could have invoked a standing order, but I wanted it to flow so I could speak about it. Because I believe that nowhere, no how, anyone can ascribe to Senator Anna Roberts malicious intent. Not to deceive the parliament, as has been said, or not to deceive the Privileges Committee. I know Anna Roberts personally for over 35 years. Anna Roberts was my coach. Not only is he brilliant, he's extremely disciplined in his work. Extremely disciplined. When I was captain of the national team, I had an injury at 34 years old. All doctors in Europe, I was still playing. End of my career. Anna Roberts stayed 6 months with me. Every morning, he would meet me down in the mall. And then up in the pool in Crepe. From the mall for 6 months, every morning, Mr. Vice President, to get me back to fitness. I played another 7 years until the age of 41, professional football, because of his discipline, because of his intent. And then to hear people come here and talk so casually about he had malicious intent. And everybody talk, even in his favor, about he has a daughter. But take it one step further. I would like to ask anybody on that side, what if something happened to him? Not only does he have a daughter, he's the sole provider of that daughter. For all intents and purposes, he's a single parent. That is a fact. That is a fact. Arnold is a single provider and sole provider of his young daughter. So when you hear the Cavalier contributions that he was deceptive in not coming to the meetings, and they go quickly over that he offered himself virtually. For me, that was massive. Let me tell you why. I have no problem if Senator Anna Roberts, because when I looked at those emissions, if any one time the name of the Senate President was directly called, if he had done anything to inflict bullying, I would have recused myself today. I grew up in a home, not only with a matriarch of immense respect and honor, but with 3 sisters. So I don't understand the need in serving a political agenda because, and I was extremely disappointed with the Minister of Agriculture in his, there was no substance other than the fire and the fury and the shaking of the hand and the pointing of the finger, but nothing of substance to indicate where Arnold Roberts, Senator Arnold Roberts, attempted to deceive anybody. He could not make it be out of real fear for his health and thereby the health and safety of his daughter. And I'd like to pose the question to all of us who have children here. Were any of us prepared to take over the responsibility, should something have happened to Senator Arnold Roberts, of taking care of that daughter? If I was in his position, with an asthmatic condition, I wasn't coming. I think when we come to procedural flaws that were present, I think that has been gone over by most of my colleagues, and I must say, expertly done. So then I come to why the distractions about gender abuse and bullying and the rage. Why? And it was striking to me in the Minister of Agriculture's submission, and remember this very well, it's right here. He admitted that he likes the program. He liked it. He likes watching the program. But he went on to say that it was about the reach that Arnold was obtaining. He even spoke about one of their own activists, PNM activists, on social media, who was only getting 85 views or viewers, while Arnold was in the 9,000. And it's maybe more. So then, just to raise that point indicates it's not about the principle of the thing, it's the fear of what he's saying. So then it comes to, it's an intent to have censorship on Senator Arnold Roberts. Because even one of the following speakers, I think it was Senator Mitchell, Minister of Agriculture. I think he mentioned, Minister of Tourism, I think he himself mentioned that the program should be stopped, as did Minister of Agriculture. Why? Listen, I have no problem with this side or this side making their contributions, and I understand the real fear of somebody like Senator Arnold Roberts. He's a brilliant guy, politically, we all know that. I understand the interest in probably silencing him, we know that. But, Mr. Vice President, it does not cut to the issue contained in the report. And once we establish that he never got a chance to present his side, the burden becomes on that privileged committee to prove him guilty. No one is guilty before they're innocent, even before a privileged committee. No one. So even the 1% chance that he is innocent, I have heard numerous speakers here, including Senator Vera, including Senator Richards. Alan is my friend. I work with him. Senator, I think Senator Hamadat. Well, if he's your friend, and there remains that 1 or 2% doubt, why didn't you give him that doubt? If he's your friend. Because for me, none of you is my friend, but I respect all of you. But none of you are my friends. And I don't care if I'm yours, but I respect all of you. All of you. Even you. So, Mr. Vice President, I looked up what means satire in a democracy. And you know, it actually says by several speakers, even one, let me get his name, Joshua Forkard, who wrote a definitive paper on guidance on the use of social media in Parliament. And they speak about satire in democracy, and we have to be careful. Because once satire is used, the person who's the object or subject of that satire, if they are not able to understand that satire or feel themselves above satire, it shows their true character. So if you have a government that feels that they're not or they should not be the subject of satirical content, then we are slipping slowly into something that is not democracy. I don't want to say and get people riled up and talk about dictatorship, but we have to be careful, because legitimate criticism in a respectful forum, in my opinion, bolsters our democracy. It doesn't lessen it, it bolsters it. So this talk about toxic environment, when none of it in the workplace and what happened on do-gooder politics could affect the workplace. Specious arguments. I would like just to touch and rebut that it is incumbent upon us to remember that we are in a guile that sometimes can be bitter, sometimes it can be cordial and harmonious. I see all the time Senator Wade Mark is a person who gets along with almost everyone. I am not like that, and I don't need to be. But it's important that respect is there. And I think once we recognize a mutual respect, we would not be given to exaggerations like we heard today. Once we respected the fact that Senator Anna Roberts, in truth and in fact, is a very decent man, we wouldn't have had these exaggerations about he targeted the Senate president and he did that and it was a big conspiracy between his production team. No. Why go down that road? If what we want to speak about and laud about and promote that we are actually, in fact, senatorial colleagues. And just a little tidbit that I was thinking if to just give it. In truth and in fact, one of the people who actually speak at the press conferences on health hosted by this government is Arnold's physician, Dr. Trotman, who knows very well of his condition. So to cast any doubt whether he has asthma like Minister of Tourism did, it lessens us. That's my point. In truth and in fact, this whole proceeding has brought this Senate into dispute more than what he's accused of. More than what he's accused of. So in my opinion, I speak above your level. In my opinion, Mr. Vice President, I think it's important that in keeping to our political agendas, which we have, I still believe that we can be honest or have some degree of honesty, even if it doesn't serve our political agenda. So I totally reject, in the interest of truth, impartiality, objectivity, this idea that Senator Arnold Roberts targeted anyone, that he abused anyone. And I just would wish my last, which I found the most out of place among the many out of place comments. I think the Minister of Tourism, he said at the end that were it up to him, there would have been harsher penalties. Harsher penalties, and he didn't provide any shred of evidence of why. It should be harsher penalties. And then I wish in my heart then that also there should be harsher penalties for people who are duncy. So, Mr. Vice President, I thank you for allowing me the chance to defend my brother, my colleague, the Honorable Senator Arnold Roberts. Thank you, Mr. Vice President.
Leader of Government Business.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Vice President. Mr. Vice President, I listened to Senator Nakid. I note his comment that he lived in Greece and he knows the language. Well, sir, I want to tell you that you live in Trinidad and Tobago now, and you should learn your standing orders. And these standing orders were amended on 31st March 2015. This is a proud work of your government. And if you had read it, you would have saved us about 15 minutes. 15 minutes you schooled us on satire. And you would have read on Appendix 2 the general rules for broadcasting of Senate proceedings. Because if you had read the transcript, almost 40 pages, 38 pages of the second video transcript, if you had read it, I know you did not, you would know that the video, the show, Douglas Politics on the 26th of February 2021, was presented using in part recordings from the Parliament broadcast. So that in relation to broadcasting of excerpts from proceedings, Appendix 2 treats broadcasts of excerpts and reports of the proceedings separately. And 3A reads as follows: broadcast of excerpts shall be used only for the purposes of fair and accurate report of proceedings and shall not be used for political party advertising or election campaigns, satire and ridicule, the purpose of maliciously attacking someone's reputation or character, or commercial sponsorship of commercial advertising. And it's there in Roman numerals, something that you should be familiar with. If you don't understand English, you would at least understand. So, satire. As Senator Vera said, this is not schoolboy business, and I have no time for the foolishness I've heard today. I have no time. Go and read your standing orders. And to say that Senator Roberts never got a chance to present his side, there are at least 8 letters written to Senator Roberts. The last one being on the last day, meeting of the last day, June 23, 2021. Very detailed. And if you are told to come to the Parliament, the purpose of the hearing, and you propose all sorts of different things, every letter refers to every piece of correspondence received, and every letter contains very clear responses, very, very clear responses. And I would not get into Senator Roberts' medical condition, because that was told in the correspondence. But he got his chance. More importantly, he used his chance by submitting made a written submission. He promised to add to it, but he made his submission. He took technical points relating to the absence of details of the conduct complained about. He took the technical point of the death of our former colleague, Senator Khan, and the way in which that affected the proceedings. He took procedural points, and he made his submissions, which were considered by the committee. So to say he never got a chance, that is not true. Senator Leiter caused me to go to the washroom because I have 3 children. I've heard a lot of fairy tales in my life. I've read a lot of them. I still read them. But for a big man, an adult, in a parliament, given 30 minutes to say that Senator Roberts is a sports fan, a cricket fan. Around that time, the Australians were playing, and the use of the kangaroo was relating to the Australian cricket. I mean, they invented the expression cock and bull for a story like that, and I would add another word to bull, given the chance. I mean, as my colleague Senator Bertelmi said, wasting precious time, 30 minutes with a cock, bull, and stupid kangaroo story. And this thing about bias. Well, let me answer the bias question. Bias. Keep hearing about bias. 4 independent senators. This is a unique parliament. A unique parliament. Trinidad and Tobago's parliament is unique. Unique. It's bicameral. Many are unicameral. But we still have, in this House, 3 benches. We've heard from 4 independent senators today. All 4 in support of the report, including 3 who could not be on the committee. Well researched and presented. So if you say there's bias, then you make a serious allegation once again against the independent bench. for which there is no justification. I want to go to Senator Lakshmi-Dayal, Senators Lakshmi-Dayal and Senator Rambajan to say this. I listened very carefully. I respect both of them. I like them, but not as much as I like my friend Senator Mark. And it struck me to hear Senator Lakshmi-Dayal say, in a bit of sotto voce, I have my own views. I will not do that. In other words, Senator Lakshmi-Dayal was talking about the matter. And she says, I have my own views, and I would not do that. And what Senator Lakshmi-Dayal is doing is applying a personal standard of what she would do and would not do. And the thing about the Parliament and why the Constitution accepts from itself the Parliament is because of the history and purpose of this Parliament. And it is not, when you look at the standing orders, the practice, and the way in which we've historically conducted ourselves, it is not a personal standard to be applied of how Anil Roberts chooses to behave and how Senator Lakshmi-Dayal chooses to behave. It is a standard that is applicable across parliaments in every jurisdiction. And that is what we've signed up for. And I want to answer, there's an undercurrent flowing through here. And I want to repeat what I said in the 7th meeting of the Privileges Committee. Because I was very clear, and my notes are here. On the said transcript, I made my notes. And I placed on the record of that committee that Senator Roberts is somebody who I have no problem talking to. I've known him long. I've worked with his parents. I've known him. I've known all his siblings. And I consider him to be a friend. I considered him to be a friend. And I made the point that he's a second-term parliamentarian, a former minister. Not many of us get to serve in both houses. Senator Gopi Skoon is one. Senator Khan, who was here before. Not many of us. Not many of us in this country get to serve in a cabinet. He's had that experience, growing up in the home of 2 lawyers as parents. And I made the point that he's an outstanding national athlete. He's an outstanding and successful coach. And I made the point that I consider him to be an intelligent person. And I didn't use the word like Senator Nakit to describe the program. But I look at the program because I know he's a seasoned politician and an intelligent person, and I want to hear his views. I want to hear his views as I listen to all the others that I could follow. So that I do not want anybody, this issue. I said that in the committee because I understood that I was on a committee that was dealing a matter involving a friend of mine. I had to be clear in my own thoughts on the matter. And this transcript helped me a lot to understand. So it is not because I don't like or I want to get rid of him or his program. My reference to the viewership of the program, the lawyers amongst us and those who understand libel and slander and those things. Part of the consideration of the damage, when you're considering the odium that has been brought to the House, you have to consider the reach of the contemptuous conduct. Because I said it when I made the point. I didn't just say it's 9,000 persons. I was speaking about the reach and the people who would have heard and who might have been convinced by what Senator Roberts said. Especially persons who would not understand otherwise, because he's a member of the House, he's been asked to leave the House, and people will believe him. Viewers would believe him. And if there was nobody watching, it would be different from 9,000 and a well-watched program. And that is why I made the point. Not that I have no desire to, I don't have the power actually to shut him down. I don't see him as a threat. I've run and lost in 2 elections already. And I'm still here standing, surviving. I don't perceive anybody as a threat. I work with all of you and I work with everybody. But I don't have a problem also on doing what has to be done and thinking what has to be thought out. So I do not want anybody to feel that this is personal. This is not personal. I want to say, in relation to the submissions from my friends, Senators Rambajan and Lachmidial, I anticipated the defense lawyers, and I anticipated the grave errors they would make, especially in relation to the Constitution, because this is a different place, this Parliament, when you step foot here. You see, let me illustrate. If you look at the standing orders, Standing Order 28, for example, the contents of questions, and it reads, the right to ask a question shall be subject to the general rules as to the interpretation of which the President shall be the sole judge. Sole judge, the President. So when you come to me with freedom of speech and procedure, natural justice, and so on, then you go through. A question shall not contain preambles, opinions, statements of facts. That is freedom of expression, being constrained there. You can't come in here and say what you want and when you want and for how long you want. You could go on Douglas Politics and do that, and you could go on the sidewalk and do that. No, not more than one subject shall be referred to in any one question. A question shall not contain arguments, allegations, inferences, opinions, imputations, epithets, ironical expressions, or hypothetical cases. And it goes on to not reflecting on character. I'm just using one standing order to say what my colleague Senator Mitchell referred to earlier as the exceptions contained in the Constitution is what gives this Parliament its lifeblood. And even when the constraints are in the context of if you get to talk, how long you're allowed to talk, what you're allowed to speak on, what is considered relevant and irrelevant. Even if your cell phone go off, you're invited to leave the chamber sometimes for the rest of the day. So that this is not as free a place as you believe the Constitution allows you to be. It is not. And this is what we've signed up for.
And it is difficult sometimes to understand if you have practiced any element of the law that deals with process and procedure, judicial review, governance, even if you've worked with rules of the court on the criminal side or the civil side. If you ever had to present evidence in court, you're constrained by all these processes, all these procedures. But when you get into this house, no matter how many times you've been to the Privy Council, the President, the presiding officer, maintains the order in this house. And the ruling of the presiding officer is final. Not one of us, on being told to sit down or leave the chamber, or being told to sit down because of tedious repetition, goes to the High Court and say, my constitutional rights are being infringed in the Parliament. Because you understand fully. And it's a difficult thing to deal with. That I've seen then Senator Saddam Hussein put out once or twice for things he may or may not have done. And the whole noise in the center of the floor, on both sides, he got put out. I've seen people whose cell phones did not go off and asked to leave the chamber. Because the presiding officer maintains the order and the rulings are final. And that is at the heart of the transcript of the second video. You see, I listened to Senator Nakid talk about the non-reference to the presiding officer by name. But that is why you yourself describe it as satire. And let us not waste time. The juxtaposition, the splicing in of the videos, and just the terminology. Because on the first page, there's a reference to the Madam Referee on 3 occasions. And then you go through and you see it's tied up very nicely at the back. The references to referee, and I'm just using one. When you go to page 33 of the transcript, it says, many questions. You all are the judges. Tone it down. What is that standing order? This is standing order. This is the book. The referee is supposed to use the book. You know, everything is tied up here very nicely. Senator Roberts is intelligent. He uses the satire. He creates the planet senator. Senator Nakid, don't let me down. I mean, planet senator, and that has nothing to do with the Senate and the senators and the Senate president. No wonder you attacked the police service and you had to apologize. Your thought process is, no matter you made that crazy attack on the police service and then had to apologize. You should have read this. You should have read this. I like you, you know. But you just frustrate me sometimes. You should have read. This is nice, easy reading and child-friendly. And you would have seen and understood. You would have understood the construct of this, which brought you to Cicero and satire and everything. This is high-level thing. I can't conceive of doing this. That's why I said my friend is intelligent. And it was well done. But it is also well wrong. And we are here to address that. There's this talk about women. And
distraction and all of that. But I do not believe that anything relating to the protection of women is a distraction. And I didn't land on that accidentally, Is the transcript that brought me there. I didn't land on that because it is the transcript that crafted the sweet, loving headmistress kangaroo, because it is on page 2. We start. It is part of Planet Senator with headmistress kangaroo and booming voice. And you could disagree with me. I don't mind that. And you may say my imagination runs wild. I have been around long. And the characterization, the presiding officer is a long-standing lawyer, former member of parliament, former government minister, and a second-term president of the Senate. And my interpretation is that it was a sexist way of characterizing the senator, the president, a headmistress, to manage little children. That's the characterization of it. And it started there because I read something into that, and you could disagree with me. I read something in the construct. You could have said that she's the head of the military in the country. She's a headmistress. Well, my mom is a headmistress, and they're outstanding people in this country, and I have a lot of love and respect for them. They try hard with me, all of them. But I understand the intent of that. I understand that. And if you find that that is not a characterization that is demeaning, I invite you to go lower down on page 2, where Senator Roberts, in satire mode, said, but something happened in the life of Headmistress Kangaroo, and it turned her into a wicked witch. I married so long, and I know the words wicked and the words witch can't even go separately in a conversation, far less together. A wicked witch. A wicked witch. You live in Greece, you know the history of witches? How demeaning it is, how derogatory it is, how offensive it is, how hurtful it is, and how is to characterize a woman as a wicked witch. And you tell me this is not an attack on women in position? This country is unique.
Minister, you have 5 more minutes.
A female head of state, a female presiding officer in the Senate, and a presiding officer in the House. And that's the best we could do, a wicked witch. And if the Prime Minister could handle his stories, I handle mine today. This is my assignment today. And then we go to page 3. Where the kangaroo, the headmistress kangaroo, says she became bitter, she became angry. Straight out. What's the name of the characterization? Diary of a angry black woman? Bitter, angry, and she became a dictator. She became aggressive. Listen, whether you could be vexed how much you want, this is our workplace, and this is the boss of our workplace. And enforcing the standing orders that you put in place, that has empowered her and all before her to do her job, has been characterized, because you don't like it and you do not wish to subscribe to it, she's been characterized as bitter, angry, and dictator. And that is why Australia got itself in that position. And that is why the Governor General in Canada got herself and lost her job. Because it was not addressed. And that is why I opened like that this morning. Because I knew that you were coming with your lawyers to argue procedure. And I came here
to argue dignity of the House. Dignity of the House. And that is what this is about, not for me or not for you. But this is long, long history for which an exception was made in the Constitution. That you sign up for to behave in a particular way. And it constrains you in the House and outside the House according to the standing order. Facebook don't run this Parliament. Neither does Instagram and Twitter. It's these standing orders, this little black book that they give you when you start off here. It is this little black book. And it is this little black book that has brought us here, Mr. Vice President. And I believe that we, on behalf of the committee and on behalf of those who have advocated today for the approval of the report, have made our case. And those who disagree are constrained by their political position to disagree. They're constrained, and I understand that fully. I know they cannot exercise their free will today, but on their behalf, we, the majority, will exercise our will on their behalf also. I thank you, Mr. Vice President.
Honourable Senators, the question is that the Senate adopt the report of the Committee of Privileges of the Senate First Session 2020-2021 12th Parliament on the matter of contempt of Parliament. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. No. I think the ayes have it. The report is therefore adopted.
Government Business Bill, second reading.
Honourable members, the debate on the second reading of the following bill, which was in progress when the Senate adjourned on Monday, July the 5th, 2021, will be resumed. A bill entitled an Act Attorney General.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. Mr. Vice President, I beg to move that a bill entitled an Act to amend the Quarantine Act, Chapter 2805, be now read a second time. Mr. Vice President, I ask honourable members to focus upon the very narrow issue before us this afternoon on this bill. This bill was laid in the Senate on Monday and comes up for debate today. It proposes very simply an amendment to the Quarantine Act. The Quarantine Act, Mr. Vice President, is a robust piece of law that has been with us. It is Chapter 2805. It's an Act of Parliament number 19 of 1944. It was amended twice, by Act number 29 of 1945 and by Act number 31 of 1978. And this Quarantine Act, Mr. Vice President, is of material concern as it has come to be used on the occasion of a dangerous infectious disease, having been declared so under the public health regulations. A dangerous infectious disease is in fact one standing in Trinidad and Tobago in January 2020, the novel coronavirus was so declared. We have come to understand concepts such as zoonosis, the transmission of disease that comes from animals to human beings. We are gripped with a pandemic. The world is being asked to balance lives with livelihoods. Today, as I stand before you, Mr. Vice President, the government has issued, as a matter of fact, a protocol into the public domain that tells this country, via the Ministry of Health's quarantine protocols for passengers entering into Trinidad and Tobago, effective July 17, 2021, that the government, pursuant to a decision made and communicated to the population after consultation with the experts, intends to open the borders of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago effective July 17, 2021. The use of quarantine is something which is in effect in Trinidad and Tobago. We have the Quarantine Act. We have quarantine also under the public health regulations. And I want to put out on the record that Regulation 9 of the public health regulations as it stands now, 2021, and Regulation 10 of the same regulations provide for quarantine. Regulation 9 provides for the consequences of a breach of quarantine at a public health institution or a designated facility. The fine for the breach of quarantine under the public health regulations stands at the maximum of $250,000 and imprisonment for a term of 6 months. It is a summary offense. Regulation 10 of the Public Health Ordinance treats with the breach of self-quarantine, where someone has been put into self-quarantine. The breach for that under the public health regulations as a springboard coming out of the Public Health Ordinance. The fine is a maximum of $250,000, imprisonment for 6 months, again a summary offense. We also have in the regulations, Regulation 11 of the Public Health Regulations, Madam President, as I welcome you to the chair, where we say that a person who contravenes Regulations 5 or 10 commits an offense liable on summary conviction to a maximum of a fine of $250,000 and 6 months. Today, we ask for the Quarantine Act to be amended in 2 simple sections. First of all, the Quarantine Act does not have an offense provision for the breach of regulations. So there is a material shortcoming in the Quarantine Act. Whilst you can make regulations under the Quarantine Act, there is no effective teeth provided, for breach of the regulations. I'd like to remind you, Madam President, by legal notice number 35, we issued an order under the hand of the Chief Medical Officer, 31st of January 2020, where we dealt with the quarantine provisions for the novel coronavirus, Order 2020. In it, we provided for infections occurring on board ships and aircraft, and that order was issued, allowing for quarantine provisions to come into effect. We have issued by legal notice number 111 the regulations under the Quarantine Act for Maritime Amendment Regulations 2021, where we dealt with a number of provisions including deratization, etc., ship sanitation certificates. These were done in tandem with legal notice 186, which dealt with our public health regulations. That was to allow us to do these simple harmonized forms and to bring regulations into order. But, Madam President, what we have to do here today is to take conscious reflection. There is no penalty under the Quarantine Act for breach of regulations. The regulations are necessary to help us to operationalize the law, and specifically, the only offense that exists at present under the Quarantine Act is a very limited offense where, for breach of Section 7 of the Quarantine Act, you are exposed to a maximum of $6,000 and imprisonment for 6 months. Section 7 of the Quarantine Act treats with the following. Any person who refuses to answer or knowingly gives an untrue answer to any inquiry made under the authority of this Act, or intentionally withholds any information reasonably required by him, by an officer, person acting with authority, or knowingly furnishes to to such an officer or any other person any information which is false. Then we go down in subparagraph B, where there's a willful omission, where they don't carry out lawful orders or instructions, etc. In paragraph C, we deal with the consequences of assault, resisting, willfully obstructing, intimidating officers. But it is critically important now to harmonize a breach of these provisions, lift the penalty from $6,000 and 6 months, and we propose here, as the bill has been circulated, that we take this penalty now to $350,000 and we take it to 1 year. Why? In the context of the public notice today as to the confirmation of protocols for the breaches, the confirmation of the protocols for entry into Trinidad and Tobago, the confirmation being associated with quarantine provisions for persons who are vaccinated or non-vaccinated. The protocols have been issued saying what happens when you enter the country. But we anticipate with the entry of people coming into Trinidad and Tobago that they will have to document and produce their PCR tests. They would have to document and speak to the truth and validity of their vaccinations. And therefore, we cannot leave the penalty at $6,000 if you tell an untruth to an officer at the point of entry in quarantine circumstances. This is built into the technology where you will upload your PCR test before you arrive. It's built into the technology where you will upload your vaccine information. It is built within the desire to protect Trinidad and Tobago's livelihoods so that we can open our economy and have persuasive provisions in law to ensure that people tell the truth. It's as simple as that. So, Madam President, in very simple form, we are asking for the amendment of Section 7 for those purposes. In asking for the amendment of Section 7, we are also bound to also ask for the amendment in law to Section 4. And in Section 4, we simply say we are inserting in Section 4 a new subsection that regulations may provide that any contravention thereof shall constitute an offense punishable by summary conviction. And we're harmonizing it now with the public health regulations and the public health ordinance. Those regulations, the maximum sum is $250,000 and 6 months. I should add that in 2020 we amended the Interpretation Act. We amended Section 63 of the Interpretation Act to say if you breach, the Interpretation Act allows, of course, the ability to issue regulations, and it provided for what the consequence of breach would look like. It used to be that you were exposed to a whopping $500 for a breach of regulations. We amended those breach of regulations provisions, Section 63, to $250,000 and to 6 months. So we are asking for harmonization of Interpretation Act, harmonization of the Public Health Ordinance as has been amended, bringing the quarantine regulations fine in line with the Interpretation Act and the Public Health Ordinance by amending Section 4 of the Quarantine Act to $250,000 and 6 months. But very importantly, in amending Section 7 of the Quarantine Act, we are asking for an uplift because we are talking about the risk to society. I, of course, need to remind that when we say $350,000 and 1 year, it doesn't mean that every breach gets that. You, in a summary offense, have the opportunity of asking under the legislation for a reprimand and discharge. You can get $0 and 0 cents. You can get no time. That is up to a judicial officer deciding what the circumstances are. But because one jacket is not intended to fit all, the range is allowed, and therefore the maximum is the exposure to $350,000 and to 1 year. So, in summary, there is a legitimate aim to this law. We are seeking to modernize the law. There is a very sincere purpose behind making sure that this becomes part of the body of laws of Trinidad and Tobago prior to July 17th, because we want to make sure that with the opening of borders and the use of technology, that people are consciously aware that if they tell an untruth and risk the lives of people in this country, you are also risking the livelihoods of people in this country. I definitely believe the law to be extremely in line with proportionality in a democracy such as ours. I look forward to contributions of honourable members, and I beg to move.
Honourable Senators, I shall now propose the question for debate. The question is that a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Quarantine Act, Chapter 2805, be now read a second time. Senator Lakshmi-Dayal.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, I'm grateful for the opportunity to speak on this very short bill today to amend the Quarantine Act, Chapter 2805, to introduce a new offence, Clause 4, a new subsection in Section 4 that would give the power under regulations to create the offence, and it specifies a penalty for the breach of regulations, and also to amend the fines for the offences created by Section 7. Madam President, I understand the background and the purpose of this amendment. We are finally seeing that the illegal and unconstitutional locking out of citizens of this country is nearing an end. And so we look forward to ensuring that all of the systems are in place to protect us from the entry of particularly new variants of the COVID-19 virus. And so we understand that we must take all precautions that are necessary. But, Madam President, when you're looking at the Quarantine Act, really just, and that's what this whole act is about. It's not about persons who are here and who need to go into self-quarantine, although it's relevant for us to look at the experience we've had with the public health regulations and the enforcement of those regulations and the offences that it has created for people who breach state quarantine or self-quarantine orders. But this particular Quarantine Act deals with people coming in on vessels and aircraft. And the fines really, when you are considering criminal fines, you want to consider effectiveness, you want to consider proportionality, and you want to consider dissuasiveness. Those are the three components that you really look at when you're thinking about criminal fines. Now, and then, so I just want to say very briefly on a few of those things, and then I would get to the issue of being able to enforce these sanctions. Proportionality, when you talk about proportionality with criminal fines, you never want to, the means that you choose to employ must not go beyond what is necessary to achieve the desired outcome. That's the standard for proportionality. And so when one considers the existing fines, for example, under Section 7 of the Act, and you see what is being proposed here, this is about a 5,000% increase. Maths are my thing. I'll tell you that from now, but I try to work it out. It's about 5,000%, moving from $6,000 and an imprisonment for 6 months, all the way to $350,000 and imprisonment for a year. Now, I understand the importance of ensuring that people do not refuse to answer or, knowingly give an untrue answer and withholding information, because if they do so, they may be posing a danger to people in our society when they re-enter the country. But at a time like this, and when you look at the offenses about false information and so on, and what is withholding any information reasonably required under Section 7, it is a very stiff penalty to impose on someone. At a time like this. You're talking about nationals who have been stranded abroad for more than a year coming back into the country, who may, and I'm not saying it's excusable, but may run afoul of one of these provisions. And you're giving a judicial officer now, and the Attorney General is correct, it's a range, but you're still creating the possibility of a very harsh and almost oppressive sanction being imposed on someone who may run afoul of this section. And I don't want to go through all of it, but some of it is very subjective. Intentionally withholding any information reasonably required. who determines what is reasonable? I think we've all had the experience of coming through an airport and sometimes the questions that they ask you and so on. What is reasonably required? Can someone end up in a situation where they are accused of knowingly furnishing false information when they do it by error, perhaps, or intentionally withholding information that's reasonably required when they do not feel that the question being asked of them is reasonable, or when they are unable to give the answer and that is perceived as being unreasonable? I had a very interesting experience one time when I went to visit someone at a police station who was arrested for refusing to give a sample or something like that. And the person said, listen, I have been here for 6 hours trying to explain to the police that I blow in as hard as I could blow into this device for checking for breathalyzer, and they're not getting a reading. And that is why they are holding me and they are charging me. And I thought that was so ridiculous sometimes. But you see, it's so subjective because the allegation and the thing that the person was charged with was actually just refusing to give a sample because they believe that the person was refusing. So some of these offenses, and we aren't interfering with the offense itself. The offense is already there and it's in existence, but it's very subjective. And when you have a subjective type of offense like this, where it's a lot of a judgment on the part of the person who determines or who is asking the question or soliciting the information, such a stiff penalty is something, and the possibility of such a stiff penalty, I think it may be a little bit excessive. So I looked at the public health regulations. I see where certain breaches under the public health regulations attract a penalty of a maximum of $250,000 or 6 months imprisonment. And I believe that that might be a bit more reasonable in this case for the offenses created by Section 7 of the Act. Madam President, and I don't want to spend too long on this because this is, as we have said, it's a very simple and straightforward thing. The problem that we have really with all of these fines, and we talked about it yesterday already with the increases in fines and so on, is the implementation and the effectiveness of the fines will never really, we would not see the dissuasiveness that you want if it is we cannot enforce the fines and penalties. I have not had a haircut in 6 months. And the reason for that is because in December, I went to the hairdresser and I was sitting there and kill me dead. The person sitting on the chair next to me told me that she had gotten one of those quarantine things to stay inside because somebody in her workplace had tested positive or something, but she fed up with them and she couldn't take it anymore and she came to get her hair done. Well, I so promptly left that place and never went back. And the thing about it is, yes, and about 3 of them this week asked me, okay, how are you looking so? Well, that's why I'm looking so, right? Because I refuse, even when the place was, we didn't have any strict restrictions, I refuse because people are not even abiding by the quarantine orders issued by the Ministry of Health right now, and we have a lack of enforcement. I also have come across many cases where persons ought to be issued quarantine orders because someone in their house has tested positive for COVID-19. And the Ministry of Health, for sometimes a week, 2 weeks, not even in contact with them, they haven't given the official order to them. So I decided to do a little bit of research. I spoke to a police officer and I asked him, I said, listen, when these orders are being given out by the Ministry of Health and so on, because I know someone who got one, and I said, are you all checking it? I mean, how do you know that the person is inside? And he told me, he said, sometimes we get a list, sometimes we don't. And when we get the list, sometimes they tell us go and check on the people at their house, but sometimes they don't tell us. We just wait on seniors to tell us what to do. So the ability of the country to control persons who ought to be in quarantine, to control the information that people are giving, to control the danger to the public that could be presented by persons giving false information, it really hinges not on a fine and the threat of a very high fine or penalty, but on our ability to properly police this whole system of quarantine, of orders, of gathering information. when someone comes in, and this is what I would like to hear, when someone comes in and under Section 7, you ask questions and so on, and you have the ability to find them, and let's say somebody answers all the questions and they give you the information and so on, who check in the information to make sure that it's correct? Do we have the capacity to find out, before we could get to the fine, whether or not someone has furnished false information, for example? Do we have the capacity, and are we able to really check out? Because that is what will make the difference in the lives and the safety of our public. It's the ability to verify the information. Now, I agree with assaulting and resisting and obstructing and so on, although, again, that's I mean, we had a joke at one point in time when, someone was arrested and you asked, well, what they did? They said, well, they didn't do anything, but they get the usual obscene language, resisting arrest, and obstructing a police officer. You must get them 3 things. If you don't do nothing, but the police vex with you, that's the 3 charge you're getting, right? And in fact, I just came from the police station visiting someone who is in a similar situation, just across the road there. But that is just, and when you look at the penalties that you're imposing here for that, under normal circumstances, a person who is charged with those offenses under, I think it's the Summary Offenses Act, what's the penalty? Maybe $200,000? Or $200 for obscene language, resisting arrest, all those things. It may not attract so much of a penalty. You're looking at someone entering through a port of entry, a legal port of entry in Trinidad and Tobago, getting into some sort of scuffle, an altercation, or having a difference of opinion with someone at one of these ports of entry, being liable to paying a fine up to $350,000 or a year imprisonment. Moving from $6,000 to $350,000 just because, look, this is COVID we're dealing with and we're reopening the border, not the border, the airport, we're reopening the airport and so on. I don't necessarily agree that it's for all of these different penalties that, for these different offenses, that it needs to be so stiff. And so I would suggest that we give some further consideration to that. Perhaps, I don't know if one of the speakers on the other side, or maybe the Attorney General's wind-up can tell us, persons who have been given quarantine orders under the public health regulations, local people, how many of them have been caught so far as breaking those orders? I know there was one case that I read about. I know that the TTPS said that they were going to ramp up their surveillance and so on, but I only know of one person, I think the person was from Diego Martin, who had breached the order and had left his premises and so on. Now, is it that only one person has been delinquent, or a few people maybe, perhaps? Or is it that we just aren't policing this thing enough? Because without that, we're not really going to get the results that we want. And coming to Parliament to impose a very stiff fine on someone without having the effectiveness of it coming back to what we hope to achieve and the outcome that we hope to achieve really doesn't make much sense at this point in time. So with those few words, Madam President, I thank you for the opportunity.
Senator Mark.
Thank you, Madam President. The bill seeks to amend the Quarantine Act, Chapter 2805. And as the Honorable Attorney General said, it is amending Section 4 to bring the Quarantine Act in line with amendments made last year to the Interpretation Act. And of course, the Interpretation Act was amended to provide the breach, that any breach of regulations in any law unless specifically stated otherwise, will attract, as we have in this bill here, a fine of $250,000 and 6 months imprisonment, Madam President. Now, the bill that we have before us goes on to amend Section 7 of the Quarantine Act. And of course, Madam President, you would see where the government is increasing the fines and the sentencing period from $6,000 and 6 months imprisonment to some to some $350,000 and to 1 year imprisonment. Now, if you go to the Parent Act, Madam President, which is Chapter 2805, and you go to 7.1, it deals essentially with what the Attorney General has advised, a situation in which the government has decided to reopen our borders and the airport. So the government is seeking to take certain measures in these amendments to protect citizens and the country as it relates to personnel who will be coming through our airport. Now, I have some areas of clarification I would like the Attorney General to address in his winding up. Madam President, as it relates to citizens who are entering our country, we know that the CMO had in fact identified certain guidelines and procedures. Now, when it comes to the question of quarantine someone, I wanted the Attorney General to advise us in his winding up whether somebody traveling into Trinidad and Tobago through our airports, particularly Piarco International Airport, and those persons, Madam President, are negative in terms of a PCR test. What exactly will happen to those persons when they land in our country under this new quarantine measure? So when you are wrapping up, Attorney General, somebody's coming from the United States. They leave there with a negative PCR test. They arrive at the international airport. Are these people with that PCR test, which is negative, still subject to a quarantine period? Or would they be able to go directly home? So that is an area, Madam President, I would like the Honorable Attorney General to deal with. Because like the Honorable Senator Lakshmi Diyal, I find the penalties to be somewhat disproportionate to the offenses. I find it very excessive and oppressive. But I understand what the Attorney General is attempting to do, and this is government's policy as they seek to get Trinidad and Tobago back into some degree of normalcy. And in this regard, Madam President, may I ask the Honorable Attorney General, when he's winding up this debate, because this is information that has come to my attention, and I think we need to clarify the information that has reached us. Can the Attorney General, in winding up, indicate to this Parliament whether it was as a result of pressures
being brought to bear by the FAA and the Transportation Department in the United States that has forced the government of Trinidad and Tobago to reopen the airports, Madam President, on the 17th of July. You see, we have not been given information on this matter. And because of the matter that we are dealing with, which is the Quarantine Act, to facilitate personnel coming into our country, I think it is incumbent on the government to clear the air and to advise Trinidad and Tobago whether it was in any way forced by external forces, particularly in the United States, to allow American Airlines back here, to allow, for instance, JetBlue back here.
Senator Mark,
yes,
you have posed the question to the Attorney General, but you're now expanding on it. And may I just say that you're veering off course? Yeah. All right? The bill is very specific. And I would ask you then, having posed the question to the Attorney General, to move on to some other points, please.
Madam President, I am guided by your good self. Madam President, as we deal with the Quarantine Act and we deal with the specific sections, I was minded to look at Schedule 1, which is the first schedule, and Schedule 2. And I saw, Madam President, a section of the Quarantine Act that dealt with Ebola, the Ebola virus disease order. And I was wondering whether the Attorney General could indicate whether there is any intention on the part of the government to insert a provision in the Quarantine Act that would speak specifically to the COVID-19 matter. Because in the legislation, which is the Parent Act, Madam President, which I'm referencing, this section that deals with quarantine, Ebola virus disease order, whether the government has in fact prepared or is preparing an order, and whether the order is going to be included in the parent legislation ultimately. Because I'm not aware, and I'm just seeking clarification, so that matter could be addressed by the Honorable Attorney General. So, Madam President, these pieces or these amendments, even though, as I said, the fines seem to be excessive and a bit punitive, the Attorney General could indicate in his winding up whether the government is prepared to revisit the quantum of fines that they are proposing, that is the $300,000, $350,000, and the 1 year, whether they want to reduce that fine given the severity of it, of them, and if he could clear the air on the matter I've raised about Trinidad and Tobago Airport being reopened, based not on the fact that the government has voluntarily decided to do so, but on the basis of pressures coming from the United States, FAA, and the Transportation Department. I thank you so very much, Madam President.
Attorney General.
Thank you, Madam President. I thank my honourable colleagues for their contributions in this House, and I have great pleasure in winding up this debate as follows. Number one, with respect to Senator Mark's inquiry as to whether we intend to issue an order similar to that as was done with Ebola, in my piloting I specifically referred to legal notice number 35, which is the order made in respect of the COVID-19 virus itself. So that was done under the hand of Dr. Paris Ram on the 31st of January 2020. So I just repeat that. Secondly, in relation to Senator Lakshmi Dayal's important point as to operationalization of this law and whether we can track those who are in breach or not, I remind that because this is for airport and seaport management, that we're using an APIS, an Advanced Passenger Information System, where the information is taken in from a technology point of view upfront. I can also say that Minister Gopi Skoon has had the pleasure of ensuring that Crimson Logic and other entities provide us with data and vaccine evidence underwriting, if I can use that expression, as we go into how the world at large is going to treat with the issue of proof of vaccinations, etc. With respect to the last point on the bill itself, which is whether we would be minded to adjust the $350,000 down to $250,000 or some other figure, if I may explain why the government is resolute on the $350,000 in 1 year, it's because we need to distinguish between a breach of regulation and a breach of the Act. Because Section 7 deals with the breach of the Act, we are proposing that we go at a higher mark than a breach of a regulation, because a regulation is subsidiary legislation and therefore ought to be treated from a proportionality point of view at a lower marker. The Interpretation Act, breach of regulations, is $250,000. The Public Health Ordinance, breach of regulations, is $250,000. The Public Health Regulations, the breach is $250,000. Therefore, to keep in parity and with a degree to proportionality, the breach of these regulations issued under the Quarantine Act is proposed to be at $250,000. So says the amendment to Section 4 that this bill proposes. And in relation to the breach of the Act itself, we're bound from a legislative drafting and policy point of view to slightly lift that, and therefore the maximum that is proposed is $350,000 and 1 year. As I end now, I reject, of course, the usual conspiracy theory advocacy offered by my friend Senator Mark. There is no compulsion here in any form or fashion. The government indicated its position a long time ago via the press conference that the Honourable Prime Minister held several Saturdays in a row, that we intended to a phased rollout and reopening of the economy. I want to remind, Madam President, this is the third time we'll be fully reopening the economy in progressive stages. This is not the first time. It is why we have managed ourselves as efficiently as we have. What I can say, as I come to a close now, is that the government is very mindful of the distress that our citizens are under, of the hardship and pain that this pandemic has caused. We are all anxious of getting out of this. I want to say, Madam President, with the passage of 350,000 first jabs in the arms of citizens as of today, we are making excellent progress. And I want to congratulate the Minister of Health and the entire team of professionals and volunteers who have worked in this regard as we march our way back to normalcy. I have faith, Madam President, that we will get this right, and I beg to move.
Honourable Senators, the question is that a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Quarantine Act, Chapter 2805, be now read a second time. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it.
A bill entitled An Act to Amend the Quarantine Act, Chapter 2805.
Attorney General.
Madam President, in accordance with Standing Order 66-1, I beg to move that the Quarantine Amendment Bill 2021 be committed to a committee of the whole Senate forthwith to be considered clause by clause.
Honourable Senators, the question is that the Quarantine Amendment Bill 2021 be committed to a committee of the whole Senate forthwith to be considered clause by clause. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. The Senate shall now go into committee of the whole to consider the bill clause by clause. Attorney General, you ready?
Clauses 1 and 2.
The question is that clauses 1 and 2 stand part of the bill. The question is that clauses 1 and 2 now stand part of the bill. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. Clauses 1 and 2 now stand part of the bill. Honourable Senators, the question is that the bill be now reported to the Senate. Those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. The bill will now be reported to the Senate.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, I wish to report that the Quarantine Amendment Bill 2021 was considered in Committee of the Whole and approved without amendments. I now beg to move that the Senate agree with the committee's report.
Honourable Senators, the question is that the Senate agree with the committee's report on the Quarantine Amendment Bill 2021. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Attorney General.
Madam President, I beg to move that a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Quarantine Act, Chapter 2805, be now read a third time and passed.
Honourable Senators, the question is that a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Quarantine Act, Chapter 2805, be now read a third time and passed. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it.
A bill entitled An Act to Amend the Quarantine Act, Chapter 2805.
Honourable Senators, the debate on the second reading of the following bill, which was in progress when the Senate adjourned on Monday, July the 5th, 2021, will be resumed. A bill entitled An Act to Amend the Special Reserve Police Act, Chapter 1503, and the Police Complaints Authority Act, Chapter 1505. Those who spoke have spoken on the bill. Well, the only person to have spoken so far is the Attorney General, who is the mover of the motion. Senator Mark.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise to address a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Special Reserve Police Act, Chapter 1503, the Police Complaints Authority Act, Chapter 1505, to strengthen the operations of the Police Complaints Authority and its relationship with the Special Reserve Police Act and matters related thereto. Now, Madam President, this matter of the Special Reserve Police as well as the Police Complaints Authority are issues that are of deep concern to not only the Senate, but I would say the very SRPs in question. Madam President, if you can look at the particular clause 2 of the bill that I have before me, you will see where in that clause, the Special Reserve Police Act, Chapter 1503, first became law in 1946, some 75 years ago, is being amended by inserting after Section 22 of this Act, a new section, Madam President, called Section 23. And it reads that regulations made under the Police Service Act are deemed to be applicable to any matter concerning serious police misconduct by a member of the Special Reserve Police and shall apply mutatis mutandis until such time as the relevant regulations are made in accordance with Section 22. Now, Madam President, when you go to Section 22, you will see where the regulations were supposed to be made by the Minister of National Security since 1967. So, Madam President, we are talking about roughly 50 years later. There are no regulations governing the Special Reserve Police officers falling under the Special Reserve Police Act. Now, Madam President, if you look at 22 of the Act, you will see in subsection 2, E and F, respectively, the following: the discipline and guidance of the Special Reserve Police, meaning that the minister may make regulations generally for giving effect to the provisions of this Act and without prejudice to the generality of the power conferred on subsection 1, regulations made under that subsection may provide for E, the discipline and guidance of the Special Reserve Police, and F, the setting up of disciplinary boards to investigate breaches of discipline and to award punishment if necessary, and the powers and duties of the disciplinary boards. That is among several other regulations outlined in Section 22 of the Act. What this government is seeking to do is to bring the Special Reserve Police officers under the police service regulations, which would fall under the Police Service Act. Now, Madam President, we are very concerned about this development. And I'll tell you why, Madam President. Madam President, the SRP Act is very important. And the officers who serve under this Act are under a lot of stress. So, Madam President, in 2001, an attempt was made by the then Attorney General, Ramesh Lawrence Miraj, to amend the Special Police Service Act by amending Section 8 of that Act to ensure that the definition and the qualification of a Special Reserve Police officer is defined. This was attempted in 2001. Madam President, that Act of 2001 or bill sought to define the qualifications and appointment of the Special Reserve Police Officer. One, to become a Special Reserve Police Officer, one had to be a citizen of Trinidad and Tobago. One had to be over 18 years of old. 18 years of age, I beg your pardon. I beg your pardon. 18 years of age, I beg your pardon. Is of sound health and mind, is of good character, and possesses, Madam President, at least 3 CXC passes, Madam President, and also 3 General Certificate of Education passes. So, Madam President, this was attempted in 2001, but we didn't get very far with it. So, Madam President, what is the result? The result is today, the Special Reserve Police Officer can enter the Special Reserve Police Force with the following criteria behind him: his name, no passes, and basically a certificate of good conduct. We understand, Madam President, that there are thousands and thousands of Special Reserve Police officers in the Special Reserve Police Force today. Many of them, Madam President, may I advise, some of them, I should say, are not citizens of Trinidad and Tobago, but they are police special reserve officers bearing arms and having the same power as the police officer in the regular police service. Madam President, something has to be wrong with that. Madam President, do you know that Bajan police officers came to this country and they were incorporated into the Special Reserve Police Office as Special Reserve Police officers? Madam President, do you know that there are lawyers from the United Kingdom in matters involving in matters before the courts who have been recruited as Special Reserve Police officers? Madam President, I bring these things to your attention to let you know that something is fundamentally wrong with the arrangement that currently exists as it relates to these police officers. That is, the Special Reserve Police. So what the government is seeking to do, Madam President, is to bring these police officers, Special Reserve Police officers, who commit what has been described in the Act or the bill before us, who have committed serious misconduct. And when we go, Madam President, to the Police Complaints Authority Act, you will see, Madam President, there is a definition of what is called police officer and serious police misconduct. Madam President, if you go to the Police Service, the Police Complaints Authority Act on page 8, under the interpretation section, it says that serious police misconduct means the commission of a disciplinary offense under the police service regulations, which the authority considers to be so serious as to bring the police service into disrepute. So this is what, Madam President, a serious police misconduct means. That's the definition. Madam President, what the government is seeking to do here is this. The government is seeking to allow police officers who are recruited as SRP to be subject to the same regulations as the regular police officers. That is what Clause 2 attempts to do. Madam President, may I advise? My information is that a special reserve police officer is subject to 8 weeks of training, 4 dealing with theory and 4 dealing with practical training. While the regular police officer is subject to 6 months of intense training. Madam President, that's the first distinction I need to identify. The second distinction deals with salary, the salaries and benefits. Madam President, the SRP starts off at 4,000. They are part-time, they are full-time, and they are temporary SRPs. The police officer is in a different grade and receives a different level of salaries as a regular police officer. The SRP does not receive, Madam President, a pension. The regular police receives a pension. The SRP does not, Madam President.
Senator Mark, I really have to interrupt you just to ask you where you're going with this.
Madam President, I'm trying to develop.
Hold on. I've given you a lot of time to try and make your case and tie up what is in this bill with what you are saying. You are giving a discourse on special reserve police, regular police, and I'm hearing everything about them, but nothing is tying up with what is in the bill. I need you to do that, please.
If I may ask for the understanding, because I'm dealing with Clause 2. That is the point I made very early. I am dealing with Clause 2 with the regulations, and I'm saying that...
And Senator Mark, you've gotten 16 minutes of my understanding. 16 minutes. So what I'm asking you, I know you're dealing with Clause 2, but I need you to just tie in what you're saying with the bill, please.
Right, Madam President, what I am arguing here is simply this. You cannot put the same SRP that is not on the same level as the regular police officer, given the distinction and the differences in their terms and conditions of engagement, and the distinction that it relates to training, and subject them to the same regulations that you have for the regular police officers. That is the point I am seeking to make here. We are trying to bring a measure to put the special reserve police officers and make them subject to the regular police service regulations. And I am arguing something is fundamentally wrong with that, Madam President, because a special reserve police officer does not enjoy the same benefits as an ordinary regular officer. And Madam President, more than this, I am arguing that if you look under the Special Reserve Police Act, you will see, Madam President, in Section 6, how these reserve police officers are selected. who appoints these SRP? Under Section 6 of the SRP Act, it says, Madam President, subject to the general order and directions of the minister, the commissioner shall have the general direction, general command rather, and superintendence of the Special Reserve Police, and he shall be responsible to the minister for their efficient condition and for the proper carrying out of this act. Madam President, the regular police officer is appointed to his position by the Police Service Commission, although today that power has been devolved to the police commissioner. But that power is supervised by the Police Service Commission. So therefore, what I'm arguing, Madam President, is simply this. Something appears to be wrong in seeking to put the Special Reserve Police officers under the regulations of the regular police service when these Special Reserve Police officers do not enjoy the same arrangement, whether it is benefits, whether it is appointment, Madam President, whether it is training, whether it is qualifications. So that is a point I am seeking to submit for your consideration. And Madam President, what is even more serious here is that under the SRP Act, the minister plays a very crucial role in appointing or recruiting or selecting or identifying Special Reserve Police officers. And this is where the politicization of the police, that is the SRP, is very important. And I would have thought, Madam President, that instead of seeking to put the Special Reserve Police under the regulations of the regular police service through its regulations, what the government would have done, Madam President, is to take a policy decision, as was taken in 2000, to absorb the Special Reserve Police officers into the regular police service of Trinidad and Tobago, and bring about what is called, Madam President, a level playing field, and allow these Special Reserve Police officers to enjoy the same terms and conditions. Another area of concern, Madam President, and there are judgments that have been issued by the Privy Council on this matter. Madam President, we are saying that when you are guilty or you not guilty, Madam President, if a serious charge or a charge is brought or leveled against a police officer for serious misconduct, the question I want to ask the Attorney General is this. You have different ranks in the SRP, up to senior superintendent. And they have divisions, like we have divisions in the regular police service. So, Madam President, we are talking about discipline, and we are talking about regulations, and we are talking about serious misconduct. I would like to pose the question, Madam President. Can a Special Reserve Police officer head a tribunal to investigate a regular police officer who is charged or who is facing a charge of serious misconduct in the police service? I'm asking this question because there are Privy Council judgments that says that the Special Reserve police officer is not a regular police officer. And in those circumstances, Madam President, how can we bring regulations? How can we put the special police of reserve police to be subject to the same regulations as those of the regular police officers? So, Madam President, something is wrong with what the government is attempting in Clause 2. And I am raising these issues because this thing could end up in court. Because we are talking about disciplining personnel under the SRP, and we are mixing them up, Madam President, with the regular police. These are issues that require clarification and answers from the government, Madam President. Madam President, there are other areas I would like to address. And that has to do with the Police Complaints Authority, and we also have definitions and insertions of new office holders who would be able to assist in the area that is, Madam President, if you go to Clause 3, dealing with the Police Complaints Authority, you will see, Madam President, where there is an area that I would like to bring to this Honorable Senate's attention. And that has to do, Madam President, under Clause 4 of the bill, let us go to 44A, Madam President. 44A says, Madam President, that, and Madam President, you have to go, to follow this properly, you have to go to the Police Complaints Authority legislation, because it is inserting, Madam President, after 44, a new 44A. So if you go to the Police Complaints Authority, you will see under 44 where, upon the conclusion of an investigation, the authority shall make an assessment and form an opinion as to whether or not the subject matter of complaint, and they go on to say A, B, C, and D, and it goes on to say, Madam President, the authority shall in writing immediately inform the person who made the complaint and the police officer concerned of the action taken and the reasons for such action. What the government is seeking to do is insert after this 44 subclause 3 a new provision, a new clause that states the commissioner or the assistant commissioner, as the case may be, shall within 3 months of the authority making a recommendation in accordance with section 44.2, provide the authority with the following: a written decision with reasons on any action which has been taken or proposed to be taken or not taken in respect of a recommendation. And B, a written update on the progress of a matter which is the subject of a recommendation. Madam President, the question that is being asked here is this: can a person, in this instance, can a director or deputy director of the Police Complaints Authority under section 44A of these amendments, can you have a director directing the commissioner of police which is an independent office, Madam President, to carry out instructions as is outlined in this amendment. Because in 44A, the Commissioner of Police or the Assistant Commissioner of Police shall, Madam President, this is mandatory, within 3 months of the authority making a recommendation in accordance with 44.2, they must provide to this authority, which is the Police Complaints Authority, a written decision with reasons on any action which has been taken, or a written update on the progress of a matter which is the subject of a recommendation. So, Madam President, that is the second area that we would like to have some clarification on. Can the Director of the Police Complaints Authority instruct or direct the Police Commissioner to submit a report to him, the Director, within a certain period of time, when under 123 of our Constitution, the Police Commissioner is an independent office holder? This is an area, Madam President, we would like to have some clarification on, because we have doubts about it. It may be correct, but we would like to have this clarified. If the Commissioner refuses, what sanctions, Madam President, can be imposed on the independent office of Commissioner of Police? That is not spelled out in the legislation. So it is an area, Madam President, that we would like the Attorney General to clarify for this Honorable Senate. Madam President, we are also seeing where the municipal police is also involved. And when it comes to discipline, we see that the police service regulations is also going to be applicable to the municipal police service. But the only difference this time, Madam President, in clause 3, subsection Roman 3A, is that we are pulling the municipal police service regulations into the picture. So the disciplinary aspects dealing with serious misconduct will not only be guided and regulated by the police service regulations, but it is also going to be regulated by the municipal police service regulations. So we have the police service regulations, we have the municipal police regulations. All of them along under the purview of the Service Commission, which is the Police Service Commission, that would then be responsible for addressing matters dealing with discipline involving police, special reserve police. And now we are hearing that the regulations, municipal regulations, will be also in the mix, in the brew. So, Madam President, the question that I want to raise and ask is this: why has the government not brought the regulations to govern the special reserve police in Trinidad and Tobago? Why? Madam President, it is almost 71 years later. And this force, and this is another matter we would like the Attorney General to clear up for us. What is the real size and strength of the Special Reserve Police Force? We are getting all kinds of figures, Madam President. Madam President, is the Police Service Commission and the Police Complaints Authority that is going to be saddled with more work in these amendments, when these amendments are passed? Is the government looking at providing the Police Service Commission and the Police Complaints Authority with more human resources? Because you are asking them to take on more responsibilities. And Madam President, what is the true figure? Can somebody tell us what is the true story? What is the true number, Madam President, of Special Reserve Police officers in Trinidad and Tobago today? We have been getting figures of upward to 7,000. Some people have told us 6,005. Some people have told us 8,000. And what we have, Madam President, in Trinidad and Tobago, as we seek to bring the Special Reserve Police officers under the regulations of the Police Service Commission under the Police Service Act, you have a large number of police officers under the Special Reserve Police. And therefore, Madam President, another area we would like the Attorney General to clear up for Trinidad and Tobago is the exact strength of the Special Reserve Police Force. Madam President, we are advised, right, that persons who are desirous of becoming...
Senator Mark, you have 5 more minutes.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, we are advised that if you would like to become a Special Reserve Police officer and you have some experience in hockey, in football, in cricket, if you are a businessman, if you are a lawyer, if you have retired from the Army, the Coast Guard, or even the police service, Madam President, you can be a candidate for the SRP. No, Madam President, these are matters that we would like to have cleared up. We would like to know, Madam President, whether the government is seeking to regularize the SRP. We would like to recommend, before we move towards putting police, Special Reserve Police, under these police service regulations, we would like to recommend to the government that they take a decision, a policy decision, to absorb the police, the Special Reserve Police officers into the regular police force or the police service, and allow these officers who do the same work as police officers, who carry out duties and responsibilities and take risks just as the same regular police officers, bring them under the regular police service. Madam President, it is wrong to have these Special Reserve Police officers who are going to be placed under Clause 2 of this bill that is under the police service regulations for serious misconduct. You can bring them before the police service regulations to deal with serious misconduct, but you cannot give them, Madam President, equality of treatment as it relates to pension rights, overtime arrangement, and absorbing them into the police service as regular police officers. That is wrong. And we are calling on the Attorney General, the government of this country, to absorb these police officers as regular police officers. That is the SRP. Madam President, in closing, if we are not careful, we are going to be faced with two parallel police services in Trinidad and Tobago. One headed by the SRP and one headed by the regular police. And if our information is correct, and there are over 6,000 special reserve police officers in this country, and another 7,000 regular police officers, we have two parallel police services in our country. This is something that is not practical, it is untenable, and we need the government to pay attention to this matter. And finally, Madam President, amend the law and do not allow the Minister of National Security to determine and to have any role whatsoever to play in the recruitment of special police officers. That must be a job only for the Commissioner of Police and not for the Minister of National Security. That will politicize the police and the Special Reserve Police, and they must be independent and they must operate autonomously within our arrangement in Trinidad and Tobago. Madam President, I thank you so very much for allowing me to say these words.
Thank you, Madam President, for allowing me to present on this bill to amend the Special Reserve Police Act, Chapter 1503, and the Police Complaints Authority Act, Chapter 1505. And this is really to strengthen the operations of the Police Complaints Authority and its relationship with the Special Reserve Police, and to be able to bring the Special Reserve Police into the same standard and disciplinary proceedings as regular police, to ensure against abuse of power, self-enrichment, etc. And you know, Madam, police have tremendous powers to stop search and enter homes. And the fact that, you know, most times when an average citizen of crime, is a victim of crime, they need the police. They call for the police. So they need that police to come and do their best for them. They need that police to come and, you know, have that faith in the police service. Mother, when I was a small boy, my nanny used to tell me if I misbehave, she would call the police for me. I used to fear and respect the police. Now a lot of persons, and I still do, a lot of persons are not afraid and are disrespectful of the police. Some do not trust them. So we need to bring back the pride into the police service, the respect to the hardworking officers in blue, by going after the bad apples. And this would, in fact, help some of those SRP officers who tarnish the image of the police. This would help to probably allow the police to reclaim the once glory or position of esteem they had in our country. So, Madam, officers, again, have a tremendous duty to protect, to bring comfort, and to seek justice. We saw faith in our nation. And I think while most of us are asleep, they are out there doing their work. So we need to put things in place that even though they have the power to exercise, like search, coming to homes, power to arrest, that power that they have, we need accountability, oversight. We need checks and balances. And this piece of legislation does bring this. Madam President, the Police Complaints Authority also has a major role to play, along with a free press and now social media, and also we can call Gary as we have a number we can call. So any sort of infraction, any sort of positions we are in that we find that a SRP or municipal police is not coming to mark what we expect them to do, we have methods that we can go. Even there's the internal department in the police service that have the internal investigations. But, Madam, it was found that the Police Complaints Authority needed to be out there, needed to be developed, and it needed to be independent of the police service, because it found that a lot of police officers may have, there's something called batch loyalty. So if a police officer has to actually somehow do some sort of disciplinary activity with their own members, you may not get the best ability. Because batch loyalty is something, madam, we have it in medicine, persons who work together in casualty, we see mistakes, we help one another, we have that sort of comradeship. And even when we come out there at this age, we will still be that bond is still there. So therefore, does our police need to be scrutinized under this act? I think yes. Our present Commissioner of Police said lie detector tests was needed to weed out bad cops. The late Patrick Manning wanted to bring in Scotland Yard. We got Canadians coming in. Even Randall Follows on his day spoke about a narcotic squad. In the narcotic squad, he had members, bad apples there, who was also out to get him and get him out of the way. So even the police might have to be somehow brought in to a sort of activity, be it SRP, be it municipal police, where we can get them to be, under the scrutiny of the PCA, because the Police Complaints Authority, that is their function. And madam, it was really the Police Complaints Authority had asked for more powers. And if we go back to their reports from all these years, from 2016, the Police Complaints Authority had asked for various increase in their powers to go after money, to look at the SRPs, and some of those were already given. I think in our last year in this same Parliament, we had increased some of these powers, which I will mention soon. So therefore, we are still seeing activities where we have to be cautious of. Police accusing police of having kidnapping money in their desk drawer, St. Joseph Police Station. There were things found in their roof, articles like guns and drugs. And recently, police arresting police allegedly from stealing from a drug dealer. So there is a need. Madam, my fellow senator recently, in an Express article, if you allow me to read, article on January 28, Camille Hunt, TNT, A Corrupt Society. Senator Hazel Thompson Ahi also spoke there needs to be, as she was addressing Transparency International, mentioned there are custom officers and police officers whose lifestyles are well beyond their pay rates, given the impression of corrupt activity. So internally, we have seen the need to scrutinize these officers. Externally, too, the HMICFRS, Her Majesty's Inspectorate of Constabulary and Fire and Rescue Service, had a report in Trinidad that was it was, I should say, uncomplimentary to our police service and evidence. And I want to quote one report matter, which will now go into the fact that the public, the Police Complaints Authority needs that additional power. There was the Immigration and Refugee Board of Canada, madam, issued a report on the 29th of April 2004, captioned, Trinidad and Tobago, the extent of crime and corruption within the police force, the government's response to criminal activities and the incidents of corruption by members of the police force in Trinidad, included the effectiveness and protection available to witnesses. A long, very long caption, very long heading. But in that research, the Director of Immigration, and the Refugee Board of Canada, when they looked at our police service and what they saw, they also found that there was a shortcoming whereby the PCA ability to dismiss officers was limited. So definitely, internal criticism, external recommendations. And I think today what we have come to do is somehow give the PCA more power to be able to go after the errant SRPs that are there, to at least to be able to get our faith in the service. And it's not just Trinidad, madam. I remember when I was younger, there was a show called Serpico. Serpico was I think it was Al Pacino was acted as a New York cop, and that was after a real movie. So Serpico was actually a hit on my time when I was younger, and it spoke of a real corruption that occurred in New York by a New York cop. And he had allegations of corruption against his fellow cops, and he went public. And that led to what you call the NAP Commission to investigate his claims. And the NAP investigation also, just as how we are trying to do here, suggested increase in sanctions, increase in techniques where you could weed out those cops. So therefore, madam, I would say that I welcome this, and I've seen even in today's Express, madam, there was an article alluding to the fact that SRP had in fact shot one of his neighbors in some sort of an altercation. So it's today's Express. So, and even before, I remember last, I think 2016, an SRP officer was involved in going in south, and actually there was a raid, and some Chinese national stole money. They went with some police vehicles, and he was held. So therefore, there is still, without this present legislation, there's still means and methods where we can discipline them. Because that SRP then was actually from the Sawa substation, and he was actually brought before the court, and they had him, somehow he got, I think that case went to full, where he was also held responsible. So we have had instances where the SRPs were also being taken care of in the laws, those that who actually swayed. Now, madam, this legislation that comes today, it looks at really three things: the power to discipline the SRPs, the powers that the PCA asks for, and also the fact that the municipal police, to get them into this act where you can have a little more control of them. So looking at the SRPs, madam, I must say that we have to look at the Parent Act. And the Parent Act, there was actually already disciplinary punishment there given in Section 5 of that Act. And in that Act, madam, we had instances where if an SRP, under Section 5 of the Parent Act, if you have every member of the Special Reserve Police who commits any offenses such as insubordination, willful disobedience of a lawful order, absence from parade, drill, duty without leave, also, making away with or selling or losing, carelessness, damaging uniform, property, and also Part F of that would also say any act of conduct or neglect to the prejudice of the good order and discipline or in violation of duty to his office, or any other misconduct as member of the Special Reserve Police. So they already had some levels of discipline and actions that you could punish. It also had, in that act, you also had duties that you had to, if you had infractions, there were some fees and fines there. And madam, this bill now seeks to bring the SRP officers under the system as regular police officers and subject to the Police Service Regulation of 2007, which deals with disciplining the officers, also similar as we discipline the police officers. So now put the SRP under that level. So we look at this part of this new legislation, and it serves to look at serious misconduct also. So serious misconduct seems to be something that the PCA seems to want to have some control over. And even though this act gives the Minister of National Security the powers to have the regulation, to add on things, he never did. And as Senator Mark did mention, it was probably a lapse. It was probably, the duty wasn't there. There wasn't a drive. And so, what we are doing here today could have been covered if the relevant minister would have passed regulations to a similar regulations that were also included in the Police Service Act. So when I looked at this, yes, we have the duty to go after these SRPs from before, but now we are now expanding it a little bit. Now, madam, I just wanted some clarification when the Attorney General is closing. What is serious misconduct? Because, I mean, you have to, it's so vague, that term, that I would, are we going to get some clarification about this term, the serious misconduct? What is it? What could it be? Remember, once the police officers themselves had a gridlock and lockdown, is that serious misconduct? I don't know. We may have to get some clarification on that. Madam, the figures I got of SRPs was about 4,300 and around 76 around there, 380. And it's a lot of persons. And if these persons are now going to be factored into the PCA's now realm of being able to scrutinize them, the PCA, the Police Complaints Authority, may need additional staff, may need additional funding, because not only the SRPs that will be now going on, under their purview in a greater sense, but also the police in the regional authorities the regional corporations that we are now expanding, the municipal police that, I think it's the number is around 800, I think it's going up to 14,000, I think. I'm not too sure the numbers, but the fact is that we are thinking about increasing the municipal police. We have again to factor in that we need more allocation of more funds into the Police Complaints Authority. Madam, the SRPs by themselves, they perform a very important function. Because if you realize, the SRPs, when they came on board, they were actually members of the community, these upstanding members, who would want to come in and assist the police service. So it was persons who would really be willing to come in and give of their self. And this started as that, and it has now evolved. It has now reached to the level where we are looking at SRPs coming in as Senator Mark mentions, persons from Barbados who will come in here and fall under our jurisdiction by appointing them SRPs. And remember, we also had, when we looked at the act of the FIU, and we realized that accountants and lawyers who are trained in following the money, they can also come under this act and also be factored in. So the SRP was supposed to be a 4-week job, a weekend activity, public citizens who want to serve, and it grew. And because it has grown, we realize now they play an important role, a very important role. If I see a police officer come into my house, I would know if it's a SRP or a regular police. But I presume they would have the same powers, they would have the same arrest powers, and all that powers that go with that. But as Senator Mark said, the training would be different. The salaries are different. And even the perception of the police officers, of the normal force to the SRPs was something I was amazed where what I should call the regular police officers would sometimes look down at the SRPs. They may think they are substandard police. And I've seen that coming in, where they would even say they are the outside child. They're not real police. They don't have the training. They don't know how to shoot properly. And you'd get that, what I should say, resentment from the SRPs and what I could say the regular police service. So that existed. So when I look at this, I realize that what we are doing here is bringing these SRPs up to this standard, so they will now be judged in a standard just as their regular police. Bringing them up to that standard now, they may have sat down before and said, well, I am not going to be judged as the same standard as a regular police, so I may be able to get away with certain things. Now they cannot get away. Now they are now in the same sort of, they'll be judged along the same way. And this could work in our benefit, because you see, the SRPs will not tend to have any batch loyalties as some as the other police officers. And if the punishment is the same, they may decide to say, no, well, I may go down with this guy just as him, and I may be more willing to come out in any sort of investigation and sing and open my mouth and say what really transpired, instead of having that silent batch saying loyalty. So, Madam, I also took what Senator Mark said, that the SRPs, yes, they're coming under this legislation, and I think that it's only fair, that they also be considered an increase in salary, because they are, in fact, doing a lot of good service in the society. Madam, I would like to look at the clause 3A of the bill proposes to amend Section 4 of the Police Complaints Authority Act by the inclusion of the new definitions. And the new definitions really is really inserting a new definition of assistant commissioner, which would mean director or assistant commissioner of the municipal police. And it was really trying to get these police officers who have to answer to the assistant commissioner of police to get them into this whole fold of legislation again. And again, if I looked at the section of the bill, there's a section where the definition of police officer is changed, where you change the municipal force and substituting it with the word service. So there's now a revised definition. I don't know what is the big deal in that, but at least probably the Attorney General could mention it. So a member of the Municipal Police Service established under the Municipal Corporation Act. So we are now calling them service, I think, instead of the Act. Madam, these new amendments of these definitions would be able to capture, if you're able to capture the municipal police and the SRP into a wider net where the Police Service Commission could now be able to discipline more, clean up the service, make it a better service for all and themselves. And the municipal service, police service regulations, the authority actually considered it to be a serious issue where they wanted to have to widen that net. This was seen in a recommendation, I think, since 2016 and then in 2020. Right now, we have about 854 of these municipal police officers, and it's going to expand to 1,500. And if that is so, there would be more interactions with the public. And if there's more interaction with the public, there would be a greater chance of some sort of mishap, some sort of, disciplinary proceedings must be taken into fact, and this takes into account government's plan to expand this service in the corporations. And I think it's commendable that we have factored this in to try to get them up to the same standard, same judgment, same sort of scrutiny as the regular police, because they would be interacting with the service, with the public, and they would need to know that they are being scrutinized better. Madam, the powers of the PCA came about to actually look at any sort of corruption, any sort of discipline that you have in the service. Now, they look at more the ranks of the police commissioner, the assistant police commissioner. And the commissioner of police himself could discipline and the other ranks, under him. So whilst we have the ability for the PCA now to look at the functions of the commissioner and the assistant commissioner, in their 220 report, they asked for a change. They had asked that they be given more powers. And Mr. David West, I think, at the time, he had problems where he found that the PCA, they went ahead, did a lot of work, they did a lot of investigations, and when they handed their reports into the police commissioner, when they handed their reports into the DPP's office, it was still there years after. So Mr. David West had some concern, and I mean, this is a man I admire, and I admire him because his history would show where his history from where he worked shows he has that vast experience. Remember, this gentleman had worked in the office of the office of the DPP. So he was in the office of the DPP. He was also in the FIU. So FIU, he was also the head of the Central Authority Unit, the CAU at the Ministry of Attorney General. So his experience is there. So he's an individual who could really see how these things, how could we get an improvement. His powers he saw, and his authority, his police complaints authority, he saw they were doing some work. They were giving in that work, but somehow it was not, they were not getting an answer that the cases they put forward were being held in an expeditious manner. And he actually, in a press conference, made some comments that, he wanted to go further. He wanted to let his unit hoping his unit could get more power. Just as how, you had the Canadian system, you have the Special Investigative Unit, the SIU in Canada, which is a unit that actually, it is not just involved in prosecution. It's not involved in prosecution, but it goes to the point where charges are laid. So Mr. West had mentioned that he would have hoped that his unit could have developed further and given more powers. Now, we cannot overstep the function of the DPP. As we know, the DPP by the Constitution is the one who can really instigate criminal proceedings. But in the past, he did work with the DPP. I think it was under the legal term, the FIAT, where he got certain permissions to carry across his investigation up to a limit. And he actually worked with the DPP. And you see, this is the nice thing about this gentleman. With his experience and working in different countries, in different agencies, like the DPP's office, where he was the state prosecutor, by his ability to work in the FIU, he was able actually to follow the money of certain police officers. He was able to use that experience to at least go after certain officers who he thought would have exceeding their limits in terms of how they are working outside duties and whatnot. So he now, with his wisdom, asks for more power. He, in his wisdom, said, listen, I have reached a stage. We have given evidence many times. We give our file to the DPP. He's busy. There's some delay. He has staff constraints, financial constraints, and he wants to be able to investigate the matter also. And also, he even mentioned that, that he probably wanted to charge also. But again, this is a matter between the DPP and him to, he cannot overstep that power. But, the Police Complaints Authority, madam, has to be a buffer between the irate public accusing the police and police shootings. Remember the arrest we had when 4 men were shot and beaten? These things he
Senator Dialsing, if I may, you need to tie in what you're saying with the bill. You were speaking to the bill, and now you've veered off to give a lot of information about the authority. I'd like you please to tie in what you're saying with the provisions of the bill. Okay?
Yeah. Thank you, madam. Madam, what I was trying to get at is that the commissioner, the chairman of the Police Complaints Authority, Mr. David West, had made recommendations in the past. And some of these recommendations that we are looking here in this bill are recommendations which he made. And the fact is the Attorney General, in his wisdom, did in fact take on some of the other recommendations that Mr. West asked for. Because Mr. West had asked also that in the past that the Coroner's Act he wanted to be included, and we did, I think it was in December last year, include him where he could sit in. He asked for more powers in the Evidence Act, and again, we had also included the PCA under the definition of law enforcement for audiovisual recordings. He had asked for the Financial Intelligence Unit Act of Tobago to ensure that the director of FIU can forward authority to the authority any sort of investigations, for investigations, any report. So that link is there that he asked for. The Income Tax Act in Section 4.2 also. So things he had asked for, whereby the authority can be listed among parties to whom the Board of Inland Revenue can disclose income tax return. All those are things he had asked for, and I think he had gotten some measures made to that effect in the sense that we passed legislation here for that. He had also asked now in his 2020 report to widen the definition of serious police misconduct. And this is what we are doing here. He had asked now to deem the authority constituted with one member. This is what we are doing here again. He had asked again to impose the duty on the commissioner to provide a written decision with reasons to the authority within 3 months. And again, this is what we are attempting to do here, where in this bill before us, we are looking to see if we can widen those, somehow give him that what he had asked for. So therefore, when I look at the the clause 3B of the bill, which it seeks to amend Section 7 of the Police Complaints Authority Act, where the new section would read, a person appointed by the president or as director or deputy director shall have at least 10 years' experience as an attorney at law and may be appointed and selected from within the Commonwealth. This clause 3B, madam, I have a little concern with that, where while we are looking at 3B here, that it seeks to amend Section 7 of the Police Complaints Authority Act, where the qualification of director and the deputy director. So the new amendment, as I just read, where the person appointed by the president as director or deputy director shall have at least 10 years' experience as an attorney at law and may be, and we are now deleting appointed, and may be selected from within the Commonwealth. Good. So I have no problem with the deleting of the appointed and substituting selected. What I have a problem is, why are we keeping it in the Commonwealth? Because, I mean, just recently we had another bill passed here where mutual assistance, where we're expanding to go in non-Commonwealth countries. And I'm thinking, if there's a capable person who can assist in any sort of the Police Complaints Authority, we shouldn't limit it geographically, limit it to the Commonwealth. So this is something I have a concern about. Also, the authority deemed to be constituted with one member, 7, that is clause 3C of the bill. It seeks to amend the Police Complaints Authority Act. And this is something that the Police Complaints Authority actually asked for, because they had mentioned that sometimes they may have had to be working without a deputy chairman because of persons leaving their job. And they wanted that period where they would be able to still be constituted properly with one member for a period not exceeding 3 months. So where the director or the deputy director dies, resigns, or is removed from or otherwise vacates his office. So again, this is really for the functionality of the Police Complaints Authority. They asked for that, and I think here there's not a problem here, I think, where we were trying to give this. The clause 3D of the bill looks at inserting the words municipal police service after the word service, and I mentioned that before. This is something they had also suggested. Madam, the other concern I had here with this bill is that a similar concern that Senator Mark raised. And Senator Mark raised that there was the fact that we are now asking the Assistant Commissioner and the Commissioner to report to the Police Complaints Authority. And you see, that has to, we have to try to appreciate that the role of the Police Commissioner, it's in the Constitution, and he has that independence. And I am wondering if somehow we are not, by us now giving him that duty where he has to report to this committee, would we now be somehow breaching any sort of constitutional breaches we'll be making by us having to put on him and put on the Assistant Commissioner that duty to report within that period of time. Madam, there's no, I think it was out in the public domain before that there was a high talk between, there was cross-talk and tit-for-tat between the Police Commissioner and the Mr. David West before, in certain matters where the PCA had given out certain guidelines to do, and the Police Commissioner resisted, and there's known articles. I could just put one, July 9, 2020, PCA West, we did nothing wrong, where he had to actually defend himself when the Commissioner of Police, when he asked the Commissioner to suspend officers, and the Commissioner said, well, it should have come before us, and there was some little disagreement here. There was another disagreement where I want to quote August 25th, 2020, the Express, PCA and its director disciplined by Gary, where again you found that there was a difference of opinion when the PCA directed that the certain manners the commissioner investigate the assistant commissioner of police. So those things were in public domain. And it does not go well, because if the Trinidad criminal or the errant police officers see there's this tit for tat, they may think, well, they can get away with anything. So somehow, we have two figures there. I admire the present commissioner of police. I think he's a man with great knowledge. He has the country at heart. He has also, I think he has an 80% rating rate that people said that they approve of him. So there you are. You have a very a gentleman who was the Minister of National Security. He knows the ins and outs. He knows what he wants for the country. He's asking again for the unit, the naval unit of the police. So you have two individuals here, one in the police commissioner seat, one in the PCA, and both individuals may have to work together for the country. And you see, this legislation, even though we have this part, I'm wondering, would this cause any sort of a bad blood between, somehow occurring? Because already if you had this in the public domain, and now you are trying to say that you want to have the Commissioner of Police now answer, you may have to realize that it may cause some sort of angst where where this comes about. Clause 3, Clause 3E, I think it was, where you have to try to within 3 months report to the Police Complaints Authority. Now, Madam.
Senator Dialton, you have 5 more minutes.
Sure, thank you, Madam. So, Madam, remember, the Commissioner of Police is really is now duty bound if this is passed. And I'm thinking if somehow this part may have to be revised in the sense that he could do it as his duty. I am going to have a more efficient service, and I'm going to give this as suggested, rather than to try to put any sort of guidelines, on him to say you have to do it in that manner of time. So this is the only concern I had. Would that now cause more problems? Now, I see the need for the PCA to know what's happening to their cases, to get answers, because they have to answer to the public that, okay, we came and we saw a police shooting, but nothing is being done. It is held up at this place. So I see the need for the PCA to see what's going to happen to their cases. And I also see the need for the police commissioner to see if you can probably give it, probably without this, this piece of legislation here. Madam, I also looked at the fact that the part of this act seeks that if you wanted any sort of feedback, the Police Complaints Authority was suggesting that the municipal police, which falls under the guidelines of the assistant commissioner, will give them that feedback. So I see this as a matter of a hierarchy breach, because in the medical field, we have a consultant, a register house officer, and you cannot tell a registrar to go and report to somebody else, the chief of staff, without going through his consultant. So by you now putting in this pieces of legislation that the commissioner and or assistant commissioner is now in a way subjected to the Police Complaints Authority, and it also gives some reasons here where the police, they could actually ask the assistant commissioner for information, and I got the impression without going through the commissioner of police. I think if that is so, this is something that needs to be corrected, because anything you are asking the assistant police commissioner should, as a matter of hierarchy, go through the commissioner of police. Madam, I would like to say that this bill, if we get it to work better, we would get a better service in the terms of the SRP. They would now know they have to perform better. It will now bring in people under the guidelines of the PCA, which would be able to monitor those persons. And I think, really speaking, we have people at heart at 2 top positions there. And if these men would put their differences aside, if we could work together for the benefit of the country, I think history will judge them on what they have achieved in office. Thank you, Madam President.
Senator Vera.
Madam President, It's been a long day. I hope not to be too long on this bill, which weaves together three strands aimed at plugging a couple administrative gaps and the tightening of some key definitions. The first gap relates to the authorities' inability to investigate complaints against Special Reserve officers. Last week, when debating the Gambling and Betting Act, we looked at the provisions relating to authorized officers who could enforce compliance under the Act. And as Senator Mark points out, authorized officers can include persons appointed under the Special Reserve Police Act, which allows the Commissioner of Police to appoint any male person who is over the age of 18, able-bodied, and of good character to be a member of the Special Reserve Police. Now, this has proven to be a useful and convenient mechanism which has allowed for lawyers, forensic accountants, and civilian experts who are not career policemen to be clothed with the authority of a police precept. The Special Reserve Police Act provides for disciplinary punishment where such officers are insubordinate, have willfully disobeyed a lawful order, have been negligent, or have acted to the prejudice of good order and discipline, or they have misconducted themselves or acted in violation of duty. Things that conceivably could happen, for example, when conducting inquiries under the Gambling and Betting Act, which, as one might recall, allows authorized officers to enter premises, to examine machines and equipment, to question any person on the premises, to copy records, documents, and information, to remove and retain anything which they reasonably believe is being used or has been used to commit a crime. My understanding is that at present, there is before the Police Complaints Authority 60 complaints against officers of the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service and 40 complaints against Special Reserve Police officers. Now, that's a high number of complaints. But the authorities' hands are tied insofar as it relates to investigating complaints against the Special Reserve Police, because there is no mechanism for disciplining these officers when they run afoul of the police service regulations. So Senator Mark has raised on-point concerns, and they are exactly why we need these amendments. Because you may have complaints against police, Special Reserve Police officers who are not from here, they're foreigners, and it will be a way of guarding against the politicization of the SRPs. This bill will address that anomaly. It seeks to ensure consistency of treatment for all arms of the police service, whether regular police, municipal police, or Special Reserve Police, where serious police misconduct is suspected, alleged, or complained about. The Police Complaints Authority is a specialized independent agency. And as we all know, since 2006, the PCA has been providing yeoman service towards avoiding the perception of arbitrariness, bias, immunity, or special treatment in the handling of complaints against the police. The authority has promoted professionalism, consistency, and fairness in the conduct of its inquiries, and I believe it has earned the public's trust. So accordingly, I don't think anyone can or should have a problem with this amendment, especially since it provides for consistency in the law and will be an important part of the disciplinary ecosystem, which requires us to have robust procedures in place for disciplining all, not just some, rogue or errant police officers. The second problem which this bill seeks to solve or ameliorate relates to the situation where the authority is constrained to suspend ongoing investigations and is unable to sign off on recommendations each time the director or a deputy director of the authority dies, resigns, or has had his appointment revoked. As one would appreciate, this can impede and it will unnecessarily delay the authority's day-to-day operations. And such a situation doesn't serve anyone's best interests. It would be frustrating for both complainants and respondents. Clause 3C establishes a holding provision which allows the authority to seamlessly carry on its functions without undue interruption when the director or deputy director is missing in action, by deeming the authority to be properly constituted for no more than 3 months while a replacement is found. The third gap being plugged in the parent legislation is the requirement for the Commissioner of Police or the Assistant Commissioner of Police to provide written reasons on actions taken or not taken in response to the PSA's, to the PCA's recommendations. Well, as well as to provide progress reports. Well, I don't see what the problem could be there. Certainly, I don't agree that this is in any way a breach of the Constitution. It's not in any way telling the police commissioner or the assistant police commissioner how to decide, how to act. All this is asking is the requirement for the provision of written reasons as to why you did or why you didn't do something in light of our recommendations. And in fact, this adds transparency and it mitigates against inertia, it mitigates against the avoidance of the implementation of the PCA's recommendations. So again, I don't see how anyone can have a difficulty with office holders being held to account or being required to act in a transparent manner through the provision of updates and written decisions. Clause 3E expands Section 26 in 2 ways. First, it enables the PCA to investigate complaints coming to them from the Police Service Commission. And that's obviously a gap in the parent legislation. We're just closing that gap so that the Police Service Commission, if it says, look, we have picked up something, they can send it to the PCA, and now the PCA can act on it. And secondly, it allows the PCA to conduct investigations into officers serving in the municipal police service. Again, that picks up so that there's no disparity. The PCA now can investigate all arms of the police. Senator Dayal Singh asked about, well, why are we changing from force to service? I don't have a definitive answer, but it strikes me that this is really a branding exercise, and it is meant to facilitate changes in the approach and attitude of the police. The word force is the old 19th century paradigm of projection of control and might. In the 21st century, we don't want to be talking about control and might. We're talking about protection and service. So service, I think, is the new paradigm. So as mentioned at the outset, the purpose of these amendments is to address administrative gaps in the parent legislation and to correct imperfections that have arisen in practice. None of this should be controversial. Madam President, I thank you.
Thank you, Madam President, for allowing me to contribute to this debate on an act to amend the Special Reserve Police Act, Chapter 1503, the Police Complaint Authority Act, Chapter 1505, to strengthen the operations of the Police Complaints Authority and its relationship with the Special Reserve Police and matters related thereto. I have a particular interest in this bill, I must say. I once served on the board of the Police Complaints Authority. It was a pleasure and an honor for me to serve, but it was also a challenge. From my first meeting, I realized that something was wrong with the structure, with the legislation. Our dependence at the time on the Police Complaints Unit to investigate reports brought against police officers by fellow police officers, they were investigating their colleagues, seemed reminiscent of a line in Spoiler Calypso. He told himself he not guilty. In addition, there seemed to be a lack of understanding by some key players of their role in the scheme of things. I recall this guy, pun intended, coming to our meeting and thinking he was in charge, and the chair was a gentleman, Jim, so I asked, when I couldn't understand what was going on, do we have an agenda? And if so, were we at A or B? The guy was livid with rage at my playing David to his Goliath. He was unfamiliar with the proverb, little axe cut down big tree. So he glared at me, and I gave him a good primary school pupil cut eye until he simmered down to some semblance of calm. Now I'm talking about 23 years ago, when the tension between the role of the Commissioner of Police and the Police Complaint Authority was there. Police commissioners, they are accustomed giving commands that must be obeyed, and they balk at anybody trying to exercise authority over them and their men in black, say perhaps maybe the Minister of National Security. But wish you coming forth as the morning rising, fair as the moon, bright as the sun, terrible as an army set in battle array. In the end, the commissioner and myself developed a very warm relationship. The last time we met, just before his demise, was at UE graduation. Everyone was giving him a wide berth. So the row of seats in which he sat was virtually empty. I went and I sat with him, and we thoroughly enjoyed each other's company. But even in those days, we had difficulty with delays in getting information, delays in getting feedback, updates on investigation of police by the police with the level of thoroughness of investigations. The Police Complaints Authority had been complaining even then that they had no teeth. The old 1993 law under which we were operating was repealed, and new legislation was enacted in 2006 to hopefully, among other things, make the PCA more independent of the police. But the Police Complaints Authority still complain that they have no teeth. A story by Renuka Singh, popular first name in this chamber, in the Trinidad Express of May 16, 2018, bore the headline, "Toothless PCA wants more power." And I recall when Justice Locke was the director, she would be advocating all the time for strengthening of the PCA. A commissioner of police once complained he was a toothless bulldog. And I recall a joke making the rounds in Port of Spain about a police officer calling the home of the then commissioner of police and his long-suffering wife saying, "The dog came, the dog barked, and the dog left." I didn't think it funny, because the job of commissioner of police is a tough one. It's full of stress, and at the end of the day, the stress goes home with the man. It takes a particular kind of man to want this job, and even a more special man to be successful in attaining their goal. So let's see what happens. Now, I have no problem supporting most of the clauses in this bill. It embodies recommendations that were made by the Police Complaints Authority in their 2019 annual report, which they gave to all of us. It's an excellent report, I must state. The recommendation made in Clause 2 to amend the Special Reserve Police Act to extend the police service regulation to the Special Reserve Police is necessary. Special Reserve Police are included in the definition of police officer in the Police Complaints Authority Act as it stands now. You cannot leave unregulated an arm of the police service, as it can become uncontrollable and be unaccountable. With benefits come burdens. Clause 3A1 of the bill seeks to fill some gaps in the existing law for practical administrative reasons. So Assistant Commissioner means Director or Assistant Commissioner Municipal Police, and Clause 3A2 seeks to modernize the law to change police force, which is an antiquated term. It's changed in the Police Service Act. So now we're making sure that it's all true, including the Municipal Police and Special Reserve Police. Now, so we have not been using police force for some time now. A few still have the same uncouth behaviors, and some people think they get more force from the police than service, but it is the police service. Clause 3A3 makes it clear the charge of serious police misconduct under the police service regulation is applicable to members of the Special Reserve and Municipal Police, and that's fair enough. Clause 3A3B changes the word appointed in line 2 to selected, and in the circumstances, that's the correct term. Clause 3C, D, E, and F are all practical, consequential changes. What I would term tidying up operations. So that's all very well and good. Then we get to the real bugbear, the director's bugbear. His bête noire, Clause 3G, which seeks to amend Section 44 of the Parent Act. Section 41 states, upon the conclusion of an investigation, the authority shall make an assessment and form an opinion as to whether or not the subject matter of a complaint has or may have occurred, is or may be occurring, is or may be about to occur, or is likely to occur. Clause 44.2 states the authority may, based on its assessment or opinion under subsection 1, recommend whether consideration should be given to prosecute any person for a criminal offense or invoke disciplinary proceedings against any person and make recommendations for the taking of any other action that the authority considers appropriate. Clause 44.3 states the authority shall in writing immediately inform the person who made the complaint and the police officer concerned of the action taken and the reason for such action. The bill before us today now is proposing to amend Clause 44 to read Section 44A1 is going to be that the commissioner or the assistant commissioner, as the case may be, shall within 3 months of the authority making a recommendation in accordance with Section 44.2 provide the authority with a written decision with reason on any action taken or is proposed to be taken or not taken in respect of a recommendation or a written update on the progress of a matter which is the subject of a recommendation. Where 3 months under subsection 1 has expired and the authority has not received a written update on the progress of a matter, the authority may request such further updates as it may require. And where the authority has received a written update under this section and requires further updates in respect of the matter, the authority may make such further requests as it requires, and the commissioner or the assistant commissioner shall so provide. Madam President, the language of this section is conciliatory, it's gentle. There are no sanctions for failure of the commissioner to act. He may thumb his nose at the PCA and say, by his action, later for you, yes? Why is this? And seemingly, the answer lies in the supreme law of the land, our constitution, seemingly. Subject 123A1 states, subject to 123.1, the Commissioner of Police shall have the complete power to manage the police service and is required to ensure that the human, financial, and material resources available to the service are used in an efficient and effective manner. Section 123.2b says the Commissioner of Police shall have the power to transfer any police officer, remove from office and exercise disciplinary control over police officers other than an officer referred to in Section 123.1a, and 123.4 states, in the performance of his functions under this section, the Commissioner of Police shall act in accordance with the Police Service Act and the regulations made thereunder. But we tend to forget the first part of this particular provision. But I just want to draw your attention to Goal 16.6 of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development, because you know we were trained in the Parliament that we must always look to see how the Sustainable Development Goals and so fit into the work that we do. And that goal says to develop effective, accountable, and transparent institutions at all levels. As it stands, we have created a police service. We have created a police complaints authority. Are these institutions, as they stand now, effective, accountable, and transparent? It is important to have the police service independent and not subject to political and other influence. But what of accountability and oversight? These are important principles. Recently, the Caribbean Center for Human Rights made a call for efforts to be made to strengthen the police complaints authority to ensure it is effectively able to oversee the actions of the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service. And they urged the government to prioritize the strengthening the police complaints authority capacity to expand its oversight ability of police conduct. They considered that increased oversight of police conduct was necessary to hold the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service accountable and to re-establish trust in the TTPS and government's ability to maintain peace and security to all citizens of Trinidad and Tobago. Because when people perform, the institutions perform as they ought to, especially people like the police, we feel there's a sense of peace, we feel that there is security in society. Now, Madam President, the Council of Europe, because this is not a problem that is just for Trinidad and Tobago, so the Council of Europe report on police oversight in the Council of Europe countries, because they have problems all over Europe and all over the world, they published in 2015, Europe publishing that is, an article that listed the key principles developed by the European Court. So they went through all the judgments of the European Court. And they pulled from those judgments of the court what are the important principles for police oversight. The first one was independence. No institutional or hierarchical connections between the investigators and the officers subject of the complaint, amounting therefore to a real practical independence. So that's why we had problem with the police complaints unit, because they were part of the police service. And then we were able to hire private investigators, and that's what's happening now. It must be adequate. So we have adequacy. The investigation should be capable of gathering evidence to determine whether police behavior complainant was unlawful and to identify and to punish those responsible. Promptness. The investigation should be conducted promptly and expeditiously in order to maintain confidence in the rule of law. So we can't have a situation where nothing happening for a year and more. Then we have public scrutiny. Procedures and decision-making should be open and transparent in order to ensure accountability and victim involvement. The complainant should be involved in the complaints process in order to safeguard his or her legitimate interests.
Senator Thompson-Aye, if I may, could we, all that you're presenting, can you relate it to the bill specifically, please? Okay?
Thank you. So the proposed amendment, as I'm about to say, arises out of a concern for promptness and effectiveness of the PCA. This is what 44 is about, for the police of the commissioner to, respond in a timely manner. So that's why they put in the 3 months provision in responding to allegation of police conduct in light of the principles in law created to preserving the independence of the police commissioner. Now, my concern is what happens if the police commissioner, at the end of the 3-month period that the PCA is requesting, fails to provide the PCA with his written decision or the written update of the progress of the matter? What if at the end of the further extension of the period for updates that the director is asking for, the commissioner still has not complied? Should this state of affairs continue ad infinitum? Is judicial review a feasible option? Some thought so. What of the provision under the Constitution which gives power to the Police Service Commission? The powers of the commissioner are subject to Section 123 of the Constitution, and the Section 123 states the Police Service Commission shall have the power to remove from office and exercise disciplinary control over persons who are holding or acting in the offices specified in the paragraph. A, monitor the efficiency and effectiveness of the discharge of their function, prepare an annual performance appraisal report in such form as may be prescribed by the Police Service Commission, respecting and for the information of the Commissioner or Deputy Commissioner of Police. So the Police Service Commission can exercise its power under any of the 3 provisions quoted above for the Commissioner to respond to the PCA, because the Police Service Commission has oversight. Whether it has the courage or willingness to do so is another issue. Now, the Jamaican law, the Police Public Complaints Act, provides that when on review the authority is not satisfied with this position and consider further inquiry is warranted, it may prepare and send to the Minister, the Commissioner, the Director of Public Prosecution a report in writing setting out the findings and request the Commissioner to conduct further investigation, conduct its own further investigation, or institute a hearing. On completion of the investigation, the authority shall prepare and send to the DPP, the Minister, and the Commissioner a report in writing, setting out such finding and recommendation with respect to the complaint as it thinks fit. Where the authority decides to institute a hearing pursuant to that paragraph, it shall send notice in writing of decision to the Minister, the Commissioner, the Director of Public Prosecution, and the Constable concerned. A paper entitled Police Accountability in the Caribbean, Where Are the People by Carolyn Jones, Executive Director of Jamaicans for Justice, concludes that external control of the Jamaica Constabulary Force is mostly ineffective. And she examined oversight of the police in several Caribbean countries and found the position was the same right through the Caribbean. And in the final analysis, she recommended that there must be adequate scaffolding to support a new framework, and she saw that the best place to look for ways to improving accountability would be at the level of the design of the universal and ubiquitous creature, the Police Service Commission. So that's what we're looking at that can happen. Look to the Police Service Commission. And Barbados Police Complaints Authority Act speaks about the powers of the DPP and the Police Service Commission. Jamaica Police Public Complaints Act speaks about authority and sent to the Director of Public Prosecution, the Minister, and the Commissioner report. And Section 90 of our Constitution states that the Director of Public Prosecution shall have power in any case in which he considers it proper to institute and undertake criminal proceeding. So the Director of Public Prosecution has that power. The Bahamas says that, you have the Police Complaints Authority and the Police Service, and you have in all the circumstances, what are we going to recommend to our director that he should do? That the recommendations made by the authority under Section 44 be sent not only to the Commissioner of Police, but also to the Police Service Commission and the Director of Public Prosecution for their attention and action. At present, the director of the PCA, as he states on page 90 of his annual report, sends his report to both the Commissioner of Police and the DPP, so it seems the Police Service Commission is the best option. Under Section 30 of the Police Complaints Authority Act, the director at present sends his report to the Commissioner, to the DPP for his action, but he can also send the recommendations to the Police Service Commission. Now, the Honorable Attorney General, in presenting this bill, said no aspersions had ever been cast on the character of the DPP. Now, in the last Parliament, I must say allegations were made. I defended the DPP. And it turned out the DPP was not even in jurisdiction at the time when the situation that was complained about occurred, and he knew nothing about it. So, Madam President, in preparing for the debate, I did heed the plea of the new chairman of CARICOM, Prime Minister Gaston Brong of Antigua and Barbuda, and I traveled around the region, though virtually, and I mentioned the laws in Barbados and Jamaica, and conclude with St. Lucia, with the words of the Honorable colleagues John, Minister of Home Affairs and Internal Security, when he activated the St. Lucia Police Complaints Commission. He enumerated the benefits of a police oversight body thus. This initiative, he said, will achieve many positive returns. The police disciplinary process will be transparent and important strides will be made in rebuilding public confidence in the police. This in turn will contribute to the achievement of the community policing objective of building partnership between the police, and our police officers will be held accountable and responsible for their actions in a more timely manner. Transparency and partnership with the community will be stressed. Public confidence and trust in the police will increase. Internal disciplinary procedures will be enhanced and accelerated, resulting in a more just process for the police officers and the public. Corrective action resulting from decisions will be expedited. So it's in the interest of all of us in the society that we do what we can to assist the Police Complaints Authority to do what it is supposed to do. And I thank you.
Senator Lachmidial. Senator Lachmidial, am I correct in hearing that you will only be 5 minutes?
Yes, please, Madam President. I would not be long at all. Madam President, so I'll skip all the fancy things and I'll get straight down to it. Madam President, I just have a couple of questions and areas that I want some clarification on, specifically with Clause 2 and the amendment to the Special Reserve Police Act. I noticed that regulations 136 and 150 subsection 2 will apply, and these are in relation to the police service regulations. If the Attorney General could just clarify in his winding up why it is that the whole of 150, Regulation 150, would not apply, because for me, in order for it to read properly, subsection 1 perhaps ought to be applicable as well. Subsection 1 in the police service regulations states that an officer who contravenes any of these regulations commits a disciplinary offense. So to apply subsection 2, which lists all the disciplinary offenses and not subsection 1, to me would lead to a bit of an anomaly there. So that's the first thing that I just wish to raise. Madam President, the other clause that I'm dealing with is really the clause that provides where either the director or the deputy director dies, resigns, or is removed from office. Now, I have a little bit of a concern there, simply because I went back to the debate in 2006 when this act was first introduced to establish the PCA, and I didn't say anything specific. But to my mind, the establishment of the PCA and its constitution, comprising two persons, really is a check and balance on each other. So I just want to suggest for consideration that rather than give a 3-month period where, for example, and I'm not saying it is an intention or whatever, but where the possibility exists that one of these office holders be removed surreptitiously perhaps, and the other one has 3 months within which no one is appointed and can act on their own, you can open up the PCA to perhaps litigation, judicial review, whether the person has acted properly or not, because that check and balance and that is intended and is deliberately placed in the Act would not exist. So I want to suggest that perhaps a provision that deals with the appointment of someone to act in one of these positions be inserted in the PCA bill, in the PCA Act, because according to the PCA, I found this useful document, 10 Facts on 10 Years, something that they published 10 years after they were established. They said that they have about 10 legal counsel at the PCA. So there are more than sufficient resources in the PCA and persons who may be able to be appointed to one of these positions to act and to preserve that check and balance where you have two persons making decisions within the PCA. Very quickly moving on, where you have the PSC, we're bringing the municipal police under the remit now of the PCA, and I agree with that. All persons who exercise police powers should be able to, they should be subject to the oversight of the PCA. But on reading the Police Complaints Authority Act, commission is defined as the Police Service Commission. And under Section 30 of the Police Complaints Authority Act, the authority may conduct a preliminary investigation to assist and identify and so on, and they could make recommendations to the DPP, the commissioner, or the commission for further action. Now, from my understanding, when it's a criminal offense, they will send the information to the DPP, but if it's a disciplinary offense, when they're dealing with police officers alone, they will send it to the Police Service Commission, and that's how the commission is defined here. But municipal police officers are appointed by the Statutory Authority Service Commission. So I think the definition of commission in this act needs to be amended as well, so that commission is no longer just Police Service Commission, but also in the case of the municipal police, who they have to send the report to the Statutory Authority Service Commission, because they are the ones to exercise disciplinary control over municipal police officers. They appoint them and they have the disciplinary function, and I think they have regulations in place for disciplinary proceedings. And beyond that, Madam President, I just want to, I think Senator Dial Singh mentioned it, but I wish to endorse the point that the police service operates in a very rigid hierarchy system, so that the Section 44, where the commissioner or the assistant commissioner can give reasons and so on the decision, I do not agree with that, because it cannot be that in a police service that operates on a hierarchy, we are authorizing an assistant commissioner of police to give a report to an external body without the knowledge, consent of the commissioner of police. And that's how this reads, that either person can make that, can give that report to the PCA. It is a bit unconventional for anyone to legislate that the police commissioner should report to someone else. But I do understand the challenge of the PCA in not getting feedback. And based on that, I will come to my last point, that if feedback is so important, then simply saying that they can ask for a progress report really doesn't solve the problem, because in another place, when I was there, and we had reports being sent to the police, and we asked for updates, and there was a mandatory requirement for feedback. The feedback was investigation ongoing, investigation ongoing, investigation ongoing for a period of time. So what I would suggest is for a more effective section that we say that maybe perhaps they provide reports every 3 months until the investigation is completed, closed, or charges are brought, or something like that, because that way the police now who are in receipt of this information and all of the work that the PCA has done and put into their report that they send to the police, because a lot of times there are other bodies expending resources to do very detailed investigations, and then they send it on to law enforcement and it stays there and it goes nowhere. So we'd really want a proper clause here that would require, or that would make it mandatory, that the police continuously update the PCA on their progress. And I think that it might go a bit further to say that they send these requests every 3 months and not put the burden on the PCA to constantly keep requesting and just receiving requests such as, investigation ongoing. And I think someone else raised it as well. Because with the way it is worded here, if they don't send the updates to the PCA, there's really no sanction. And it would be difficult to conceive what a sanction could be on the police, on the commissioner of police, if he refuses to provide an update to the PCA. So something like a repeated or a periodic type reporting may actually be go further in us accomplishing the aim and the objective of this section of the PCA, keeping progress of this report. Those are my contributions, please, Madam President. Thank you.
Senator Naked. Senator Naked, I understand that you similarly are going to be 5 minutes.
Very, very short. In the name of God, most gracious, most merciful, thank you, Madam President. Welcome back. And yes, I intend to be also brief. Madam President, this bill does raise some unanswered questions. And I'll get to the heart of the matter. And I believe always, and I have it on record, and I repeat, Honorable AG seems to be very hardworking, but again, I feel that the bill could be a bit more surgical. And I would like to focus, as some of the senators did before, on Clause 3F, right, which creates a new Section 44A. And I must ask the question, and it has been alluded to, what really is the purpose of the clause if there is no sanction? And of course, the clause, places an obligation on the Commissioner of Police to keep the PCA updated on a matter where they have made a finding or recommendation. But what really is the sanction should he fail to comply? And it has been said before, but there must be a meaningful, a workable sanction to ensure more effective compliance with the dictates of the bill. There must be, and I will go into that a bit further. So we have a request. Is it that they will request, when it doesn't come, they will request further updates? Is that it? Well, I mean, what does that really achieve? And in the course of my research, I saw that a former commissioner of police said that I think it was Jules Bernard, that it renders like a toothless bulldog, was his words I saw. So let me try to bring home the impracticality of this amendment by way of a real-life example. We have the example, in real life, of 3 unarmed civilians that were shot in Mova a year ago. Caught on camera, PCA investigated, made a recommendation. With this new amendment, what can the PCA do to ensure that their findings or recommendations are acted on? If we are to go by this amendment, all they can do is ask for updates. That's all they can do on a matter that drew national attention. Is that achieving anything but creating doubt and suspicion in the mind of the citizenry, as if justice is to be achieved, especially by poor and working class people? I mean, this was a killing caught on camera, Madam President. And after one whole year, not one officer has been charged. We had in America, which got attention and traction here, for some reason, seemed inextricably tied to America, more so than our own country. We had the killing of George Floyd at around the same time. Officer has been charged, tried, and convicted. Here we haven't even charged anyone. So how is this bill going to remedy that? This bill actually, what it does, it gives the police the opportunity. I wouldn't like to say the power, because that might impute some improper motive, but the opportunity to drag a case on ad infinitum. And the PCA, they have no resort. They can't do anything about it. They can ask for further updates. And I know we always hear talk about conspiracy theories and so, but in a service like a police service, at least the legislation must leave no doubt as to the intent. It must be that tight. It must be that restrictive and targeted and surgical. It cannot be loose. Even, and I heard mention of it, the DPP, he can't do anything either. So we here debating a bill that is basically a lot of grand charges. Basically, as I said before, there's no really grit to it that can bring a tangible result. In my opinion and my suggestion, respectfully, we should be debating a bill that gives strict time frames for both investigation and charging. How about that? Wouldn't be that something novel? We should even consider bringing a bill that will give the DPP, since I know the country has a lot of confidence and trust in him and his office, maybe wider powers in cases like this, where we don't give the police the opportunity to stretch the case on and on. That's another suggestion. And then we can even give an example, again, of the so-called Rock City 5 in Laventille in 2018. And that time, 5 people were killed. And there wasn't a lot of hullabaloo because everybody was concerned with crime and everybody assumed once you come from Laventille, from Picton Road, you know what I mean? They're expendable, no problem. But how are we to bridge that disconnect, that mistrust that exists between rogue officers, not the whole police service, the rogue officers? How are we able to bring that trust back between the common man and the police service if the police service has the opportunity, or the rogue officers to abscond from their duties. In the case of the Rock City 5, 3 years, no charges.
Naked, if I could remind you, you did give an assurance about your time, and you are now going into 8 minutes. That's fine. I know you're going to wrap up soon.
Yes.
I just want to ask you, please, to use your time to deal with the bill at hand, okay? To tie in what you're saying to the bill at hand. It's not a general discussion on the Police Complaints Authority. It is a discussion on the amendments to this, in this bill here, okay?
Guided, Madam. So to tie up, I believe, as a suggestion, we could be debating, making amendments possibly, to the act dealing with the coroner's inquest, because in this particular time, it takes 10 years between the submission of the file and a ruling. So for me, it's about legislating timelines that will be more beneficial to the population. And this is my last suggestion. I'm advised in my research that we have 3 very experienced criminal attorneys who are now attached to the PCA. I looked at the case of former police inspector Michael Seals and saw that the PCA does not have the power to initiate a private prosecution against a police officer, as was done with Seals. Why don't we amend the bill to possibly give PCA that power? It would not take away from the power of the DPA under Section 90 of the Constitution to take over, where he has the right to take over and discontinue the prosecution, or even intervene and continue if he found it favorable. Private citizens have the power to initiate private criminal prosecution, and sometimes there is intervention from the DPP. So, on my last point, so if private citizens have that power, why can't we amend the law to give the PCA a similar power, especially when they have the experienced lawyers employed within their ranks to do so? Madam President, we must attempt, finally, to bridge that gap. And we saw it done by this Commissioner of Police with one statement he made between himself, between the police service, and the people, the poor and working class people of this country. When he suggested, maybe in jocularity, maybe just as an offside joke, pardon the pun, that there should be a football game between the police service and zealots on the Beetham Highway during the lockdown. If you cannot imagine the goodwill just a simple statement like that brought for the police service. The police cannot be perceived like La Cosa Nostra. It must be transparent, not shrouded in secrecy. And in my opinion, let's make changes to the bill that can bring meaningful change. And I thank you, Madam President.
Senator Richards.
And I will be no more than 7 minutes. I think I've timed myself. Let me just start and take 15 seconds to congratulate our national men's senior football team who qualified for the Gold Cup last night. Congratulations to head coach Angus Eve, who has certainly inspired the team in a short time. Madam President, let me get straight to it. The provisions in this pretty short bill are long overdue, but as many have indicated before, they don't seem to go far enough in terms of a mandate for reporting in a timely manner in many of the instances to fulfill the obvious mandate of the Police Complaints Authority under the Act, Chapter 1505, which is to establish an independent body to investigate criminal offenses involving police officers, police corruption and serious police misconduct, and for other related matters. I want to put it on the record as stating that there's a tendency for an automatic default that once the PCA gets involved, it means the police officers are guilty of the alleged misconduct, and it's an investigative body, and in some instances police officers aren't exonerated, so we need to not be telegraphing subliminally the mindset that all allegations against police officers for misconduct end in what may be considered malfeasance. Madam President, just to give some context, and I got this information to see how far the remit of clauses 2 and 3 go in terms of the special reserve police officers and also the municipal police officers. And I got hold of a sense of what the strength of the police force is. About 6,500 officers, the TTPS substantive, and the special reserve police officers, in a document dated March 5th, 2021 from the HR department, totals 2,777, including 2 senior superintendents, 8 superintendents, 8 ASPs, 48 inspectors, 104 sergeants, male that is, corporals 123, total on PCs 1,620 male. In terms of females, there are 7 female inspectors, 19 sergeants, 12 corporals, and 826 police constables, totaling 2,777. I, like Senator Lachmidial, is not a math expert, but by my simple calculation, that brings the service to 9,277, which means the SRPs total 29.9%, almost 1/3, who, if this bill is passed, will now fall also legally under the remit of the Police Complaints Authority, which is very important in terms of dealing with the allegations and investigating serious police misconduct, as the mandate says. And part of the mandate is to gather evidence in Part F, Section 21, that will be used in investigation of serious police misconduct and furnish such evidence to the Commissioner or Commission for Appropriate Action, also to gather evidence that can be used, if necessary, in the prosecution of a police officer involved in a criminal offense, and furnish such evidence to the Director of Public Prosecution, the DPP. And very often, one finds, as has been articulated earlier today, that the timeline and reporting is less than appropriate. And this is underscored in several articles over the last couple of years by, one, this present director's predecessor, now Justice Gillian Lucky, who I had the pleasure of interviewing on several occasions, and also this present director, David West, who always lamented, though the PCA is a noble body with a particular mandate, it had been constrained significantly because of legislative shortcomings, let me put it that way. And law must evolve. When substantive persons are put in those positions as director, they have a first-hand driver's seat as to how the legislation that governs the body is functioning, and if it is indeed fulfilling the mandate, and if there are shortcomings that must be addressed. Recently, several other members referenced the high-profile case in a Newsday article, I hope it's Newsday, Rhonda Dowlat roster, just over a year ago, Thursday, July 2nd, 2020. There was a comment from the Honorable Prime Minister when the PCA director said the independent body had several challenges and limitations, including requesting a series of amendments yet to be approved by the Legislative Review Committee. And I quote, West made a comment after Prime Minister Dr. Keith Rowley urged the body to fast-track the probe into police killings of 3 men in Mova last year, in which he noted the PCA's inefficiency, this is the Prime Minister now, the Honourable Prime Minister, in investigating matters involving police officers was one of the issues affecting the people getting justice in some matters. Dr. Rowley made a comment during a media briefing in which he addressed the protests earlier that week, which sparked by the police killings of Joel Jacob, Noel Diamond, and Israel Clinton. And when you think about it now, the Police Service Commission had been put in a kind of defensive position. Mr. West said the police reliance on other bodies affects its ability to complete probes effectively and efficiently. The challenges included delays in receiving critical documents from the Forensic Science Center, such as postmortems and certificates of analysis, TTPS investigative files for auditing purposes, reports from officers who discharged their firearms or who were present during such discharges. Now, Madam President, I made a commitment to keep this in 7 minutes. And I'll just read the headline of another article from the news. The PCA awaiting 8 years for more power. Friday, July 2nd, 2020, from Director David West. The article is by Darren Bahau, Clint Chantak, and Carla Bridgelyle, that went on to underline the same concerns the PCA had elucidated, not only in its present iteration under Director West, but certainly under now Justice Lucky. And these lacunas and these shortcomings have plagued the effectiveness of the police service, police complaints authority for a long time. So I think I have 1 more minute, if I'm not mistaken. The issues, and I hope the AG can answer these questions, and I know the bill tries to deal with some of the issues that have been outlined by several speakers before me. The issues go far, but not far enough from what I assessed everybody's estimation. And there's no obligation for crime scenes to be, especially involving police killings, for the police to seemingly to call the PCA in a timely manner to be able to examine those crime scenes to gather evidence. In some instances, hours and hours pass where the crime scene is compromised, especially in the instances where the police involved killings. 1, the PCA's ability to gather evidence to do a thorough investigation is significantly circumscribed in those instances. And also, if the AG can answer a question that has come up on several occasions through the director and others, why is the police complaints division still active if my understanding is that that division should have ceased to exist and is in some type of conflict with the remit of the police complaints authority? And I know the director had raised it on several occasions. So in my last 10 seconds, to try to stick to my time, I think we've gone far, but not far enough in the provisions of this bill on these amendments, because, again, we have to find a way of ensuring that the response of the TT Police Service is not dependent on the goodwill and cooperativeness of the office holder. In this case, the reports have been much better than Commissioner Griffith's predecessor, but it should not depend on the cooperativeness of the office holder. There should be safeguards in place to mandate the response time to ensure the effectiveness of the PC. And I think I did 7 minutes. Thank you, Madam President.
Senator Rambuchan.
Thank you very much, Madam President. I'm not going to give a time period, please, milady, because I do not want to confine myself, but I will try to be as quick as Senator Richards, because many of the things he has said, I wholly support. This is a bill, as many of my predecessors have said, was long in coming. The PCA needs to have the powers it needs to properly investigate, and certainly the amendments in this proposed bill is a step in the right direction. And I will not go further beyond the statements made as to make suggestions as to how far we can go, because I know that when we deal with the police service, we have to make incremental change. You make a change, you implement it, you see how it works, and then you apply again. And that is the most realistic way to apply amendments when dealing with the TTPS and eventually the PCA. Now, what I would want to say is that when we look at the definition of serious police misconduct, ordinarily I would say that I would want to exercise caution, because the definition of serious police misconduct and the inclusion of special reserve police officers under that definition may open the opportunity for police officers to find themselves faced with disciplinary proceedings that would ordinarily have been considered minor, but would now fall within the definition of serious police misconduct. But despite that, I think it is necessary for us to encapsulate some sort of check and balance in place when it comes to special reserve police officers. I know there's local parlance that we say SRP is something resembling police, but that is not the reality of the rollout, because a special reserve police officer has the exact same powers of a constituted police officer under the TTPS, dependent on his function. So where he works, he may find himself exercising the same powers of an ordinary police officer. And to put it simply, if he has the benefit of being a police officer, he should most certainly also have the burden, the requirements of accountability and transparency, because guess what? SRP exercising the functions of a police officer under the instruction of the Commissioner of Police, or a municipal officer for that matter, who causes injury to a citizen, the taxpayer is still responsible if there is action against the state. So whether it's SRP or TTPS, serious police misconduct is a welcome addition because it automatically includes persons who would not fall under the TTPS disciplinary system. We have a commissioner who is working arduously to try and populate and create different units. In the course of my experience over the past few years, everybody has heard about PSB, the Professional Standards Bureau, but there's also a Special Investigations Unit. We know about FIU. We know about now the Gender-Based Violence Unit. There is the creation of the Sexual Violence Unit. And all of these different units need to be populated quickly. But because of the sheer bureaucratic process of recruiting through the TTPS, it is more practical to use the SRP. So we welcome, in my respectful view, it is welcoming to see that the same SRP would now be covered under this definition. The second argument I would want to raise is that when we look at the role of the PCA is absolutely necessary. And they have never been more necessary than they are right now. The sheer volume of police killings is astounding to the average citizen. And that is where persons have died. We have, I'm sure everybody in here will have a story where they have somehow been in contact with a police officer who may or may not have conducted himself to the standard that the citizen would like. So I'm not going to trouble you with all of these stories because we all know it. We read it in the papers every day, we hear about it. So the requirement of a policing body to police the police has never been more necessary than it is now. So I commend the amendment to Section 44A, which places a certain degree of responsibility on the commissioner and his officers to give information to the PCA. But it rests its head on the principle of camaraderie. I am a police complaints authority and you are the TTPS or SRP. So as a consequence, what you would have to do is liaise with me. So again, I would agree with my fellow senators that sanctions may be necessary. But even beyond sanctions, I want to go bigger than that. Yes, we need to make incremental change, but I want to place before the House for consideration by the Honorable Attorney General that we can perhaps consider the Jamaican model with the role of INDICOM or Barbados or in the UK, where the overarching policing body or complaints body, similar to the PCA, they actually have not only investigative powers, they have prosecutorial powers as well. And we have, when you look at the PCA's report, you see 306 matters were sent by the PCA to the Commissioner of Police for further investigation. And when we look at the numbers where persons are being sent from the commission, from the PCA to the TTPS, there seems to be a stopgap at that point. So how do we fix that? Perhaps we should consider giving the PCA wider powers. The third and final point I wish to raise, please, is the duplicity of process. I have recognized the value of time, and it does not come back. And when you are on a scene of a police shooting, time is of the essence. Because witnesses are going to get affected. And when I say affected, we use a term in my criminal practice at least, where you say the witness has been touched. What that means is that somebody has somehow found a way to influence this person who might be a witness for the police. So time being of the essence, we need to try and streamline our process from the PCA to the TTPS and vice versa. That being said, right now, even with the amendment that is before this Honorable House, the PCA sends a report to the TTPS. When that report is sent to the TTPS investigates it itself. And then the TTPS sets up a tribunal to deal with the matter. So let's consider that for a minute. It means that the PCA, who is an investigative body, having investigated, provides their report to the PCA, to the TTPS. The TTPS now duplicates that process by investigating the same complaint. And then they organize a tribunal, and guess what? You create the opportunity for the officer to say, I am before the tribunal for a disciplinary hearing, and I therefore cannot appear before in a criminal charge. It happens all the time. So you do not want manipulation of the system. Certainly when you have the eyes of the citizenry upon you, because the person you have given power to police you is the person you now have before the court. So at the end of the day, what we want to do, and I agree with Senator Richards, what is the role of the police complaints? The complaints division of the police service. Because we have the PCA, where members of the public can go and make complaints. You have the Professional Standards Bureau, where complaints are also investigated. And now you also have the Complaints Division, which ironically is in the same building as the PSB. So there's duplicity of process, and I would want to respectfully suggest perhaps streamlining, greater power to the PCA, and certainly some level of accountability to the members of the Republic as to the role and functions of police officers when they may or may not have abused their authority. You want to reassure the citizens of this country that the TTPS is really working to serve. I believe it is to serve with pride, to protect and serve with pride. And we all as citizens want to feel that sense of pride, and the PCA is a step in that direction by ensuring that they follow proper process. I commend the PCA for the work that they have done under Mr. West, and certainly under Justice Lucky, as she is now and then was the director. Let me correct myself. And I will say this, it is movement in the right direction. I commend it, and I think we could go even further. The very last thing I want to say is I want to extend my deepest gratitude to the members of this House and to the Chair, of course, for the opportunity to speak these last few days. I am grateful for the graciousness on both sides. And with that being said, Madam President, this is my contribution. I'm grateful.
Attorney. Thank you, Madam President. I have to say, Madam President, without causing any jeopardy to my learned friend opposite me, Senator Rambajan, that is class. It is refreshing to stand in a debate and to listen to Senators Lakshmidiyal and Rambajan really bring home issues. Let me repeat that. We may be on different sides of the political fence, and they are strong and worthy opponents, and they give their very best shots. But I have to say this as an Attorney General. I honestly have gratitude for the level of debate and for the sincerity of the opinions offered. I always listen to my colleagues with great interest because they bring their A game every time. And I feel better and sharper for the purpose, and I wish to thank them for their sterling contributions. As I thank my own colleagues, Madam President, Senator Rambarat, tireless, hard-working member, the passion and flair and dynamics of Senator Sagram Singh Suklal, who brings home the joy of a debate in a style that is so refreshing to this Parliament. I wish to say, Madam President, that it is a joy to really serve in this Senate, listening to the contributions of my colleagues on the independent bench, every time making sure that the government is aware of what is important, of how we treat with issues, and of trying to get to a better purpose. I'll say to my learned colleagues on the opposition bench, I've never seen people try to make a great argument out of a bad case as well as they do at times, but I have to give them an A for effort. Definitely an A for effort. No one opposite me is my enemy. You're all my honorable colleagues and friends, and I thank you for your contributions. Madam President, I bring conclusion to this debate as follows. The Police Complaints Authority is an essential balancing tool to our democracy. We have given, under the purview of Section 22 of the Police Complaints Act, we've given the municipal police, the Special Reserve Police, and the police under the Chapter 1501 provisions of the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service, we have given them acknowledgement of common law powers of constables, which have been around forever, and we've given them the powers, privileges, and immunities under law. We've anchored the power of the police in the Constitution of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago, Section 123. We've recognized service commissions in the purpose that they stand to treat with discipline in the structures of a Westminster Commonwealth arrangement. It's true, the Statutory Services Commission, the Police Service Commission, the Public Services Commission have interacting rules inside of here. But I want to make an immediate distinction between discipline under the municipal corporation structure, under the supplemental police structure, the Special Reserve Police structure, and the discipline under the TTPS Chapter 1501. Discipline, which is a function set out for breach of regulations, is a function for the police, who are subjected to control and review, either by the Police Service Commission, the Commissioner of Police, or the Statutory Services Commission. That's clear. The municipal police are governed by ultimately in the discipline functions in Section 38 of the Municipal Corporations Act. The SASC has the control. Tribunals are established under the regulations, etc. The TTPS, for their regulations, discipline can happen there. What we're talking about today is the functions of an outside entity. That entity designed to guard the guard, literally. And in the functions and powers of the Police Complaints Authority, set out in Section 22, set out in the Act in general, we are looking at an independent entity so established in law to cause an investigation, call for witnesses, act under oath of secrecy, act with powers of compulsion, access to court, and very importantly, I'd like to remind honorable senators that the government has kept to its word in ensuring that we bring to the fore legislation which helps us to get to a better place. And what am I talking about? Honorable members will recall that we amended laws last year. We had the Miscellaneous Provisions FATF Compliance Act 2020, that's Act number 25 of 2020, where we allowed witness statements from tax and financial institutions to be given to the PCA. Witness statements for the purpose of investigating criminal offenses involving police officers. We were allowing the PCA to follow the money. We also did the Miscellaneous Provisions Administration of Justice Act 2020, which is Act number 29 of 2020. Both acts have been proclaimed already. The first one on the 22nd of December 2020. The second one on Christmas Eve, the 24th of December 2020. And in that latter act, the Administration of Justice Act, The PCA was allowed to be listed as an interested party where preliminary investigations are held into the death of a person who has been or potentially could be the subject of an investigation for any matter carried out under the PCA, and that they are to be given written notice on the death of any person. So we've treated with the coroners, we've treated with the follow the money. Today we come to treat with the equality not of disciplinary functions carried out by the Police Service Commission, the Commissioner of Police, the SASC, via tribunals, etc., and processes. But what we're treating with now is serious police misconduct. And serious police misconduct is defined in the Act, the PCA Act. And what we want is the society to be enriched by the benefit of scrutiny from an outside entity. Because Senator Richards asked the question, why do the police still have an internal affairs division, to use the phrase that most people may catch it to be, when the PCA exists? I don't think the two things are mutually exclusive or in competition, for that matter, because if the TTPS chooses to have its version of an internal affairs division, they are entitled within their own processes to check themselves, so long as they do not exclude the autonomy and privilege of the Police Complaints Authority. And what we do today is to underwrite and support the powers and privileges of the Police Complaints Authority, where we subject the municipal police, the Special Reserve Police, and the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service to the same standard. You can all be investigated for serious police misconduct. All, each and every one of you. And in the case of the SRPs, where there is no published regulation power, because that law is now under review, we are reviewing that law, we're pulling the statistical information. Honorable senators know the way I like to operate. I want data so that we can demonstrate what is happening and what the results that we hope to procure will be in a measured context. So what we have done, and to answer Senator Lakshmi-Dayal's point, why Section 51 has been excluded and only Section 52, because we take the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service regulations, we say that we're going to treat with Regulation 136, we say that we're going to treat with Regulation 152, and why do we do that? Because 151, that is the Police Service Regulations, Chapter 1501, when we look at 150 subsection 1, which we exclude, 151 says an officer who contravenes any of these regulations commits a disciplinary offense. So we had to exclude all of the regulations that were inapplicable in terms of structural fit with the SRPs. What we did keep is Section 136, an officer shall not make public or communicate to the press or any person or make private copies of documents, papers, or information of which he may have become possessed in his official capacity, unless his duty requires him to do so. Subsection 2, notwithstanding that, he may be charged with an offense under any written law. An officer who contravenes subregulation 1 commits a disciplinary offense. We've kept that. 150 subsection 2 is where we deal with the following matters, and only the following matters, as being applicable and germane to SRPs. Discreditable conduct, insubordinate or oppressive conduct, disobedience to orders, neglect of duty, falsehood or prevarication, breach of confidence, corrupt practice, unlawful or unnecessary exercise of authority, malingering, absence without leave or being late for duty, loss or damage to clothing or other property supplied, drunkenness or taking drugs, drinking on duty or soliciting drink, entering licensed premises, lending, borrowing, or accepting money, being an accessory to a disciplinary offense, using any property or facility of the service improperly. And those things are caught in relation to suspicion, also including under the influence of dangerous drugs or intoxicating liquor, etc. These things get down to the heart and soul of exactly what is also set out. They match up exactly with Section 146(2) of the Municipal Police Regulations. So we are in pari materia, SRP Section 152, matching up with the municipal police structures under Section 146(2) of the Municipal Police Regulations set out in the Municipal Corporations Act. So that's the answer, Senator Lakshmi. We are insistent also that even though one ought to have regard to the quick dispatch of regulations for SRPs, we can't wait while that is being engaged in with consultation to the bodies, as you must develop laws in consultation, not when we are dealing with statistical information in the PCA that tells us that significant issues have arisen, and these issues include number of police complaints in 1 year, October 2019 to September 2020. Per division, 396 complaints. Number of alleged victims, 412 in that period. Ethnicity and gender of the 412, 124 of them African descent, 56 East Indian descent, 38 mixed descent, 2 Hispanic descent, 179 unknown. Number of reports assessed, 737, because 396 were within remit and 341 outside their remit. Outside their remit for matters including the loopholes of municipal police, of SRPs, etc. Categorization and number of allegations for the period, 594. Police corruption. Serious police misconduct, 355 of those matters. Commission of criminal offenses by police officers, 238. Methods of complaint, PCA initiated 122, in person 121 people, mobile application 56, email 54, mail 31, hand delivered 8, PCA website 4. 93 or 76% for that period came from the newspapers. So the autonomous body of the PCA, scouring open source communications like newspapers, 76% of these matters came from newspaper reports alone. Now, Madam President, when we look to the fact that 213 were assigned both criminal and disciplinary offenses, 204 were assigned disciplinary offenses only, 40 were assigned criminal offenses only, 300 amounted to discreditable conduct, 207 amounted to neglect of duty, 196 unlawful or unnecessary exercise of authority, 1 sent to the Police Service Commission, 8 sent to the DPP, 52 sent to the Commissioner of Police, 13 sent to both the DPP and COP, 334 closed, no further action. We're talking serious matters, including murder, allegations of murder against police officers. So, can we afford to recognize that there are 3,561 SRPs and do nothing about it? 2,777 in full-time activity, 499 in part-time activity, 25 in attachment to the finance branch, 132 on suspension without pay, 62 with abandonment. Serious Fraud Office of the United Kingdom, having served there in serious fraud, are SRPs in Trinidad and Tobago. Because after all, you can't have a follow the money campaign, a white-collar crime campaign, and not have some of the best in class available to the TTPS whilst they professionalize the class. But we need to have the balance to make sure that there can be no mischief beyond oversight. And therefore, we as a government are insistent that the Police Complaints Authority ought to have oversight over everybody who's in the dance. Why the municipal police? Because we are adamant, having laid the Joint Select Committee report into the amendments in local government as we come to the fore to bring that into reality, we are adamant that the municipal police need to be covered as well. Now, Senator Lakshmi made an interesting point, asking whether we ought to amend the definition of commission to include the Statutory Services Commission. I don't think it is necessary in the context of what we're doing now, because we believe that the tribunal, which reports to the Assistant Commissioner, and the whole process that the Commission engages in still works. We can have a look at that in some greater detail as we get to committee stage. But the point is, in the bill that is before us now, if we look to what we are proposing by way of amendments, and we see the amendments which I have already circulated as the government's proposed amendments into this bill, having given an undertaking in the House to look at some submissions that came from the TTPS and from the Police Complaints Authority itself, we propose certain amendments at committee stage here. We believe that it's straightforward that we include the definition of Assistant Commissioner in Section 4 of the Act. That is to take care of the people that have line authority for the municipal police, etc. We believe that the definition of serious police misconduct must include the municipal police and the wider parameters of the SRPs, etc. As it relates to the SRPs in particular, we want to confine it to Section 136 or Section 152 for the reasons that I have volunteered a short while ago. We believe, Madam President, that the amendment to the Parent Act by including a new Section 13A so that we can have a move beyond the law of necessity operating where you have the death or resignation or removal of a director or deputy director. We give a narrow window, 3 months only, because you need to consult the leader of the opposition and the Prime Minister, and otherwise the President acts in a different way. So we want to just give that 3-month period where there is a properly constituted statutory authority to operate. Madam President, we believe that the amendments to Section 21 of the Act, which is the functions of the authority, we need to have, and here's the inclusion here, that the authority advise the police service, the Special Reserve Police, and the Municipal Police Service, and other public authorities, that's important, other public authorities, on ways in which police corruption and serious police misconduct may be dealt with, that they gather evidence that may be admissible, again across the 3 classes, TTPS, SRPs, and municipal police, that they gather evidence that may be used in the investigation of serious police misconduct and furnish such evidence to the Commissioner, Assistant Commissioner, or the Commission. We don't think at this point that we need to put in the SASC as a commission, because the Assistant Commissioner is being advised, and the Assistant Commissioner, if you're looking at the municipal police, the Assistant Commissioner is reportable to the SASC, so that we don't have the confusion of issues at that point. Madam President, when we look at the amendments to Section 26, we propose investigation on receipt of a complaint, that the authority may conduct an investigation on its own initiative on the basis of a complaint made by a member of the public, a police officer, a public body or authority. The Commission, here we are referring to the Police Service Commission, or the appropriate unit or disciplinary tribunal of the police service, the SRP or the Municipal Police Service. It's at this point here that the entire Municipal Corporations Act comes to life, and that of course includes the Assistant Commissioner and the SASC, which takes care of that line authority arrangement. I should say, Madam President, that there's an active discussion right now about the SASC and its role and proper fit for the municipal police. That is under review because the question is whether it ought to be done by the Police Service Commission or a different arrangement. So I want to stick a pin on that to say that in the review that we're conducting on the law, we want to take a careful amount of time to make sure that we're getting the second set of amendments to come in proper order. It's for the same reason, Madam President, many senators have asked whether we ought to put specific timeframes for responses on the sanction point as we look to the proposed inclusion of a new section 44A as in alpha. We have taken a step to include the accountability of the DPP, the accountability of the police commissioner or the assistant police commissioner of police. Senator Lakshmi-Dayal is right. You may very well get back a report that says matter ongoing. But Madam President, did you notice what was reported in the Newsday today? Reported in the Newsday today is a landmark event, you know. Justice Donaldson Honeywell delivered a judgment striking out an indictment for someone who was on charge for murder for over 20 years on the ground of delay. We have had Privy Council decisions tell us that there's no right to a fast trial. There's a right to a fair trial. We are now, as a society, coming closer and closer to concepts of reasonableness in process, which is why in 2015, I began the journey with Dr. Rowley as Prime Minister, and this government began the journey of improving plant and machinery, people, process, and law. And that is why there's been a quickening of justice in the right direction, because our eyes have always been on the good luck that the country has managed to so far achieve in the concept of reasonableness. But the societal distinction of what reasonableness is marching closer and closer to the need for better, demonstrable efficiency. And the new Section 44A takes us definitely in that direction. Do we think that we ought to get a little bit further? Perhaps in the future. For now, we want to rely upon the fact that there has been successful review of the DPP's decision for the first time in this country about a year and a half ago. There has been judicial decision to say you have to act with reasonableness. We have criminal proceedings rules now that deal with delay as an actual event. But then again, it was this government that introduced criminal proceedings rules for the first time in this country. Family proceedings rules.
Attorney General, you have 5 more minutes.
Family proceedings rules, children's proceedings rules, criminal proceedings rules, divisions of court. Madam President, I am a strong advocate of, you all know what I'm about to say, just start. Just Start takes you into an incredible journey of commitment if you're prepared to do the work. Madam President, I don't think that there's much more to say. At this point, I would just like to again repeat my thanks and gratitude to all honorable senators for their very considered views on the legislation, and to say that having spent Monday, having been on standby Tuesday to come to the Senate, having spent all of Wednesday with you, and if necessary tomorrow if we're called again, I just wish to say it is always a joy and privilege to be amongst honorable senators, and I beg to move.
Honourable Senators, the question is that a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Special Reserve Police Act, Chapter 1503, and the Police Complaints Authority Act, Chapter 1505, be now read a second time. Those in favour say aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it.
A bill entitled An Act to Amend the Special Reserve Police Act, Chapter 1503, and the Police Complaints Authority Act, Chapter 1505.
Attorney General.
I was scampering for my procedure, Madam President, ready to ad-lib it. Madam President.
In accordance with Standing Order 66-1.
Thank you for saving me from myself, Madam President. Madam President, in accordance with Standing Order
66-1.
66-1, I beg to move that the miscellaneous provisions, Special Reserve Police and Police Complaints Authority Bill 2021 be committed to a committee of the whole Senate to be considered clause by clause.
Honourable Senators, the question is that the miscellaneous provisions, Special Reserve Police and Police Complaints Authority Bill 2021 be committed to a committee of the whole Senate forthwith to be considered clause by clause. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. The Senate shall now go into committee of the whole to consider the bill clause by clause. Acting Leader of Government Business, we have a procedural motion. So the Honourable Senators, the Senate will now resume. Government Business.
In accordance with Standing Order 14.5, I beg to move that the Senate continue to sit until the completion of the business at hand.
Honourable Senators, the question is that the Senate continue to sit until the completion of the business at hand. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. This Senate shall continue to sit until the completion of the business at hand. Honourable Senators, we shall now resolve into committee.
Clauses 1 and 2.
The question is that clauses 1 and 2 stand part of the bill.
Madam President, may I ask a question, please? Just a question. Attorney General, in clause 2, by only referring to section 150, subsection 2, you are essentially not making several offences under the police service regulations applicable to the SRPs, but these include some substantial sections dealing with conduct and so on. Have you considered whether you want to include some other regulations here, like how you've included 136 with the publication of information, so that you have a wider range of offences under the regulations now applying mutatis mutandis to the SRPs?
Thank you. That is an extremely material question, and yes, we have considered. We found it difficult to match up how we would penalize it. So what we intend to do is to do interim regulations for the SRPs. So this is really a stopgap applicability, a partial mutatis mutandis, only for sections 136 and 150, but we are working on regulations in conjunction with the TTPS as we speak right now.
Thank you.
Clauses 1, 1A, and 2.
Honourable Senators, the question is that clauses 1, 1A, and 2 stand part of the bill. The question is that clauses 1, 1A, and 2 now stand part of the bill. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clauses 1, 1A, and 2 now stand part of the bill.
Clause 3. The question is a Clause 3 stand part of the bill. Attorney General.
Yes, Madam Chair, thank you very much. Madam Chair, we propose a few amendments to Clause 3. They are as circulated to honourable members, and perhaps I can just give you a quick overview of those. They are set out in paragraphs A as in alpha, B as in bravo, C, D, E as circulated. With respect to paragraph A, these are firstly typographical issues in part A, AA, B, the disjunctive is required. So instead of 136 and 150, we need to put these two to stand alone. I've read the clauses, the regulations in the wind-up that I just gave. So the intention is that we have 136 or 152 for the disjunctive application, obviously. In paragraph C, that is literally just a typographical correction. But let's get to B as in Bravo. In paragraph D1 and D2, what we're doing here, we're inserting the different species, special reserve police and municipal police. So what we're looking at in paragraph 1 and 2, that is in paragraph D of the bill, honourable members will find that on page 4 of the bill. We're ensuring that service is in reference to police service, that we include the reference to the special reserve police and also municipal police, and therefore it's necessary to differentiate between police, police service, municipal police, SRPs, etc. That is the same rationale for Roman 2 of paragraph B. If we get to big paragraph, we go to C, big C as in Charlie, we're looking at subparagraph, we're looking at E on page 4 of the bill. We are again including the concept of adding in the SRPs, so it is more than just police service and municipal police. We want to specifically, for clarity, include the special reserve police. If we get to paragraph D as in Delta, which is an amendment to paragraph G of the bill, of clause 3, G as in golf on page 5, what we're doing here is we're treating with that improvement to the new proposed 44A as in alpha. It is here that we had given an undertaking in the House. We alerted the House that we were speaking with the Police Complaints Authority. We had also received certain recommendations coming from the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service. And consequent upon those fulminations, we have come with a modified version of the method by which the authorities to be provided with written statements or updates. And we're specifically including in this category now the Director of Public Prosecutions, as well as the relative other entities set out there. The last one that we're looking at is paragraph E in the circulated submissions, which is E as in echo. It is specifically in relation to paragraph H, that is clause 3H. What we're doing is we're changing the word or to and effectively. So what we're doing in section 48.2 is instead of or the commissioner, we're putting and the commissioner, and that will really take care of some typographical and conjunctive as opposed to disjunctive references.
Thank you, Chair. Honourable AG, I'm wondering if you could just put for the record to allay the concerns that were raised by Senator Dayal Singh, that this is not infringing on the independence of either the police commissioner or the DPP as feared.
Yes, I thank Senator Vera for that very important mark for the record. So, Madam President, Madam Chair, the Constitution preserves the autonomy in strict terms of the Commissioner of Police in Section 123 of the Constitution, specifically as it relates to directions to an independent Commissioner of Police or other entities. Section 44A as in alpha, as we propose it now, is merely a recommendation for report. They are not obliged to carry out any step. They may receive and reply. And Senator Lakshmi Dayal actually put it really succinctly when she alerted the nation to the fact that the response could be as simple as matter still ongoing. What this is intended to do is to leave a paper trail, because far too often the mischief that has been described is that people say, well, look, we don't know what's happening. You see the PCA report every year, diligently on time, and whilst they say this is the number that has been referred in one place and this is the number in another place, there seems to be only a one-way flow, and therefore this is intended to leave that trail open. It will be open to people to take a step after that of their own volition, and that would come about in the public law remedies available, particularly in judicial review as well, where you're looking at reliefs including mandamus or certiorari or other positions where you prompt a response in relation to that. So I thank Senator Vera for that opportunity to put that on the record.
Honourable Senators, the question is that Clause 3 be amended as circulated. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The question is that Clause 3, as amended, now stand part of the bill. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. Clause 3, as amended, now stands part of the bill. That's it, right? Yeah. Honourable Senators, the question is that the bill as amended be now reported to the Senate. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. The bill as amended will now be reported to the Senate. Attorney General.
Yes, Madam Chair. I confess the disadvantage of not having to read a speech is that you're always scrambling for people. Madam Chair, Madam President, I wish to report that the Miscellaneous Provisions Special Reserve Police and Police Complaints Authority Bill 2021 was considered in Committee of the Whole and approved with amendments. Forgive me. Yeah. I now beg to move that the Senate agree with the committee's report.
Honourable Senators, the question is that the Senate agree with the committee's report on the Miscellaneous Provisions Special Reserve Police and Police Complaints Authority Bill 2021. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Attorney General.
Madam President, I beg to move that a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Special Reserve Police Act, Chapter 1503, and the Police Complaints Authority Act, Chapter 1505, be now read a third time and passed.
Honourable Senators, the question is that a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Special Reserve Police Act, Chapter 1503, and the Police Complaints Authority Act, Chapter 1505, be now read a third time and passed. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it.
A bill entitled An Act to Amend the Special Reserve Police Act, Chapter 1503, and the Police Complaints Authority Act, Chapter 1505.
Leader of Government Business.
Madam President, I beg to move that this House do adjourn.
Please. I would have informed the clerk today that there are two matters on the motion for the adjournment.
Leader of Government Business.
Madam President, I beg to move that this House do adjourn, the date to be fixed.
Honourable Senators, the question is that this Senate... Senator Mark, it is now 7:51:39. The staff of the Parliament, who have been working here since before everyone else arrived, they need to get home, okay? Honourable Senators, the question is that this Senate do now adjourn to a date to be fixed. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. This Senate now stands adjourned to a date to be fixed.